Whether she's on your naughty list, your nice list, or hopefully both, Lion's Den has the gifts that really score. From romantic surprises to adventurous favorites, they've got everything to spice up your holiday season. The stores are easy to shop, the staff is really helpful, and trust me, she'll love that you stepped up your game. Pleasure, passion, romance. Lion's Den. Make this holiday your biggest win yet. I'm not kidding. Get in there.
Baltimore, be honest. Your car's been through some things this year. Potholes, crab cake runs, that one parking spot you thought you could squeeze into. So before you're dashing through Baltimore or escaping town to avoid your in-laws, give your ride some holiday cheer at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Their friendly techs will check your lights, wipers, tire pressure, battery, and more with every oil change. No appointment, no stress, and fast. Grab holiday savings now at BaltimoreOilChange.com. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Slay this season.
Daddy, I'm cold.
Nobody wants to hear those words when they can't fix it. Like, if your furnace goes down when you need it most. It's why I take service calls personally, because it is personal when your family's comfort's disrupted. It's why I recommend fault furnace tune-ups. Think of it this way. Your car has warning lights to let you know about problems before there's a breakdown. Empty on gas, low on oil, engine overheating. But your furnace doesn't have those warning lights. The only way to know about an impending problem before a breakdown is a fault tune-up. Think about it like getting a tune-up before a long road trip, just to be sure. The older your furnace, the more that's a good idea. And at Amazing, we don't just safety check it either. We do the cleaning, recalibration, and servicing most companies don't, ensuring you and your family stay warm all winter. So call the heating techs who have your back at
CallAmazing.com. 250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. It's Turn It Up Tuesday. When allowed, send your song request. Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Monday Night Football. Wrapping up week 15 of your NFL campaign. Yes, it's insanity. Christmas is 9 days away. The new year of 26 is coming upon us. Passage of time sucks, unless you're having a good time with it. Getting old's never cool. But anyway, last night, kind of boring first half. Then things started to percolate just a little bit. Dolphins got some window dressing stuff late. But on Monday Night Football, Westwood won, a game that you heard on the Fan. Pittsburgh Steelers continue to maintain their advantage on top of the AFC North.
Here they come. They rush 5. There's the snap. Line drive down the middle. Backpedaling catch made at the 15. Metcalf breaks a tackle at the 10. The 5. Touchdown, Pittsburgh.
Kevin Harlan on the call. DK Metcalf touchdown there. One of the two thrown by, I was going to say Alex Rodriguez. Aaron Rodgers, because I wrote A-Rod on my notes. 23 of 27, 224, the two TDs there. Marquez Valdez-Scantling caught the other. What? What did Rodgers say? Our reject guys are stepping up. Steelers sacked Tua 4 times, even without TJ Watt. 28-15 was the final score as Pittsburgh improves to 8-6 on the year with the win. Steelers are still in first place, of course, in the AFC North. Dolphins eliminated from playoff competition. So that's all she wrote there with Miami, who had won 4 in a row to even get themselves in that sort of discussion. They should be commended, I guess. They're also a team that's already fired their GM, so could be changes afoot going on with that Dolphins organization. And they've been kind of mired in mediocrity for a long time. They haven't been to a Super Bowl in forever. Dolphins, back to Marino's second year? Or I think I've read about that, right? 84? I missed something here. Anyway, NBA last night. Toronto beat Miami 106-96. Emmanuel Quickly, Baltimore's own John Carroll, University of Kentucky, 15 points, 4 boards, 4 assists. Memphis beat the Clippers 121-103. Cam Spencer, what the hell, man? Nolan, did you know who Cam Spencer was?
No, I did not. I'm not going to lie to you. Before he made the NBA, no.
Because he started at Loyola, boys Latin, like his brother Pat, who's with Golden State. Yeah, 27 points last night, 3 boards, 6 assists. He started at Loyola, Greyhounds. Transferred to Rutgers, then went to UConn, won a national championship. But 27 points last night. Pardon me, everyone. And now this is on video when I'm coughing.
There's no hiding, right?
Hey, should I put my cigarette out? No, just joking. I quit a long time ago. Speaking of Loyola, Maryland's got 5 guys in the NBA. Loyola's got 3. At least touching Cam and Pat. And Santi Aldama, who I went heavy on in Daily Fantasy. Santi, I'm not going to make it all about you. But in 31 minutes, 3 points, 2 boards, 2 assists, really? Because Zach Edey's out for an extended period of time. I figured you get a chance to shine. You did not. But Memphis, they beat Clippers, who were having a dreadful season. 121-103. College hoops tonight. Hey, set your dial, man. ESPN2. The Towson Tigers are at Kansas on ESPN2, 9 o'clock tip, number 17, Kansas, hosting Towson. Towson's the favorites to win the Colonial. Kansas, perennial powers with Bill Self. They've had some injury problems, but starting to get healthy. So the Jayhawks taking on Towson. Remember, Towson played at Houston early in the season, because college basketball started like a month and a half ago, and gave the Cougars all they could handle. And then they were actually winning, if I'm not mistaken, in the second half. Let's see if they could stun old Kansas here tonight. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow during the whip. Speaking of the whips, whip around real quick. This day in Ravens history, 2018, M&T Bank Stadium. Ravens beat Tampa Bay 20-12. Lamar Jackson threw a touchdown pass to Chris Moore. Remember, Moore. He's still in the league. I think he plays for the Commanders. Gus Bus rushed for 104 yards. Lamar himself ran for 95 as the Ravens, on their way to going to the playoffs, win the division, lost to the Chargers, but beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 20-12 on this day 7 years ago. Let's talk about the current AFC North next. Notes from the North: Will Graves, Pittsburgh; Joe Danneman, Cincy; Emmett Golden, Cleveland. That's all coming your way. And then Nolan's got Vinny's Dirty Dozen. Got news from the Nest at noon. We're going to hear from John Harbaugh, buy or sell, where's the turn it up Tuesday money. And then Kevin Allstriker, USA Today, talk about the Ravens and Patriots coming up Sunday night. And if you want to get in the Orioles, we can do that too. The Orioles have added, let's see, an all-star closer, brought back Kittredge, and added 70 home runs and over 200 ribbies to the lineup. And Mike Elias sucks. Come on, man.
I'm Kevin Harlan. You're listening to the station with the best Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7.
The Fan.
Make your reservation for holiday lunch at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Available beginning December 2nd from Monday through Friday. Enjoy limited time favorites like steak and frites, or create your own entree salad, or enjoy classic favorites like the petite filet, stuffed chicken, the R burger, crab cake sandwich, and steak sandwich. Or have a drink and something sweet like our signature carrot cake and chocolate sin cake. Make your reservation for holiday lunch today. Only at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Annapolis, Baltimore, Odenton, and Pikesville.
Pull into Jiffy Lube today for a 15-minute oil change service, and we'll vacuum, clean the front windshield, top off fluids, check and fill tire pressure, plus perform a multi-point maintenance inspection. Jiffy Lube. Get more in a jiffy.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Bring some holiday cheer with the network that knows what you really want. Take your phone to your local Total Wireless store, and we'll give you one line for just $25 a month. Celebrate more for spending less. The holidays just got a lot better. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. For new single-line customers who activate on a BYO device on the Total 5G Unlimited plan. Requires auto-pay enrollment to receive the full discount, which applies the month after enrollment. Available online and in Total Wireless retail stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. Check compatibility at TotalWireless.com.
FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat line in all one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Rob to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA and official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 and over, present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $1.25 billion. That's right, $1.25 billion. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Not much has made sense about the Ravens' 2025 season, and their 3-5 record at home is among the most puzzling outcomes we've seen so far. This coming Sunday will mark their final game at M&T Bank Stadium for the regular season, and once again, it'll be a primetime affair. John Harbaugh was asked if there's any extra frustration from the players over how they performed at home this year.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Point of frustration, though. Guys are locked in for the next game. Seasons go the way they go. You can look back all you want and say, well, this happened or that happened, or where do we stand right now? Where's that going to take you? You got to look forward. So no, there's no frustration. I mean, to me, that's made up.
In some injury news, the head coach confirmed that Teddy Buchanan will miss the remainder of the season with a torn ACL. He had started 13 of the team's 14 games as a fourth-round rookie and was the second leading tackler on the defense behind only Roquan Smith. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly sunny this afternoon with temps reaching the mid-30s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Terps, O's, and your home for the most Ravens coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bengals, Browns, Steelers, and Ravens. Vinny and Haynie's Notes from the North.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Notes from the North here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny is off today. All of our guests are brought to you, as always, by the Window Nation Guest Hotline. And we'll start it off on this Turn It Up Tuesday in Pittsburgh with the Associated Press. So welcome back to the show, Will Graves. And Will, well, the Steelers win last night, kind of battled through and eventually pulled away from the Miami Dolphins. They won 2 in a row. They went through that 2-5 stretch, would have the Ravens back in to the mix here in the AFC North. So TJ Watt's injury is not something that should be just kind of dismissed when he was getting needled up or whatever it was. But how's Pittsburgh feeling about themselves health-wise and maybe from a confidence standpoint in the final few weeks of the season here?
Well, I certainly think they're in a better spot than they were a couple of weeks ago when they got booed off the field and after losing to the Bills, and the fans are chanting to fire Mike Tomlin, right? I mean, it's certainly in a better place. And I think, last night against the Dolphins, it's the first time since maybe they played Minnesota and Ireland at the end of September that they sort of passed the eye test in all three phases. They were, I think they scored touchdowns on 4 straight possessions for the first time in 7 years. The defense without TJ Watt, they're now 2-11 when TJ doesn't play in his career. I mean, it was important for them to sort of have a complete team performance. And look, the Dolphins are broken. Tua is broken. And the Steelers have now won 23 straight home games on Monday night. I mean, dating back to 1992. So it all went as basically expected, but the fact that they had a kind of a no fuss, no muss game, and Aaron Rodgers looked kind of a little bit like vintage Green Bay Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I think that they like their chances going into the final 3 weeks much better than they did when we were talking a few weeks ago.
And, well, you mentioned Aaron Rodgers looking like Aaron Rodgers, air quotes. He did it against the Ravens. He hadn't had, an air pass 20 yards plus in a month, and he had 3 of them against Baltimore. And then last night, making some vintage kind of throws. You got Detroit coming up. Lions defense isn't, the 2000 Ravens or the 78 Steelers here. So is there an optimism level that the Pittsburgh offense that has been maligned at times can go in here and maybe put up some crooked numbers, baseball term, against the Lions?
Well, personally speaking, I still think that they're going to get rocked. But I just think that the Lions are playing for their lives, and that offense is still super talented. And I think assuming TJ doesn't play, which I wouldn't expect he is, I imagine Detroit's going to have their way. But the one thing that the Steelers pointed to, Aaron Rodgers and a couple of the running backs last night, that was the first time in a while that they sort of decisively won the time of possession. And I think that's their best path forward, especially against Detroit, right, is to try to keep Jared Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery and those guys off the field. That's their best case for going on the road and pulling off an upset. Excuse me. But look, the vibes are better, and the reality is, the only game that matters now, really, is that last game against the Ravens. They could lose their next 2, and the Ravens could win their next 2, and if the Steelers beat the Ravens in Week 18, they win the division. And it's kind of the same for the Ravens. If they match the Steelers' record over the next 2 weeks, and they're within a game going into that last Sunday, if they win that game, they win the division. So it's sort of weird. Yes, the game in Detroit is important, but also sort of not really. I would say for the Steelers, it's more important. Yes, it's important for them to win, but I think it's just as important for them to sort of look to play well and be competitive, because the reality is, against quality teams this year, most of them, they have not played well. They got rocked by the Packers, they got rocked by the Bills, they got rocked by the Seahawks. So, and those were all at home, right? So I really think, look, Detroit, yes, their playoff chances are dwindling, but they're still a high-quality team, and I think it's important. And beyond the final score, if the Steelers can play a competitive game in Detroit, I think they'll feel pretty good going in the last couple weeks.
Let's see, losing to good teams and getting rocked at home. Sounds like the Ravens. He's Will Grave, Associated Press, talking Steelers. Will, we appreciate the time. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you and the family, and we'll catch up with you soon.
All right. Take care, everybody.
There's Will Graves, everyone. It's Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Let's go to Cincinnati. Joining us now from Fox 19, Joe Danneman. And Joe, we saw Baltimore shut out Cincinnati. First Ravens shutout since 2018 when Joe Flacco was still the quarterback when they beat the Tennessee Titans. But the last 2 weeks, which finished off the Bengals, the turnovers all of a sudden for Joe Burrow, I guess a guy that wanted to be out there to help the team, and he's going to start the final 3 games. We'll get to that in a second. Where the hell the turnovers come from all of a sudden from him?
Unexpected, because when he came back from his injury, he played so well at Baltimore, and for 3 quarters played so well in the snow at Buffalo, and then the 2 turnovers against Buffalo, and then a couple of more on Sunday against Baltimore. Joe Burrow called it the worst performance he's had as a quarterback. That includes playing in college as well. So Joe Burrow took this one on him. It's obviously not always just on the quarterback, but we've seen Joe Burrow play Superman so many times here in Cincinnati. To see him turn the ball over and make the mental mistakes that he's made here in the last 5 quarters was pretty unexpected. And That's the one superpower he has, is his mind, that he can diagnose and know where to go with the football. So when he's making mental mistakes, you see how much it can cost this team.
Joe, how did the comments prior to the Ravens game Sunday, we're not having fun, how much longer am I going to do this? I mean, he seemed very despondent. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a psychologist here, but kind of surprising to hear him say these things. And, you know, the Bengals, I mean, 2 playoff appearances in a row. You know, you covered the team, Super Bowl, AFC Championship game the following year. They kind of bottomed out this year. Why is Joe Burrow not having fun? And is this maybe an indicator that he's not having fun in Cincinnati? So more to it.
People tried to connect the dots here that Joe Burrow either A, wanted a trade out of Cincinnati or was contemplating that, or B, was going to Andrew Luck this thing. And it was ironic because those comments came on his 29th birthday, and it was the same age that Andrew Luck retired at age 29. If you go back and look at the stats, I mean, Joe Burrow has been sacked, I think, 40 or 50 more times than Andrew Luck had at this point of his career. So, yeah, those numbers start to add up, but I think the numbers that add up that led to that moment is Joe sees the writing on the wall with what's happening here. This is an organization that built itself around him, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, and to go now 3 years without those guys making the playoffs is flat unacceptable. And it's not just on the coaching staff. It's not on the front office. Joe says it's on the players as well. And so what I think you saw is a quarterback who understands the different check marks he's got to check throughout his career to have the kind of resume that he wants at the end when he looks at his peers and he looks at the Mahomeses and the Lamar Jacksons and the Josh Allens and sees it slipping away a little bit. He's not getting this time back. He'll be 30 next year, and he's going to be now 3 years without making the playoffs. It's nothing to do with wanting to retire. It's nothing to do with wanting out of Cincinnati. It's everything to do with having a roster and an organization right now that's not supporting him enough with the kind of talent he needs on the field to get back to those moments where we've seen him thrive in January and even taking this team into February. So it was the number one story here in Cincinnati, even no matter what happened in the game. Everybody was curious to get to the postgame to ask Joe about his comments. He set the record straight, said it's not about Cincinnati or the organization. It's about him, and he's not having fun losing football games.
How much fun is Zach Taylor having right now?
Yeah, not a lot, and he says it's on him, kind of like the quarterback. And look, accountability hasn't been a problem here in Cincinnati. Everybody who's had a piece in this has accepted their responsibility of this team not playing winning football. But if people expect change in Cincinnati, it'll be one of those things that I'll believe it when I see it. Zach Taylor still has a couple of years left on his contract. We know this front office and ownership group is always slow to make any kind of change. People will say they're loyal to a fault, and I would agree with that. But Joe likes Zach. And if Joe likes Zach, that's going to carry a lot of weight inside the organization. If you ask me right now, I believe Zach Taylor will be back next year. I don't think it's a slam dunk, but considering he still has time on his contract and the Bengals ownership group doesn't like to pay people to go away or pay people not to work, I would expect Zach Taylor back next year.
Joe Danman, Fox 19, Cincinnati. Joe, appreciate the time as always. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you and the family, and we'll talk to you soon.
Merry Christmas, guys. Talk to you soon.
There's Joe Danman. Everyone, let's go to Cleveland. Talk about the Browns from ESPN Radio in Cleveland. Let's welcome back to the show, Emmett Golden. And Emmett, we were just talking to Joe Danman about Zach Taylor's job security with the Bengals. What's going on with Kevin Stefanski, a two-time Coach of the Year after yet another disappointing year for the Brownies here.
Yeah, well, I can tell you public opinion has him on the outs. A lot of people assuming that Kevin Stefanski will not be back after 2-3 win seasons because I don't know how many people expect the Browns to win a game again. So it's likely that there may be a change. I've heard that he may want a change. There's really been nothing but turmoil for Kevin, really since he got here. The Deshaun Watson thing, so many injuries at quarterback. He's had a tough go about it. But what I will say is remember the Haslams brought back Hugh Jackson after going 1-31. So I don't think anything's a guarantee at this moment.
in Cleveland, because, just reading, and of course you can believe everything you read on social media, especially that there's a narrative that Kevin Stefanski hated Shedeur Sanders, or air quotes, ruined him. Are you buying any of that, or is there something to that one?
I don't buy it at all. I do disagree with the way that they handled the quarterback competition and all that, because I do believe it's kind of clear that, at least from a physical standpoint, Shedeur is the best quarterback that they had on this roster. Now, people inside the building would tell you, well, he had a ways to grow, when it comes to, being a pro from an offensive standpoint and understanding NFL defenses. But he seems to have picked it up during his time, when he wasn't playing, and even after getting reps and a few starts here, he's done pretty well. It was a rough game last week, but I don't think most guys on the team showed up ready to play or even wanting to play in that weather. But Shedeur has definitely, when he's gotten his opportunities, done some good things, and I just don't believe that Kevin Stefanski would want to stop anyone from scoring touchdowns, because it doesn't help his job security if they keep losing.
And the one pick, by the way, in all fairness, the Shedeur hit the dude right in the hands, and it bounced right to the DB for Chicago. But the Browns had a really good draft, at least from an outsider. Fannin looks like a stud. Junkins is going to be a 1,000-yard rusher, health permitting, for many, many years. How do they build upon the 2025 draft? I mean, we've seen quick turnarounds from teams all of a sudden coming out of nowhere this year. How about the Browns? What do they need to do, whether it's in free agency or via the draft, to get themselves back in relevance in their own division?
And I have to point out that Carson Schlesinger will be Defensive Rookie of the Year by a landslide. He's probably the best rookie in the NFL this season. So the Browns definitely killed it in the draft last year. I think coming up, you got 2 first-round picks. I actually expect the Browns to trade back. They talked about needing to recoup the 3 first-rounders that they spent on Deshaun Watson, that really kind of put their roster in a tough spot. They need a A+ bona fide superstar receiver, and they need offensive line help. So if they build in this draft the offensive line and the skill position, especially when it comes to receivers, I think they'll be all right. I don't believe they need to trade up and go get Mendoza, give Shedeur a full season. And if you build around him, I think he's shown that he can make some plays, and he typically improves with every start. So I think this year in the draft, they just need to really focus on fortifying that offensive line, because every quarterback needs protection, and you need a guy that will catch that ball you just referred to that went off Jerry Jeudy's chest into the arms of a Bears defender.
I guess that he wasn't running his yapper after that one took place. Emmett Golden, ESPN Radio. Emmett, appreciate the time. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you and the family, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks a lot. Talk soon.
You got it. Emmett Golden, everybody. It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. Come back, reset for you. News from the Nest. Buy or sell at 12:15. Kevin Allstriker will talk Ravens. Teddy Buchanan. Yeah, Nolan thinks this injury might be bigger than what's not getting news nationally with Mahomes and Michael Parsons, but locally, maybe it's a bigger deal than we anticipated.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
So we thought Lamar was kind of back. Is Lamar back? We think Lamar's back. We'll ask Morgan Adsit and Jacob Calvin-Meyer of The Sun on the O's big offseason.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shedeur Sanders didn't lose his wristband that had the plays on it. Cleveland says the card just fell out, and everything else fell apart too in a humiliating 31-3 loss to Chicago. The offense was disjointed. Sanders threw 3 interceptions. Sanders still looks like a quarterback with traits you can build on, but the consistent miscommunication and dysfunction around him showed just how hard it is to succeed inside the Browns operation. I'm Maggie Gray.
At Audien Hearing, our mission is simple:
To make better hearing affordable for everyone, this Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ho, ho, ho. Quality is very important here at the North Pole. You see, I checked my list once, twice, all done.
Well, Santa, quality's important to us at Nissan, too. We actually test every model thousands of times. There's the frame twist test, shaker test, corrosion test, drive load test, tug-of-war test, towing test, off-roading test, practical strength test, splash test, corrugated road test, chassis dynamics test, water intrusion test, extreme heat test, extreme cold test, rough road test, jump test, curb impact test. And physical parts tests.
Save on J.D. Power's #1 mainstream brand in new vehicle quality at the Nissan year-end event. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, 2025 Murano or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 1/5/26.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple. To make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Cranking it up to 12. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send a request, pause for text line 410-583-1057. News from the last matter of minutes. Here from John Harbaugh. Met with the media yesterday, talking about things relating to his 500 team. 7-7. We'll count that early week money. Buy or sell. Talking about the many sports subjects of the day. And then Kevin Allstriker is going to be joining us, Ravens Wire USA today. And since we've had so much going on, Nolan, first 2 hours of the show, we'll get to the Dirty Dozen at 12:45. Then we'll have NFL lunch coming up at 1 o'clock. If you don't have enough football, we're going to shove it down your suck holes. And then we're going to have the Feeble 5 at 1:15. And we'll talk Maryland. Dave LaMonaco from Terrapin Times. Malik Washington announced that he's going to stick around. But what's up with Sidney Stewart? What's up with Mathis? We know Zion Ely's coming in. Mike Loxley's sticking around. And any intel in regards to Pharrell Payne? Because Buzz Williams just flat out says, I don't talk about injuries. John Harbaugh would rather give you his Social Security number to talk about injuries. So it's an interesting dynamic, but somebody somewhere's got to have some intel. And then what's up with Payne? Because I heard ankle, I heard knee. You know, I'm blind in one eye. Literally, my right eye can't see. That's why I wear sunglasses sometimes, depending on the light. Yeah, ice pack on his knee.
Right.
Not his ankle.
And they're hoping for the best, but it just, I don't know. After the first one earlier in the season, with how ugly that was, and the instant reaction was, oh, this guy's done for the year.
Sure.
You know,
dislocated hip like stuff.
Right. And the next thing you know, he's back in a week and a half, something like that. You know, not to be overly dramatic, but it felt like, all right, maybe you cheated death there, you cheated serious injury, you know, and now this one, will you be just as fortunate? Maybe he overreacts to injuries. I don't know. I mean, it's hard. I want him out there, obviously, whatever, you know, as long as he's healthy.
He was dominating the game. Even Dustin May, Michigan's coach, was like, he's a badass.
Well, I mean, we
had no matchups for this guy.
He's their guy. Yeah. And without him, all right, you can beat up on a non-conference cupcake opponent, but now that you're entering the meat of your schedule and, you know, Big Ten play will be here in full before you know it at the start of the new year, you know, you need him. 100%, and even with him, it's going to be an uphill battle. But I can't even imagine what this team's record would look like if he's not available for a big chunk of games.
We have not seen them, Maryland, with their full complement of players at any point this season. Isaiah Watts and Del Pino didn't play Saturday against Michigan. Miles Rice was out for a while. Payne missed a couple of games. Solomon Washington missed a few games. Passmore, the transfer from Kansas, who's going to miss the entire season, a 4-star recruit coming out of high school. We haven't seen them with their full complement of players. What we have seen is when they level up competition-wise, they get spanked. Right. In Vegas, it was ugly. But they were up 9 in the second half against Michigan until, you know, they weren't any longer.
And that one, it's just so frustrating to me. Like, we're talking about it leading up to that game, and I don't think I said this on air, but, you know, it stands true, that they could shoot over 50% from 3 and still get blown out by Michigan. And that's exactly what happened. You know, it's because they don't play defense. You know, Michigan's a great team, make no mistake about it. I mean, they, by all indications, they're the Final Four bound, and they're going to be in play for a number 1 seed. But to be up 9 at home, to have the crowd behind you, I mean, everything was going your way. Diggy Coit can't miss. And then for it to get that out of hand, I don't have a problem with losing. I have a problem with things getting away from you that quickly and having really no answer for it. You know, I mean, if you won that game, you would feel like you were stealing one. You'd still take it and you pat yourself on the back. You'd be stealing a victory against the number 2 team in the country when you were 20-point underdogs. But to be up 9 in the second half and then still go on to lose by almost 20, what was it, by 18?
Yeah.
It's unacceptable. You know, I don't care bogus calls. I don't care, you know, pain, injury. It all impacts you. But for things to get away that fast, that's just not stuff you see from a quality winning team.
And as Buzz Williams told us yesterday, where they're struggling defensively big time. I mean, they've given up 100 points multiple times. Mm-hmm. And Buzz Williams usually, his calling card is they crash the boards, they play strong defense, but they turn the ball over a ton. And in the second half, which helped lead to that big turnaround for the Wolverines, Michigan not only turned them over, they made him pay off the turnovers. That's what Iowa did the game before that.
Right, and then you start thinking about, all right, that's what you were able to do in a friendly home environment. I know everyone's upset about the whistle, the major whistle that went against them in the second half.
And it was bogus. It was bogus.
Sure, but that's Big Ten play on the road, typically, right? You got to work against the refs that have a favorable home whistle most of the time. And again, if Pharrell Payne's not going to be out there, a guy who's very good at getting to the line, I was questioning if he was going to be able to keep that up, hanging and banging with some of the other big men in the conference. I think he can hold up. I think he's clearly shown that he can, score and defend anybody. But, you're not going to get favorable whistles. You're not always going to have that. We know they can't play defense. 3-point shooting, it's there 1 out of every 7 or 8 games. Right. The other times, it's not just down, it's downright abysmal, like shooting 20% from 3. I'm struggling to see a way that this team is even in a conversation for a tournament spot at the end of the year.
Nolan, bringing the positivity. So how do the Ravens, anyway, we'll come back. News from the Nest. There's my kind of sort of segue. We're going to hear from John Harbaugh, buy or sell, 12:15. We'll talk more Maryland, by the way, with Dave LaMonaco from Terrapin Times at 1:30. Count that money. And then Kevin Ostreicher's joining us, Ravens Wire, USA Today. Ravens are 7-7 as favorites hosting the New England Patriots on Sunday night. Fable 5 News, et cetera, et cetera.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
Touchdown! Head to the Green Turtle this football season for the all-new Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with our personal pitcher specials. $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value, only at the Green Turtle.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
And now, fantasy football tips from the Maryland Lottery. You've played the matchups, made some trades, and worked the waiver wire. Now it's time to enjoy a series of devastating injuries to your roster. It's not too late to change your game to Raven Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Unlike in your fantasy league, you've still got a shot to win prizes like Raven season tickets for 20 years. Play today and maybe work in some stretching. Please play responsibly.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
The holidays are here. When you're looking for a special gift, visit Saxon's Diamond Centers. Saxon's has top designers and beautiful jewelry at every price point. Whether you're looking for a bracelet, necklace, or engagement ring, Saxon's has something for every budget. They offer special military discounts and 0% financing. Also, bring in your gold and get a great price. It's where I'm shopping for the holidays. Trust me, you'll walk out smiling. Visit them in Bel Air, Aberdeen, and online at SaxonsDiamondCenters.com. Listen, When you get hurt in an accident, it flips your whole world upside down. I've seen buddies go through it, the pain, the stress, the bills piling up, and the last thing you want to do is fight with the insurance company. That's why you call Science and Kirk. They've been right here in the DMV for over 50 years, helping people get every single dollar they deserve. They can take care of the paperwork, the phone calls, all of it. Bottom line, you have a lawyer. Call Science and Kirk today or go to youhavealawyer.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Ring in 2026 at Charm City Countdown. Maryland's biggest all-inclusive New Year's Eve gala brings a night at Studio 54 to the BWI Hilton. Multiple live bands, DJs, dance floors, and 17 party zones. Gourmet food, 5-hour open bar, party favors for all, champagne toast, and huge balloon drop at midnight. Hotel rooms on site. Tickets start at $79, and you can leave your wallet at home. Proceeds benefit caring communities. Get tickets at charmcitycountdown.com. Keep listening to win your tickets.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday afternoon, John Harbaugh confirmed that rookie linebacker Teddy Buchanan did in fact suffer a torn ACL in Sunday's win over Cincinnati, and he will now be out for the remainder of the season as a result. He quickly settled into a starting role alongside Roquan Smith earlier this year, while Trenton Simpson was used more situationally. Now the third-year linebacker will be called upon to stabilize things moving forward. Coach Harbaugh doesn't see that being an issue.
Trent plays the will linebacker spot in certain personnel groups, and I think he's done really well. You know, like I said, he's played great. He played good against the run, played good against the pass. The reps he's had, really not worried about it at all.
Meanwhile, in Major League Baseball, the Blue Jays are keeping their foot on the gas in free agency by signing right-handed reliever Tyler Rogers to a 3-year, $37 million deal. The 34-year-old made more relief appearances than anyone in the league this past season and finished with a 1.98 ERA while splitting time between the Giants and Mets. Toronto has now shelled out $277 million in pitching contracts so far this winter. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly sunny this afternoon with temps reaching the mid-30s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Terps, O's, and your home for the most Ravens coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage.
Bringing the team to the fans.
It's news from the Nest.
We're grateful for our media. We really are, most of the time.
With Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by Window Nation. Right now from Window Nation, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing until 2027. Offer ending soon. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
News for the Nest. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. Turn it up Tuesday. Crank it up to 12. Send a request plus for text line at 410-583-1057. If you missed it last night, Pittsburgh beat Miami 28-15. So they still maintain an advantage on top of the AFC North. Nolan, real quick, were you surprised that Will Graves basically dismissed Pittsburgh having any chance of beating Detroit on Sunday.
Not really. No. I mean, look, we've heard from plenty of Steelers people that have covered the team, and even Ryan Wilson nationally, who has a Steelers connection. They said, weeks ago as a foregone conclusion that the Ravens are going to take this division. Now, I think that would have changed a little bit after they win that first head-to-head, that maybe that gives you a little more energy, a little more juice, especially because Rodgers looked fantastic in that one, looked maybe even better last night. So, to me, as the Ravens fan speaking, yeah, I'm worried about the Steelers. They pose a big threat. I'm just hoping that game matters in Week 18. But even then, I'll be sweating going into that game. But that's the natural thing. Like, we're down on the Ravens, and maybe rightfully so this year. But even in a good year, we're around the Ravens a lot more. So we're willing to look at and pick apart their deficiencies more than people on the outside would be. Whereas they see a good team, and they're like, you're a 13, 14-win team. How could there be any issues? But we see the weak spots. The guys covering the Steelers, they see all the weak spots very much.
Pittsburgh, by the way, getting 7, 425 at Detroit this Sunday. Over-under is 51.5. So the odds maker expecting points, maybe most of them coming from the Lions. And by the way, to your point, before we get to John Harbaugh, when the Ravens were 6-5 with home games back-to-back with Cincy and Pittsburgh, they were, to me, locks to win the division, but they couldn't take advantage of those scenarios. That's why I'm hopeful but skeptical. The Ravens, that 5-game winning streak was eking out wins against subpar teams outside of Chicago. I mean, what have they done that gives you confidence that they're going to spank New England or even beat them in a close? Hey, the Looper hasn't even had to kick a game-winning field goal this year. How's he going to respond to that?
And yeah, at this point, I don't even know if the Ravens, the way we evaluate them is necessarily tied to who's healthy, who isn't, or just talent and personnel, because it's so hard to predict, right? It's the same group one week could look like world beaters, and then the week after that, they're struggling to beat a mediocre or below average, a team that's not even going to make the playoffs, and they're struggling to find any offensive rhythm or momentum. Again, it's like, they got this piece, they got that piece. They match up well here or there. I mean, in theory, sure, but this might be the ultimate on paper versus reality team I've ever seen, where on paper it's, hey, they should be one of the top teams in the AFC. In reality this year, they could be on the outside looking in.
One of the pieces that they just lost, unfortunately, is Teddy Buchanan. And here's John Harbaugh when he met with the media yesterday talking about the significance of that loss.
Teddy did a great job, just to see his progress, see him grow as a player. Defense and special teams has just been really fun. I mean, nobody's into it more than he is. He's just great. And he's going to be back next year. Should be back hopefully for training camp, ready to go and ready to kind of build on what he's done. So it's unfortunate, disappointing. It'll be be part of his story, going forward, obviously. But Trent Simpson will take that role. Trent had a really good game, played well, has been practicing great, and every time he's been playing well too. So expect Trent to come in there and just build on what Teddy's been doing, so far, and also what Trent's been doing.
You mentioned it earlier, Teddy Buchanan, second on the team in tackles to only Roquan Smith. And obviously the timing sucks. It was on punt coverage. It was a non-contact injury, as we saw with Micah Parsons against Denver on Sunday. And we see a lot, unfortunately, nowadays with the knee. Optimistic he'll be back from training camp, but I'm guessing the PUP is going to be a Teddy Buchanan's future in 2026. But the timing of the injury just couldn't be worse for him and for the Ravens.
Right, and for the immediate, right, you go to Trenton Simpson, a guy that at least you can say, all right, he's got reps under his belt, and he's had short moments in time over the past couple of years where he's played sort of a starter role. I mean, there was a couple weeks earlier this year where Roquan was out, so both Buchanan and Simpson were essentially starters for that, and he was playing 100% of the snaps. But at the same time, there's a reason that he, as a third-year player, lost out a spot to a rookie. and a fourth-round rookie at that. It's not like it was a first-rounder who was projected to come right in and start. We thought that Buchanan was going to be a bit of a project, someone that you develop, maybe makes an impact on special teams to start, and then more of a defensive guy in year 2 and year 3. Maybe it's just more of a credit to him, but I think it says something about both. It's great for Buchanan, but I don't think it's it speaks pretty poorly for Simpson that this is now multiple years in a row that he just can't cling on to that starting job, even when the job is his for the taking.
2 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, last year maybe more than this year because Buchanan was ready to rumble in the early goings of the season, and he was a starter maybe by week 3. Whereas last year it was, all right, Simpson, you're the guy. We didn't even add anybody. And then a little bit down the road, it ended up being like the Boards of the world, Chris Board, stuff like that.
Well, Trenton Simpson's got 3 games to redeem himself, and it starts on Sunday night against the New England Patriots. Sunday night football, Ravens 3-point favorites over New England. We'll get into the schedule and all that good stuff. We got the Dirty Dozen coming up in about a half an hour, but when we come back, let's count some dough. Turn it up Tuesday style. Buy or sell. Talk about the sports subjects of this day as well. And then Kevin Allstriker, USA Today. He'll join us at 12:30. Talk about the Ravens. Still in the mix to get to the postseason, but not exactly where we anticipated they would be if we're predicting the record back in late August.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
So we thought Lamar was kind of back. Is Lamar back? We think Lamar's back. We'll ask Morgan Adsit and Jacob Calvin Meyer of the Sun on the O's big offseason.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Jones Beller Hyundai's year-end savings, it's here. Celebrate and save with low 0% factory financing and make no payments until March 2026. Plus, get your choice of a Yeti chair, Turtle Box speaker, or AirPods Pro with the purchase of a new or used vehicle. Make sure that you ask for Kevin Brammer, the sales director at Hyundai. You're going to have a great sales experience, and he's going to get you a phenomenal deal. And Jones, they make it real easy with banks on site to get instant credit approval. Now, Kevin Brammer is going to get you top dollar for your trade, $500 more than CarMax. So visit JonesJunction.com to check out what car or truck is right for you. And with every new vehicle comes with Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 1 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. And Jones, they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall, so pop up and see old Kevin Brammer and stop out and check out the great year-end savings and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me.
You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat line in all one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Rob to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA and official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 and over, present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dietz & Watson's been making meats and cheeses the right way since forever. What's that mean? It means never cutting corners, ever. It means cooking, not processing. It means our Virginia brand ham that's cooked to perfection, then twice baked to layer the flavors. It takes more time, but you can taste the difference. We come to work every day to do it the right way, even if it's the hard way. Because if it's not right for us, it's not right for you. Dietz & Watson, it's a family thing since 1939.
Rumor has it there's a new side dish this fall season that's sweeter than your mom's sweet potato souffle. You can now earn Upside cash back at Giant. That's right. You can get up to $15 cash back on every Giant run at more than 100 stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. Whether you're shopping for the entire holiday menu or just picking up some last-minute items and find some peace and quiet while you're at it, you'll get Upside cash back on every Giant run. It's a pretty big deal.
Download the free Upside app and start earning today. Use promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus at Giant. Use promo code CHARM12. Giant is now on Upside. That's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off all window styles from Window Nation. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon, so schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
Time for buy or sell on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Tons going on in the world of sports. Got the Ravens hosting New England this coming Sunday. Big game for both teams, by the way. Maryland hoops. The men, they're getting spanked in the second half by Michigan. They go on to Virginia. Take on number 24 Cavaliers. Will they have Pharrell Payne at their disposal? You got the Emeritus NBA Cup tonight with the Spurs and the Knicks. You got the hot stove still percolating in some areas. The Orioles, in my opinion, have had a great offseason so far. I mean, if they go to spring training with this team, is it good enough to win the East? I don't know about all that, but we'll get into that and more. I did see that FanDuel's got them as the 6th best odds to win the World Series this year. All of a sudden, Nolan, but let's count that dough. Little buy or sell.
All right, a lot of red here. It's all good. We'll breeze through it. NASDAQ down 1165. S&P 500 down 22. Dow Jones is down 209. Under Armour's up 2 cents, but they are up.
Well, just my 2 cents.
Yes.
And Nolan, as we say many times to our audience, neither one of us know what any of that even means.
No, and I ask myself every day why we even still do this. But like
one of us on the show actually has a stake in it. The other two, me and you, just like, okay.
Well, I mean, I got stocks, but I don't even know what they are.
Yeah. Well,
I get the statement every once in a while. I'm like, oh, that's nice.
I got Under Armour. I got my weed stock, which is bad. A Puma. An Odyssey.
How do you buy stock in a plant? Come on, man.
Oh, I thought it was medical marijuana a few years ago. I thought it was going to be a happening thing.
Well, before it was legal for everybody, maybe it was popping off.
Well, I knew a couple of those dudes back in the 80s, but we digress. What's up?
Anyway, sports topics. Start here with the Seattle Seahawks. Almost suffered an embarrassing loss this week when the Phillip Rivers-led Colts marched in there. Actually led for most of the afternoon. Even still, Seahawks sit at 11-3. But are they really as big of a threat as their 11-3 record would indicate, or maybe they're merely fool's gold? Well, we should have a concrete answer this Thursday when they battle the Rams for the top spot in the NFC West. Reminder, just a couple weeks ago, the Rams got the best of Seattle in their first head-to-head meeting. Buy or sell, Bob, the Seahawks are not as strong as their record would indicate.
I'm buying it. I think Sam Darnold is still prone to the big mistake. I don't know what Mike McDonald and his offensive crew are doing in regards to Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker in regards to running the football. Jackson Smith and Jigba is arguably the best receiver in the NFL, and they're really good defensively. I just think their offensive questions are going to be too much to overcome when it's all said and done, even though it looks like Devontae Adams for the Rams might miss maybe a couple of weeks here with the hamstring.
Well, college football, this Notre Dame meltdown that we've been witnessing over the past couple weeks, very entertaining. I'll speak for myself there. We know they didn't get a spot in the CFP, so they took their ball and went home. gave a middle finger to the whole bowl process. Then came the news that starting in 2026, the Irish will get special treatment, a guaranteed spot in the CFP if they're ranked in the top 12. As a result, many schools from the big conferences are considering freezing out Notre Dame, not scheduling games against them. Heisman finalist Jeremiah Love says, well, it's because other schools are scared to face Notre Dame. Buy or sell, Bob, those other schools, other prominent programs should avoid scheduling non-conference games against Notre Dame, force them to earn a top 12 spot by playing cupcakes.
Oh, man. I'm going to sell that. I mean, they still have cachet with the name. And they have been good. And they have made the playoffs on a couple of occasions once we've gotten to whatever playoff format that it is expanding, and they're probably going to add more than 12 teams when it, mainly because Notre Dame, when it's all said and done. I don't think teams fear them any longer. They haven't won a national championship since Vinny was there, and that was 37 years ago. Still formidable, still the big names, like UCLA basketball. Yeah, okay, we know who you are, and yeah, you'll have a one-off Final Four run every now and again, and you're ranked in the top 25, but you haven't won a national championship in how many years? But yeah, Notre Dame's still Notre Dame, but the preferential, they get to be in the ACC for every other sport but football. Come on, man. I don't know. You're confusing
I think it's
me.
Ridiculous, personally.
It is ridiculous. Yeah. Why? It's not like they're Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
They're not Ohio State. They're not Michigan, for that matter. They're Notre Dame.
And year over year, they're always relevant, right? And sure, name recognition has something to do with it. They have maybe one of the largest fan bases in the country. You can say that for certain.
They travel well.
But say they were in the SEC, or not even the SEC, because that's always considered a juggernaut. But if they were in a major conference and had to play that kind of schedule every single year, would they be the year-to-year contender, or would they have, in my opinion, what would be the likely outcome is, all right, 2-3 years in a row, you're up there. Then you'd take a step back for a year or two where they'd be towards the bottom of the conference, and they'd, experience what a lot of these other schools are experiencing, where you actually have to try and compete and battle in recruiting and everything. I know they have that cachet, but you're playing nobody year after year after year, and then you get to the end of the season and let us in. It's like, well, who the hell did you beat? I mean, I know your metrics are good. You earned a lot of respect on paper because of your recruiting class, but why are you being judged differently? You want to make it easy, just join a conference. Join the ACC for football.
Yeah.
That's not even that tough of a football conference.
Not anymore, it isn't.
One last topic.
Yes, like a Nolan running hot over there.
Kansas City Chiefs.
And we're both Irish Catholics, right?
Yeah.
Are you Catholic or no?
Irish, not Catholic.
Well, I'm Irish Catholic, and I never liked Notre Dame. And you'd figure I'd be the number one rear end smoocher. I was a Maryland fan, still am. Oklahoma was my front runner team. I mean, everybody's got that national team they suck up to. It was the Sooners. I loved Oklahoma.
You check all the boxes for Notre Dame, like you said, but you forgot the third one is that you didn't go there. That's also a requisite for being a fan of Notre Dame.
Yeah, I've never been to Indiana, much less go to Notre Dame.
All right, the Chiefs here. We know their season ended with that loss to the Chargers, but even if they managed to steal a victory, the injury for Patrick Mahomes, well, that would have sunk them anyway. Now Kansas City, they're at a crossroads heading into the offseason. They have to shed some payroll to get under the cap. And just in general, they really need a facelift here. This year, it really bottomed out, but this has been probably 2, at least 3 years in a row where they've been trending or drifting rather farther away from their dominant status, even if the wins were still coming the last 2 years. Meanwhile, the rest of that division has risen to their level or surpassed them. The Chargers, they won't go anywhere. And now after this year, the Broncos could be the class of the AFC West. Buy or sell, Bob, the Chiefs have no choice but to step back and retool in 2026.
I'm going to buy it. I know we talked about this with Jared Dubin yesterday. You don't really know the severity of Patrick Mahomes' injury. I mean, is there a chance he could be back, say, in September or October for them? But they're going to have to go into the 2026 calendar year with the reality that he's not going to be your starting quarterback through OTAs and mini camps and even through all that good stuff, training camp in the preseason. So possibly they need a running game. Marquise Brown has not really panned out for them. I thought he was going to really flourish in that. hasn't been that way. Their offensive line could use some retooling. Kansas City, and you mentioned Chargers and Denver. What do they have? They have 2 young quarterbacks, and they have really good, proven championship coaches in Harbaugh and Sean Payton as well. Raiders, well, you got your own problem. But, Kansas City, I think, the dominant run has ended. This will be the first time in how many years they're not in the championship game? Since 2017, I believe it is.
Well, 14 for playoffs in general.
Right.
But
ever
championship?
since Mahomes has taken over the starting...
I think 18 then.
They've been in the championship game every year he's been their starting quarterback. For instance, the Jets have been in 4 since 1969. Championship games. It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7, much less Super Bowls. We'll come back. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw, Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. And I promise we'll do Vinny's Dirty Dozen. We must get to clock integrity, Nolan McGraw, and we're going to make it happen on this Turn It Up Tuesday.
Unscripted, unfiltered, and on camera. The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. It's proof that they actually show up for work. Yeah. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
This Christmas, I'm checking the list, naughty and nice. And at the Lions Den, you'll find gifts on both sides of the scoreboard. Whether you're keeping it sweet or kicking up the spice. Make your next play a winning one at the Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, lionsden.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
This holiday season, we'll help you with your gifts. You and your family can have the full power of America's best 5G network and 4 free 5G phones for just $25 a month per line. Holiday shopping just got easier. Now, when you should get your dog, we can't help you with that. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Offer ends January 7th, 2026. Subject to device availability. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a total base 5G unlimited plan. Port in and ID verification requirements vary by device. Limit to 4 devices per account. Rankings based on root metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary.
Christmas time has arrived here in Harford County, and with it comes all the things we love most. Family traditions, twinkling lights, and the simple joy of being together. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. This season has a way of bringing us back to what matters. The drives to school concerts, candlelight services, and those cozy visits with family and friends. For generations, Ford has been part of those journeys. Dependable, familiar, and ready for whatever December puts on the road. Or the skies. Who's to say Santa's sleigh is not a Ford? I bet there's a blue oval on that red chassis somewhere. And he's got to be driving an F-Series pickup in the North Pole, right? Anyway, during this Christmas season, our whole Plaza Ford team is here to help check off your wish list. Because if the present you've had your eye on happens to come with keys, we've got festive deals to help put it in your driveway. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Falston Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Molly's Place is your premier local outfitter. Whether you're a hunter, angler, or someone who just loves the outdoors, Molly's carries the best gear from the brands you trust, the names that deliver season after season. Shop industry leaders like Benelli, Bandit, Vortex, Beretta, Loophole, Drake, Heavy Shot, Federal, and more. All hand-selected to give you the performance and reliability you count on. And now, exclusively at our Easton store, explore the premier innovation of Kuiu, the ultra-light, high-performance gear trusted by serious hunters across the country. From firearms and ammo to apparel, boots, fishing gear, and more, Molly's has you covered. Visit us in Kennedyville, Easton, or shop anytime at mollys.com. That's right, MOLLYS.com.
wherever your season takes you.
So fuel your adventure at Molly's.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Draymond Jones did not record one of the Ravens' 3 sacks in Sunday's win, but he was maybe even more disruptive than anyone else on the defense with 5 quarterback hits. Since arriving in Baltimore at the trade deadline, he's only been credited with 1.5 sacks, yet his presence has made a strong impact on those around him on the D-line. John Harbaugh talked about the value Jones has brought in such a short amount of time.
Our defensive personality has always been what it is, so he fits it really well. It's kind of why we wanted him. He's a good football player. He plays really hard. He's got good balance, when he's rushing, stay on his feet, give you the best chance to wrap up a quarterback like Burrow, who's tough to get down.
And last night in Pittsburgh, the Steelers faced no resistance in a 28-15 win over the Dolphins to keep themselves on top of the AFC North. Aaron Rodgers remained hot by completing 23 of his 27 attempts for 224 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Up next for them is a road game against the Lions this coming Sunday. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly sunny this afternoon with temps reaching the mid-30s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Terps, O's, and your home for the most Ravens coverage, 1057 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 1057 The Fan.
Turn Up Tuesday. 5880 1057 The Fan. Vinny's off today. Me and Nolan McGraw, the old Bobster. Quick draw. Taking you up to the 1 o'clock hour. Ravens back in practice tomorrow. Getting ready for the Patriots. Here to talk about that, where they stand at 7-7. From USA Today, it's the Ravens Wire. Is on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show Kevin Allstriker. Kevin, how you feeling, man?
Feeling good, especially after what we saw the Ravens do in Cincinnati, obviously. And now we're kind of in that tiebreaker season where you got to watch, especially with the Ravens, where they do control their own destiny, but there are a lot of different scenarios that could happen over the next 3 weeks that can determine whether they make the playoffs or not.
We've been talking a lot, me and Nolan, about Teddy Buchanan today, Kevin. And first of all, how much did he exceed expectations during his rookie year that unfortunately has come to an abrupt end? And is Trent Simpson a guy that could step up here and at least, keep things acceptable running next to Roquan Smith here?
Yeah, I mean, Teddy was great for them this season. And I think for a lot of the rookie class, took some time to get their feet underneath them. But again, that's natural and that's okay. But on a team that's contending and competitive and trying to win a Super Bowl, with rookie classes, it can be difficult to kind of go through some of those growth periods because of how badly you need to win games. And I mean, we're seeing it right now, how important every single game is. So, as the year went on, Teddy really came into his own, both defensively and on special teams. He was really, really good too. And the Ravens have now lost a handful of linebackers, from Teddy Buchanan to Jay Higgins to Chandler Martin. So, it's good to have a guy like Roquan in the middle of your defense, but I thought Teddy was really coming into his own again. 90-plus tackles on the season and somebody who really, I thought, was gaining confidence. So, I've no doubt he'll bounce back. It'll be a tough road or a long recovery, but Trenton Simpson is that next man up. And, we saw him in the Cincy game. I thought he made a couple of nice plays, but, the thing with Trenton has been inconsistency. So if he can play consistent football, doesn't have to be the best linebacker in the NFL replacing Buchanan, but if he can give you that consistent pass coverage ability, rushing the passer, like he's a versatile player. So if you can do a lot of little things well, I think that will be beneficial to Baltimore.
Now, Kevin, with the defense in total, first shutout since 2018, back when Joe Flacco was the quarterback against the Tennessee Titans. What are we losing? Teddy Buchanan cannot be understated, as we just discussed, but what do we take away from that? I mean, Cincinnati made it look easy on Thanksgiving, not so much 2 days ago. New England comes to town, a team that's capable of putting up some crooked numbers, and they can really run the football when Henderson is on his point. Drake May's no slouch carrying that thing either.
No, definitely not. And, for the Ravens, the turnaround defensively has been incredible from what it was early in the season. And obviously, there are still things that they need to work out. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but on Sunday it was against the Bengals. And people will say, oh, they didn't have T. Higgins. Well, I don't care about that because, like you said, they didn't have T. Higgins in the first game either. And what happened? They put up 32 points. So the Bengals showed in that game, and, they've shown throughout Joe Burrow's career in this year when Joe was on the field that, yeah, they're a high-powered offense, and I think that we should not take any credit away from Baltimore for what they were able to do. They rattled Joe Burrow. They got under the Bengals' skin, too. Like, they played with physicality, intensity. And to be honest, to put it bluntly, they just wanted it more than the Bengals did, and that's crazy considering the Bengals literally had their season on the line, and Baltimore would have been in a tough spot if they lost that game, but I'm pretty sure they knew that, like, hey, you lose this game, you're done. So I was really impressed, and the Ravens have quietly turned themselves into a really good third down defense and a really good red zone defense. I haven't had a chance to look at the updated stats yet, but before Monday Night Football kicked off last night, the Ravens were top 10 in both of those third down and red zone defense, 8th in both in the NFL, which you had told me that after week 6, them heading into their bye, I would have said, what are you talking about? But, it shows you how much they've improved, and you have some high-powered offenses, like you said, still on the docket. Pittsburgh's playing well, so their work's cut out for them, but I hope that they can continue with what they're doing.
Kevin Allstriker, USA Today, the Ravens Wire, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. You mentioned red zone. Let's get to the offense here. They were 0 for 1 against the Bengals. No harm, no foul, as they still converted some big plays there. But, in the final 3 weeks of the season, old Denny Green, you are who you think you are, whatever the hell the quote was there. Rest in peace, Denny Green, of course. But red zone offense gets better by how much? How many increments moving forward here?
Well, it needs to get better by a lot of increments because with that 0 for 1 in the red zone, the Ravens dropped to 31st in the NFL before Monday Night Football kicked off in red zone offense, and they're at 44% on the season. Coming in at the end of the year last year, they were number 1. They had the best red zone offense last year in the league. They converted on over 70% of those, so they've dropped around 30 percentage points from where they were last season. And, there's a lot to do with it. Obviously, the O-line hasn't been a strength this season. There's been some interesting play calling at times from Todd Monk, and execution has been down in some areas as well. So, it's not one particular thing you can point to. It's a lot of things contributing to it, but they will need to get a lot of increments better in that if they want to contend, win the North, get to the postseason, because against some of these high-powered offenses, you can't kick field goals. Over the course of that game against Cincinnati, you knew that, this team needed to score touchdowns, and the defense helped them out with 6 of their own. But, if you're playing against a Patriots team and they're scoring touchdowns, you have to respond with touchdowns. Or if they're not getting anything, you want to pull away with touchdowns. So they've put Tyler Loop out there, and he's delivered for the most part this season on a lot of field goals, but you want to have him kicking extra points, not field goals at that point.
Kevin Allstriker, what's happening at USA Today, the Ravens Wire, as the Ravens get ready for New England and hopefully a big game coming up against Green Bay and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, a lot of Patriots talk this week, diving into, what each team has to do. Ravens, big game for them. Patriots after a loss to the Bills. Obviously, they're still fighting for something with that top seed and that division, so you need to win this game if you're New England. So a lot on the line for both these teams and a lot of different circumstances for them.
Kevin Allstriker, USA Today, Ravens Wire. Check it out, Kevin. Appreciate the time. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Appreciate you so much. Thanks, Bob.
You got it. Here's Kevin Allstriker. We'll come back. We've been saying it. We've been teasing it. Now it's coming your way. The Dirty Does It. Nolan McGraw's got Vinny's Dirty Does It coming your way. NFL lunch at 1 o'clock. Then we'll get to the People 5. And then we'll talk Maryland with Dave LaMonaco from Terrapin Times. What's up with football? And, of course, basketball on the men's side. And the women, they're in the top 10, top 7. But their players are dropping like flies.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
So we thought Lamar was kind of back. Is Lamar back? We think Lamar's back. We'll ask Morgan Adsit and Jacob Calvin Meyer of the Sun on the O's big offseason.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In today's college football, the landscape can shift in seconds. Nebraska's Dylan Raiola and Florida's DJ Lagway, both former blue-chip quarterbacks once seen as program cornerstones, are entering the transfer portal. Injuries, coaching changes, and instability now push two teams into instant uncertainty. One quarterback move now has the power to reshape rosters, seasons, and futures almost overnight. I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The holidays are here. When you're looking for a special gift, visit Saxon's Diamond Centers. Saxon's has top designers and beautiful jewelry at every price point. Whether you're looking for a bracelet, necklace, or engagement ring, Saxon's has something for every budget. They offer special military discounts and 0% financing. Also, bring in your gold and get a great price. It's where I'm shopping for the holidays. Trust me, you'll walk out smiling. Visit them in Bel Air, Aberdeen, and online at saxonsdiamondcenters.com.
If the city tells you to call a plumber, it's usually because you got a water leak and it's on your side of the meter. That's when you really want an amazing plumber in your corner. For just $99, we'll come out and locate the leak for you. Sometimes it's just a running toilet and we can fix it right there on the spot. Most of the time, though, the leak is between the meter and your house, which is actually good news because it's a straightforward fix. And unlike regular plumbers, we won't replace your cheapo plastic pipe with another cheapo plastic pipe. Instead, we'll replace your leaking line with a super premium, extra durable piping and fittings good enough for a 10-year no loophole warranty. Plus, we'll give you an estimate the same day with flat rate pricing and flexible payments if you need them. So don't call just any old plumber, or worse, a private equity-owned plumbing company. Call a plumber who's on your side at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Vinny and Haynie's Dirty Dozen, the 12 best NFL teams according to our GM, Vinny Serrato. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny's off today. He'll be back tomorrow. But his Dirty Dozen still very much in-house. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. We're 15 weeks through the NFL season. 15 ended last night with Pittsburgh beating the Dolphins, eliminating Miami, by the way, in the process from playoff contention. So Nolan McGraw, let's get to it. Who are the 12 best teams heading into Week 16?
Well, we can revisit what he said last week. So last week's Dirty Dozen featured the Lions at number 12, Buffalo at 11. Number 10 was Jacksonville. 9, the LA Chargers. Chicago comes in at 8. San Francisco at 7. Houston at 6. Here's your top 5. Green Bay, followed by Seattle. The Rams at 3. Denver at 2, and New England was 1.
Ooh.
So there's going to be some changes here, just to say the least. Starting at the bottom, guess who's back in the Dirty Dozen, according to Vinny? The Philadelphia Eagles. All it took was beating the Raiders, the lowly Raiders, and that's good enough to get back in.
Spanked the Raiders, and Jalen Hurts had a big day after a debacle the previous week.
Coming in at 11, he has the Jaguars here. The very convincing win, beat up on the Jets, 48-20. They'll face Denver coming up next. That's an intriguing one there.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence counted for 5 touchdowns. Is that what it was? Threw for 4, ran for another. Trevor Lawrence having a monster day. Is maybe they are for real after all at 10-4. Nolan McGraw.
So Jacksonville actually dropping a spot here compared to last week, even though they won, but it's because he has the Bills trading spots with them. The Bills are up to number 10 this week after a very nice come-from-behind win over the Patriots.
On the road, they were down 21 points, and Josh Allen went off. And for Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots, they had a chance to clinch the division, which obviously meant a playoff spot as well. Let it slip through their fingers. I don't think they're doing that Sunday against the Ravens.
Next 2 here, exact same as last week. Chargers still at 9, Bears still at 8.
Yeah, Bears, puffy pants, Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
And who was it?
Chargers at 9.
Eked out one against Kansas City and finished off the Chefs in that one.
All right, we'll go to number 7, where it is the Packers. Lost to Denver, drops them 2 spots here.
And lost Micah Parsons for the season. And Christian Watson got hurt in that game, too. So the Green Bay Packers, taking it on the chin on the road. A game, Nolan, in which they were favored to win, by the way.
Well, since Green Bay lost, somebody had to move up. But even still, I'm going to call San Francisco bias here on Vinny's part. San Francisco up to 6. They beat the Titans. Sorry, consider me unimpressed.
Well, hey, they've quietly, let me double check the record here. They're 10-4. And if you think about the 49ers, what you think of injuries, that everything that is Bosa's hurt, and they've lost Kittle for weeks, and everything is going. Ayuk hasn't played a snap this season, but Purdy missed time. But here they are, just very much quietly minding their own business and winning double digits here. So is 6 an appropriate spot? That's Vinny's list.
Right. Houston's moving up to number 5. So both of these last 2 slid up with Green Bay moving down. Houston, again, we talked about that defense a ton. It was on full display. Blowout win over Arizona.
C.J. Stroud starting to play better. Can they run the football, though, Nolan, effectively enough at the end of the season into the postseason. Woody Marks hurt his ankle. Nico Collins is a matchup nightmare for any defense. Look, this is a team that's been to the playoffs, 2 years in a row, maybe breathing down 3. It might be time for them to level up in the postseason.
Here's the big move of the week. New England down from 1 to 4. Quite the tumble there after losing a close game to Buffalo. Maybe it's the fact that they were in full control early on and let it get away from them. I guess I could understand that rationale. But then when we get to number 3, where he has the Seahawks, again, you win. So maybe that's all that matters at the end of the day. But we were just saying buy or sell. Ugly win, and maybe fool's gold here for Seattle when it's all said and done.
Yeah, they need a buzzer beater field goal to beat a 44-year-old quarterback who was almost literally off the couch, where New England lost to a Buffalo team that might, when it's all said and done, be the best in the AFC. Yeah, I dispute that. And we will tomorrow when Vinny gets back.
And then, as you would probably guess, number 2 is the Rams. Number 1 is the Denver Broncos. So those two teams last week were 2 and 3. They each slide up following New England's tumble. Both teams won. Denver beating up on, Green Bay, right? And then Rams beat Detroit.
And they are the 2 teams that so far have clinched playoff spots, Denver and the L.A. Rams. When we come back, feed you some more football, NFL lunch style. Hear more from John Harbaugh because we haven't really gotten all of the stuff we want to talk about with that. And then we got the Feeble 5. So we just gave you the Dirty Dozen, the 12 best teams, or the 5 worst teams in the National Football League. And, man, there's a lot to choose from because there are a lot of teams already been eliminated from playoff competition. Some of these teams were eliminated weeks ago, and we'll talk Maryland basketball and football with Dave LaMonica from TerrapinTimes.com. Buzz Williams and his group, they're off to Charlottesville, taking on Ryan Odom and the Cavaliers, who are ranked number 24 in the country. And Malik Washington sticking around. Maryland, 4-8's not going to get it done, I wouldn't think. What's the talent pool going to be looking like? What's the portal situation?
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Now you can gawk while we talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Save on medium Hass avocados from Mexico through December 16th. Mash and add cilantro, lime juice, and chopped onions for instant holiday party dip. While supplies last, shop in-store or online.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Rumor has it there's a new side dish this fall season that's sweeter than your mom's sweet potato souffle. You can now earn Upside cash back at Giant. That's right. You can get up to $15 cash back on every Giant run at more than 100 stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. Whether you're shopping for the entire holiday menu or just picking up some last-minute items and find some peace and quiet while you're at it, you'll get Upside cash back on every Giant run. It's a pretty big deal.
Download the free Upside app and start earning today. Use promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus at Giant. Use promo code CHARM12.
Giant is now on Upside. That's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm attorney Michael Friedman, and on behalf of myself, Stephen, and Rachel, we want to say a huge thank you to Ken Wyman, who's been a brilliant spokesperson for our firm. You know, when he says he knows us, it's because he does. We've had dinners together. He's visited our office numerous times. He's met our staff. He's read our awards. He's chatted about law and our practice, and with a little sports thrown in. And he's known Stephen for years. Now, as Ken says, we are nice people. But when it comes to representing our clients, we're like mad dogs let off a leash. We go after the defendants and insurance companies until we pound them into submission, like the Goose did. And if you don't get that reference, you're listening to the wrong station. So if you or a loved one has been injured by the negligence of another, call us at 410-363-6848 or email us directly from our award-winning website, maflaw.com, for a free consultation. The law offices of Michael Friedman, representing the community for over 40 years. And oh yeah, when you call or email, let us know that Ken sent you.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $1.25 billion.
That's right, $1.25 billion.
Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Game Day Uncensored on Horseshoe Casinos Plaza, 3 hours prior to every home football game for our pregame party. While you're there, visit Brew Brothers, home of our pregame broadcast, for some pregame eats.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Not much has made sense about the Ravens' 2025 season, and their 3-5 record at home is among the most puzzling outcomes we've seen so far. This coming Sunday will mark their final game at M&T Bank Stadium for the regular season, and once again, it'll be a primetime affair. John Harbaugh was asked if there's any extra frustration from the players over how they performed at home this year.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Point of frustration, though. Guys are locked in for the next game. Seasons go the way they go. You can look back all you want and say, well, this happened or that happened, or where do we stand right now? Where's that going to take you? You got to look forward. So no, there's no frustration. I mean, to me, that's made up.
In some injury news, the head coach confirmed that Teddy Buchanan will miss the remainder of the season with a torn ACL. He had started 13 of the team's 14 games as a fourth-round rookie and was the second leading tackler on the defense behind only Roquan Smith. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly sunny this afternoon with temps reaching the mid-30s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Terps, O's, and your home for the most Ravens coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Ruth's Chris Steakhouse with Vinny and Haynie on Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Vinny's off today. Bob Haynie and Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. We started the show with that cut from John Harbaugh, and you just heard it during Nolan's update where John Harbaugh dismissing a narrative that there's frustration coming out of one winning drive based on the fact that the Ravens are 3-5 at home. I mean, home field advantage is what it's supposed to be. Your crowd's going crazy. The crowd noise is unbearable for the opposing offense. You might even get the benefit of a call or two from the officials. Again, who knows nowadays what the hell's going on with those people. But, Nolan, John Harbaugh dismissed that and did so with a little bit of piss and vinegar. as a matter of fact, said it's fake and got a little testy in regards to the question. As you said, Jonas Schaefer, our buddy from the Baltimore Banner, asked the question, and I don't think it's an unfair question at all. When you played 8 home games, and you lost 5 of them and have been blown out in a couple of them, and the team that's coming in to play you on Sunday is undefeated on the road, maybe that leads to some of that angst that we heard from old Harbsy there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just been defensive all year. You know, he's getting a little used to the average press conference for him, having to deflect and answer for bad questions. So maybe getting a little carried away there. I think the core of what he was saying actually isn't wrong, to be fair to him, where it's, well, we can't do anything about the past at this point. It's about the next 3 games, which you're 100% right. But like what the players were saying, and yes, they did say it, it's not fake news, it's not a fake narrative, the players themselves said it, it stinks that we have that record at home. You know, obviously you want to win, but, you know, people come out, spend their hard-earned money to see this team play. You know, we've had a lot of primetime games at home this year as well and have not had good showings in them. Lions, Bengals on Thanksgiving, you know, another shot here this Sunday, but if they end up losing and losing by a wide margin, you're going to look back on this year as one of the worst, just one of the worst in general in recent history. Maybe one of the worst home performances they've had over a full season. And then when you consider how many times they were blown out at home this year, yeah, that shouldn't sit right with anybody.
And let's look at it this way, too, in regards to the home failures of 2025. They're 6-5. You've got Cincinnati on Thanksgiving, and the Ravens were significant favorites in that game. You get spanked there. Now you fall to 6-6. You get 10 days to get ready for the Steelers at home. Favorite in that game, too. Didn't necessarily get spanked, but Pittsburgh seemed to be in control for most of the game. Let's look at it this way, and I'm going to try to do GED math for you. 7-7. That's where they sit right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You take 2 losses away, that's 5. You add those to the win total, that's 9-5. If we're sitting here, they're 5-3 at home. They're in big-time control of the AFC North right now. So not being able to win at home has been detrimental to them, even overcoming the 1-5. Just recent vintage at home, detrimental to their cause, and may keep them out of the playoffs when it's all said and done.
Yep. No, and they have no one to blame but themselves. So, again, I think I still would side with what Harbaugh is saying, that, again, we rehashed time and time again what has gone wrong for this team this year. And they are different than they were in those first 5 weeks, undoubtedly. I mean, defense is way better. I don't care about level of competition. They're a better group. I mean, it is what it is. Like, if you reset that schedule from earlier this year, I'm not going to tell you that the wins losses would be much different, but I think the defensive performance would be significantly better. It's about the next 3, and one at a time too, right? We can't get carried away about blowing out or dominating the Bengals and shutting them out, even though it's the first shutout in forever. It's just one win. You know, it doesn't lock up a playoff spot. It doesn't do anything. It's just one win. That's it.
Against a bad team. Let's stress that too. Cincinnati was 4-10 going into that game.
Yeah, but I mean, the Burrow thing, that's a big difference.
I hear you.
To me.
And we saw it Thanksgiving night. Joe Burrow, he's a difference-making guy. But either way, defense, to your point, is much better than it was, say, in September when they were arguably one of the worst defenses in the NFL. And because of this early suckage, statistically, they still rate poorly in a lot of categories. But that being said, if they lose to New England at home, that might be the KO punch. Or at the very least, it's the George Foreman uppercut that gets them staggering back on their heels and has Arthur Mercanti looking really hard at them when they go to Green Bay. Because if Pittsburgh beats Detroit and the Ravens lose to New England, and you can put the playoff machine in and all that good stuff, they go to Green Bay in a 0 margin for error situation.
And I think that would do it, right? Because, by beating the Lions, that's a team that the Ravens lost to.
Correct.
So that would make
at home.
that would make up for the one game disadvantage they have in common opponents right now. The Ravens had the edge because they beat the Bears. Steelers lost to them. So that's the big factor here is that you don't even want to get to a scenario by week 18 where common opponents you're tied, because then you're screwed once it goes to conference opponents. The Steelers have a significant edge there. So, we're really riding hard on the fact that the Steelers are going to lose this Sunday. But ultimately, no matter what, 3 wins in a row for the Ravens gets it done. So that's the most important part.
NFL Lunch, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on this Turning Up Tuesday. Vinny is off today. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Let's get back to John Harbaugh. Some of the other comments that he made yesterday. Lamar Jackson only threw it 12 times, completed 8 of them, 2 touchdowns, had a pick that bounced off the hands of Zay Flowers, but did what he had to do, was efficient and effective in the win. And John Harbaugh was asked if Lamar's confidence may be growing because of that performance.
Yeah, I really don't look for signs that way. It's not really I think about it, honestly. We're always chasing those kind of plays, and I think we had 25% of our, you mentioned the low number of plays, but 25% of them were explosives, That's pretty amazing. So that was one of them, and we did have some big runs and some big passes. Some, Zay made a crazy catch in the 2-minute drive. Mark made another crazy catch in the 2-minute drive. Those are the things we're capable of. So more than anything, to me, is just going to kind of keep extending. So the big plays probably are another reason why maybe we're not. But you don't want to have to be an offense that has to go, 3 yards in a cloud of dust all the way down the field either. You have to make big plays.
Well, that was kind of the problem with the Steelers. When they were hitting the skids there, they weren't making big plays. Seen them do it the last couple of weeks. But, Zay had the deflected interception, as we talked about, which hit him right in his hands. But towards the end of the half, where he wound up scoring the touchdown, that was a hell of a catch. Even the announcer for CBS thought it was an incomplete pass. And I was like, it looked like he caught it, and they're running to the line of scrimmage. So I don't know, maybe he was staring at a cheerleader or something. But the degree of difficulty was much higher than the one that he dropped that turned out to be a pick when he made the play. And then the touchdown near the end of the first half, Nolan, that was a beautiful throw from Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, as far as Lamar gaining confidence, I don't know. I guess Harbaugh's right. They did enough. They did enough to win the game, and they were extremely efficient. Everything that we were screaming about, get the run game going early, they did. But unlike the last meeting with Cincinnati, the lack of carries overall had more to do with them, actually picking up big chunk yardage, like Harbaugh just said. It wasn't slow, methodical, long drives. They were, they're still handing it off. But Henry was averaging 9 yards a carry. So, that whatever gets the results, that's fine. I know people sometimes we get consumed, and I'm guilty of it as well. You get consumed with the volume of carries. Like, that's the end-all, be-all. But when you beat a team 24-0, and your backs, both Mitchell and Henry for that matter, are absolutely dominating, we'll take that too.
Now, speaking of a team that could dominate running the football, it is New England. With Ramondre Stevenson and the kid Henderson out of Ohio State's been outstanding. He had a big game against Buffalo last Sunday. So, John Harbaugh, what about Drake May and that New England offense and the problems they could pose for your D?
Big plays, I think, is the biggest thing when you look at their offense. They've just had a bunch of big plays. Big runs. Got a rookie running back that's, fast and explosive. You better have your angle set up on him. And, they're physical, obviously. And then, May's made some nice throws. And he runs, sometimes he runs around. But he's made some big throws and play actions and things like that. So kind of a big play offense that can run the ball.
Yeah, Henderson, the rookie out of Ohio State, 773 yards on the season, 5.4 per carry, a long of 69. He scored 7 touchdowns. Ramondre Stevenson, who's missed some action, he's a guy that could do some things as well. For Drake May, 23 touchdowns, 7 picks, quarterback rating 109. He's completing almost 71% of his passes. But we were talking about this earlier. One of our callers brought this up. He's been sacked 43 times. I was surprised to see the number of times that he has been taken down behind the line of scrimmage. And he's a big, strong, strapping, athletic guy on top of it.
But as we've seen from this Ravens defense at times this year, just because you're going up against maybe a weaker offensive line, or in this case with the Patriots, a beat-up offensive line without their starting left tackle, it doesn't always translate to success for the Ravens. You know, it goes both ways. How many times have they played a game this year like, this is the get-right game? Because their opponent is just so god-awful at whatever particular aspect of the game we're talking about that the Ravens have there's no possible way that they can't get home and they can't get sacks this week. Just watch. Just watch. I mean, they were great against the Bengals. They had 3 where they actually brought him down, but just in general, they were in his face all day. Wouldn't surprise me if they go back and post no sacks this week, because that's been the story of their entire season. Guys get hot for a week, then they disappear. Whether the ball is coming out quick or not, I don't really care. This pass rush has been extremely hard to come by in volume this year, and forget anything close to a hot streak. It just hasn't existed.
By the way, another offensive guy we must mention. We'd be remiss if we did not. Stephon Diggs, former University of Maryland Terrapin, their leading receiver with 67 catches, 3 touchdowns, 731 in air yardage there. And Mac Hollins, if it's going to be 5 below, he's going to show up wearing a diaper or something. Because we saw what he was looking like.
That's the only time he's making headlines is when he's doing something to draw attention to himself. Because the ball ain't coming his way. That's for sure. Never has in his entire career, but somehow he's one of the most discussed players wherever he goes.
When we come back, we gave you the Dirty Dozen. Nolan did a few minutes ago. The 12 best teams in the NFL, led this week by the Denver Broncos. Now we get to the Feeble 5. Who are the 5 worst teams through 15 weeks? And then Dave LaMonaco, TerrapinTimes.com. Talk about what's happening in College Park with the football team and with Buzz Williams and his Turtles. Pharrell Payne, will he be going to Charlottesville as Maryland takes on the Virginia Cavaliers this weekend?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
So we thought Lamar was kind of back. Is Lamar back? We think Lamar's back. We'll ask Morgan Adsit and Jacob Calvin Meyer of the Sun on the O's big offseason.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Make your reservation for holiday lunch at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Available beginning December 2nd from Monday through Friday. Enjoy limited time favorites like steak and frites, or create your own entree salad, or enjoy classic favorites like the petite filet, stuffed chicken, the R burger, crab cake sandwich, and steak sandwich. Or have a drink and something sweet like our signature carrot cake and chocolate sin cake. Make your reservation for holiday lunch today. Only at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Annapolis, Baltimore, Odenton, and Pikesville.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This year, give them a gift that helps them make the shelf, not a gift that ends up collecting dust on one. During Lowe's December deal drops, get 2 free Select DeWalt tools when you buy a Select DeWalt 5 amp hour battery kit. Plus, all rewards members get free standard shipping. Shop December deal drops today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/17. While supplies last. Free shipping excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a post-pay consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Vinny and Haynie's Feeble Five. A handful of teams we wish the Ravens were playing. 105.7 The Fan.
A few minutes ago, Nolan gave you Vinny's Dirty Dozen. The 12 best teams in the NFL through 15 weeks, led by the Denver Broncos, who clinched a playoff spot. They're 12-2. They've won, 10 in a row, something crazy like that. They're doing all sorts of zany things. So an appropriate number one, I got no problem with it. Then again, it's not my list. Now we get to the opposite end of the spectrum. The 5 worst teams in the NFL through 15 weeks. A lot of these teams have earned this status for many, many months. Let's do it, Nolan. The Feeble 5.
All right, revisiting his list from last week, Arizona was number 5, followed by Tennessee at 4, Giants at 3, Vegas at 2, and the Commanders. Your worst team distinction, well, they won. What does that mean? We'll start this week. Number 5, New York Jets. Lost to Jacksonville, blown out by Jacksonville, 48-20, the final score there. They'll face New England coming up, New Orleans coming up next.
Yeah, and the Saints have beaten Tampa and Carolina the last 2 weeks. Brady Cook, the rookie out of Missouri, he got the start. And, the Jets, it's been a disaster for many, many years. They haven't made the playoffs in, 15, 16 seasons. Another futile attempt at mediocrity falls short and appropriately in the Feeble 5.
Arizona is number 4 in this week's rankings. They're now 3-11, a loss to Houston, another blowout loss there. They'll face Atlanta coming up next.
It would get lost in the suckage that is Arizona. Is Trey McBride's a really good player, the tight end. He had a monster game this past weekend, but they took Kyler Murray with the first pick in the draft a few years ago. He was a first-round pick by the A's in baseball. Top 10, if I'm not mistaken. Went to the NFL, had flashes of brilliance, got paid, and since then it's been injuries after injuries. Haircut got whacked. Kingsbury during his watch. Gannon might be next. Arizona, kind of Siberia-like in the NFL nowadays.
Number 3 is the Tennessee Titans at 2-12. They lost to San Francisco 37-24. And now they'll get Kansas City coming up next. So who knows? No Patrick Mahomes? Maybe a chance to steal one? Probably not, but even still.
Well, they need a head coach when that's all said and done in the offseason. Cam Ward, I think there's big upside with him. Pollard run effectively, but is he really kind of a feature back guy? He really, and I know Chigagonkwo, former Terp, is a reliable tight end kind of guy. They need wide receivers. They need help defensively. Tennessee. Not too long ago, Nolan, remember, they were the number 1 seed in the AFC and got upset by Burrow and the Bengals in the playoffs.
The Giants are in at number 2, also 2-12, and obviously that held true last week. He always had the Giants as worse off than the Titans, but if I examine these 2 teams on paper, I might flip them. I know it's semantics here. We're talking about two-win teams here, but I don't know. Maybe I'm still infatuated by what Jackson Dart's done this year compared to Cam Ward.
Well, Jackson Dart's a concussion waiting to happen. And he's kind of getting sick of hearing it. But Malik Neighbors has been out for the majority of the season. They've got intriguing pieces on defense, especially in regards to getting to the quarterback. The kid from Penn State, Abdul Carter, he had a couple of sacks last week after kind of blowing off team-mandated, functions. Can they run the ball? I still think Ward's upside's better than Dart. Dart's got a little more of I don't know, that New York, hey, look at me attention, because now I'm seeing pictures of him and attractive young ladies. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Well, I guess I understand the power ranking logic here, the Giants being 2, because they did lose to the Commanders, who were Vinny's worst team last week.
And we're getting spanked by the Commanders till they came back and made it somewhat respectable late.
Right. So now your new worst team in the NFL, according to Vinny Serrato, is Las Vegas. Probably no real argument here, losing to Philly, shut out by Philly. One of 2 shutouts this weekend. 31-0 was the final score. And they might get shut out again this week. They got Houston. So who knows? It might be tough sledding to find the end zone again.
They won their opener against New England, ironically enough. Since then, they're 1-12. The only other win was against the Titans. But they have lost, let me do my man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. It's bad. There's no quarterback hope there. Genty, would you say he's been disappointing as a rookie?
Oh, very much so.
Given the draft status, he's going to come in and kind of be the dude. It hasn't happened. They've got wide receiver problems. We might see old Pete Carroll one and done with Las Vegas. And, he's advanced age and, he's had a lot of success at both the collegiate and pro levels. If I'm a Raiders fan, other than just being a Raiders fan, because they're like Notre Dame, they're one of like the Cowboys and the Yankees and, Lakers, et cetera, they've got this national fan base. You talk about irrelevance in regard to winning championships. I mean, the Raiders did make the playoffs a couple years back with, what's his name, Derek Carr. It didn't last long. But, man, this used to be one of the proud franchises in all of sports. Forget about just football. Now they're just totally forgotten in that era.
Right. And I don't know what to think about Genty moving forward. I mean, I think you give him the benefit of the doubt and say that, all right, he can be better than what he was this year. But after all that mileage in college, maybe it is fair to wonder if the transition to the NFL might not be as smooth as people expected. And even still, I mean, look, you got to get the quarterback situation figured out. That's number one. Coaching, whatever you want to say about that, it always comes down to who's your quarterback. Either you have one or you don't. But trying to entice one to come there, if that's what you have to do in free agent, I mean, Brock Bowers, again, Genty. I mean, there are some pieces to maybe build around, but even defensively with Crosby, like there's 3 guys, Genty, Crosby, and Bowers. You feel like, all right, any team would love to have those guys, but it feels like those are their only 3 players. I mean, their kicker's not half bad either, but that's about it.
Now, if the playoffs started today, Nolan, in the NFL, Denver's the number 1 seed in the AFC. They would get the first round bye and home field advantage throughout, as long as they last. New England would host Houston. That's a scary game, 2 versus 7. Jacksonville, we talked about this yesterday, would probably be home dogs to Buffalo. And then Pittsburgh would host the Chargers. What do you think that line would be? LA minus 1 or 2, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. They would be favored. I know that.
The Chargers, they got a banged-up quarterback, a banged-up offensive line. They did beat the Steelers, not that long ago. I think they'd be favored, but I'm not getting on the old lightning bolt bandwagon yet.
No.
They're not charging like they have historically done, but I ain't afraid of.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, when you're going to examine the rest of the potential playoff field here in a minute, but outside of Buffalo, if we're talking experience, nobody's got it. I mean, even your suspected top 2 teams with Denver and New England, jury very much out on how Bo Nix does have 1 playoff win, so you give him credit for that.
Okay,
but or 1 playoff start.
Trevor Lawrence had one when the Chargers choked that big lead away a couple years ago.
Right. And Drake May, no playoff experience. So, again, he's looked great this year. He's an MVP finalist, or he will be. He did rightfully so, well-deserved. But like many quarterbacks in the league, that doesn't always translate to the playoffs. And usually your first trip there, depending on what your matchup would be. And in this case, Houston, if I'm a Patriots fan, I'd be sweating that one out for sure. League's best defense, even if I am hosting, I don't like that one bit.
And real quick with the NFC, Rams have clinched a playoff spot right now, number 1. Bears would host Green Bay. Philly would host San Francisco. Tampa would host Seattle. So there you go. That's your field. We'll come back, talk Terps. Dave LaMonaco, TerrapinTimes.com. Funhouse, Dolan McGraw, Inside Access at 2.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
Hey there, Jason Lockenflora here. Town Appliances year-end shopping event is on right now where you can save up to 45% off select appliances. Let their expert team take care of you this holiday season. Stop by that showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or start shopping online at townappliance.com.
This holiday season, FH Fur is spreading comfort and kindness. Schedule your $49 36-point heating inspection and maintenance check and make sure your system is safe, efficient, and ready for winter. And while you're keeping your family cozy, you'll help others too. FH Fur is donating the proceeds up to $10,000 to Toys for Tots. Because warmth isn't just felt in your home, it's something we share. Stay warm. Share joy. That's FH Fur.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
Guys, let's be honest. We spent all season yelling at the TV, pretending that's what makes us MVPs at home. But this Christmas, yeah, time to actually win one. And the play? Lion's Den. Whether she's naughty, nice, or hopefully a little of both. No judgment. They've got gifts that guarantee you're the hero of the holiday. Romantic stuff, fun stuff, the I can't believe we're trying this stuff all in one place. So quit guessing and start scoring. Pleasure, passion, romance. Lion's Den. Go big this holiday.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Quality is very important here at the North Pole. You see, I checked my list once, twice, all done.
Well, Santa, quality's important to us at Nissan, too. We actually test every model thousands of times. There's the frame twist test, shaker test, corrosion test, drive load test, tug-of-war test, towing test, off-roading test, practical strength test, splash test, corrugated road test, chassis dynamics test, water intrusion test, extreme heat test, extreme cold test, rough road test, jump test, curb impact test, and physical parts tests.
Save on J.D. Power's #1 mainstream brand in new vehicle quality at the Nissan year-end event. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, 2025 Murano or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per 1,000 financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 1/5/26.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Make your reservation for holiday lunch at Roost Chris Steakhouse starting December 2nd from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. Enjoy steak and frites or classics like the stuffed chicken, the R-Burger, or steak sandwich. Only at Roost Chris Steakhouse in Annapolis, Baltimore, Odenton, and Pikesville.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday afternoon, John Harbaugh confirmed that rookie linebacker Teddy Buchanan did in fact suffer a torn ACL in Sunday's win over Cincinnati, and he will now be out for the remainder of the season as a result. He quickly settled into a starting role alongside Roquan Smith earlier this year, while Trenton Simpson was used more situationally. Now the third-year linebacker will be called upon to stabilize things moving forward. Coach Harbaugh doesn't see that being an issue.
Trent plays the will linebacker spot in certain personnel groups, and I think he's done really well. Like I said, he's played great. He played good against the run, played good against the pass, the reps he's had. Really not worried about it at all.
Meanwhile, in Major League Baseball, the Blue Jays are keeping their foot on the gas in free agency by signing right-handed reliever Tyler Rogers to a 3-year, $37 million deal. The 34-year-old made more relief appearances than anyone in the league this past season and finished with a 1.98 ERA while splitting time between the Giants and Mets. Toronto has now shelled out $277 million in pitching contracts so far this winter. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly sunny this afternoon with temps reaching the mid-30s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Terps, O's, and your home for the most Ravens coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday, Godzilla. Louis Cult, chosen by you, the people. One more segment to go. Get your request in. Cloud Sport text sign at 410-583-1057. It's Vinny and Haynie. Vinny's off today. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Joining us now. I know we've been talking a lot of football today. Ravens football, that is. 3 games left in the regular season. Let's talk a little Maryland football and hoops. Joining us now from TerrapinTimes.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show, Dave LaMonaco. Dave, how you feeling?
I'm doing well, Bob. How are you, buddy?
I can't complain, man. I think a COVID test is coming my way, though. I can't stop coughing here. We are on camera, and they're seeing me do it. But either way, before the Maryland game against Michigan basketball Saturday, Malik Washington announced that he was coming back to the University of Maryland. Was there ever any chance, however slim it may have been, Dave, that he would have been leaving Maryland?
Only if Mike Loxley wasn't here. As long as Loxley was here, that was a foregone conclusion. That was the guy that brought him in, and as soon as Loxley, it was announced that he was coming back, it was pretty much assured that Washington would be back as well. So there's really not too much. And when he said it, that was just, it really wasn't a huge deal. We pretty much already knew that.
Now, it's on defensively, Stewart, Mathis, etc. I know Stewart's dad, talking about, negotiating to stick around at the bar of the game show, The Price is Right, because Mathis and Stewart were both considered among the top freshman rush guys in the collegiate landscape this year. Any hubbub or update on what their status might be here?
Right. Sydney, his father came out and said some things like, basically implied that he's coming back as long as the money is right, that kind of thing. So I think that they're probably going to get that worked out. It sounds like Stewart is back. Mathis, we think is going to be back. He's been a little bit more mum. Nothing would surprise me in this day and age of NIL, and I know that some teams have contacted him. We know that he likes it here. We know that he likes Loxley and the guys on the team. I'm thinking that they're probably going to be able to find out because they like that idea of having, those 3 edge rushers with Stewart, Mathis, and Ely. That would give you a great trio, 2 of them playing end and 1 outside linebacker. I think Mathis likes that idea as well. But we'll see what happens. You never know in this day and age if a blue blood comes sniffing and offers him a lot.
Now, getting back, Dave, to quarterback with Malik staying, which is good news, of course. Does that mean we're going to see attrition at the quarterback position in regards to people portaling out here?
Yeah, we already did while you were on the air. Christian Martin already announced that he's entering the transfer portal, as we expected. That was a foregone conclusion. He basically, and then his brief time on the field during the season, that he should be a starter somewhere. Probably should have been the starter this year, but politics and things. So Malik was the starter. Christian Malik was here, so he's out. And Justin Martin might be next. And then, we'll see. They'll probably bring in another guy to back up Malik. And then you got the freshman from Ohio, Nate Barnhart coming in. He'll be there too. And, they'll just rebuild that room. So I don't expect Justin Martin to be around either. So it's Malik and then a bunch of new guys.
Dave LaMonaco, TerrapinTimes.com. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. All right, let's get to Buzz Williams and his crew. We saw Pharrell Payne go down on Saturday. Ankle, knee, who knows? It was a lower extremity. We had Buzz one yesterday, and as you know, Dave doesn't like talking about injuries very much, if at all. But what does your stethoscope say in regards to Payne? Will we see him against Virginia? And I guess Maryland fans, the way he went down against the Wolverines, will we see him at all for the rest of this campaign?
I think so. Yeah. It's not a huge deal. I don't think, from what we've been able to gather. Had the nice ice on the knee and everything, but we've heard that it's not a major thing. It certainly, well, I guess the hip dip wasn't as bad as we thought either, because he only missed one game. What we've heard is that he might only. Trying to think whether he's going to play. It's too early in the week to tell. I don't think he's practicing yet. My guess is that he's not going to play against Virginia, but probably will be ready for Big Ten. Maybe they'll hold him out of the American game too, which is the last non-conference game. But should be ready for Big Ten play as far as we know. We'll see about Virginia. It's still a couple days away. And I know that he's not practicing yet. We'll see what happens the rest of this week, though, because that game's not until Saturday.
Dave, as you know, Buzz, because of injuries, he hasn't been able to get the squad together on a consistent basis at all. And we saw two guys down, Delpino and Watts on Saturday. So that being said, a lot of turnovers, and in particular, when they turn the ball over, the other teams make them pay. We saw Michigan do it. We saw Iowa do it a couple of nights ago, or a couple of weeks ago. How surprised are you that they've been as careless with the ball as they've been, and that they're not really doing a good job of trying to, prevent those mistakes from becoming detrimental to the scoreboard here?
You do have to give some. I mean, they're playing some pretty elite defenses too, so you do have to give some credit to them, Michigan and stuff. But yeah, Miles Rice was not known as a ball handler at Indiana. I was honestly a little bit surprised that they went after him and considered him a lead guard. I wasn't that impressed with him when he was at Indiana. So the fact that they tried to make him the primary ball handler ahead of Hoyt this year was a little perplexing to me. He sort of is the same player. He can get hot at times, as we saw, hit from three, but isn't really the guy that you want running the show. So that doesn't surprise me that he's turning the ball over some. Pharrell Payne, the problem is he's getting double teamed, sometimes triple teamed, and it's hard for her in times. He just just gives the ball up, and that's an issue. But, he's got to work on that. Buzz has been trying to get him to work on that with his hands and things like that. But, there's only so much that you can really do there when you're getting double and triple teams. Sometimes you're just going to give the ball up. So that's an issue, too, with Pharrell Payne. The other guys, Darius Adams is a freshman. He throws some lazy passes once in a while. It's going to happen. It's just stuff that they got to work on. I don't know if it's really a surprise or not. It just is what it is.
All right, last thing for you, Dave LaMonaco, TerrapinTimes.com. Darius Adams, 5-star recruit, getting him to flip from UConn, a big accomplishment for Buzz Williams. And he hasn't played poorly as a freshman, but was he supposed to be a better shooter coming out of the high school ranks? Because a lot of clanging early on in his career from deep, 24% from beyond the arc.
Right. I think that'll get there. He works too hard and he's too good of a player. I think that he's that'll start to fall eventually. I'm going to give it up to him as being a freshman. He wasn't at the level of like a Derek Queen was coming out of high school, where he's just ready to physically dominate right away. But we'll see what happens. With that, I think that just him getting more shots up in the gym and just practice reps and things, that I think that he'll eventually get there. But, we'll see. You never know.
Dave LaMonaco, TerrapinTimes.com. Dave, always appreciate the time. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you and your family. And we'll talk to you after the New Year's. Hopefully Maryland's starting to percolate a little bit, get themselves back into some bubble talk when it's all said and done.
Right. All right. Merry Christmas, Bob. Have a good one, buddy.
You take it easy, man. There's Dave LaMonaco. We'll come back, take a trip through the funhouse. Nolan McGraw, Inside Access, takes over at 2 o'clock.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
So we thought Lamar was kind of back. Is Lamar back? We think Lamar's back. We'll ask Morgan Adsit and Jacob Calvin Meyer of the Sun on the O's big offseason.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Arch Manning's father, Cooper, told reporters last night that his son will return to Texas next year. There was some buzz that he might go pro, but Manning is emulating his famous uncles who stayed in college 4 years. Arch is smart. He had an up-and-down season, and there's a lot of data that getting more starts under your belt in college helps in the NFL. If you're a Texas fan, time to celebrate, because the pros will just have to wait. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done? Maybe it's time to go for IT. Whether you're just starting out, switching careers, or a military veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you launch a rewarding career in IT in months. No prior experience needed. Why spend years getting a traditional degree when your future in IT can start right now? Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Jones Beller Hyundai's year-end savings, it's here. Celebrate and save with low 0% factory financing and make no payments until March 2026. Plus, get your choice of a Yeti chair, Turtle Box speaker, or AirPods Pro with the purchase of a new or used vehicle. Make sure that you ask for Kevin Brammer, the sales director at Hyundai. You're going to have a great sales experience, and he's going to get you a phenomenal deal. And Jones, they make it real easy with banks on site to get instant credit approval. Now, Kevin Brammer is going to get you top dollar for your trade, $500 more than CarMax. So visit JonesJunction.com to check out what car or truck is right for you. And with every new vehicle comes with Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 1 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. And Jones, they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall, so pop up and see old Kevin Brammer and stop out and check out the great year-end savings and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me.
Let Green Valley make your holiday gathering the hit of the season. Whether you're hosting a small get-together or the biggest celebration of the year, we've got everything you need. Choose from delicious entertaining options, crowd-pleasing catering, and the freshest seafood around. Need the perfect centerpiece? Our in-store butchers are ready to hand-cut your holiday favorites just the way you like. And don't forget to top off the night with a tasty scratch-baked dessert from Lauer's Bakery. All your holiday must-haves, all in one place. Available at all locations. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done? Maybe it's time to go for IT. Whether you're just starting out, switching careers, or a military veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you launch a rewarding career in IT in months. No prior experience needed. Why spend years getting a traditional degree when your future in IT can start right now? Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Turn it up Tuesday. The Who out the door for you. Vinny's back tomorrow. Back film study. Ravens, they're winning against Cincinnati. Offense and defense. And we'll start getting you ready for week 16 of the NFL season, which starts Thursday night. Rams at Seattle. LA 1.5-point favorites there. Your other matchups for this weekend's games. You got the Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Commanders. Hard to believe that less than a year ago, this was the battle for the NFC Championship game. Won by Philly. Eagles are 6.5-point favorites there. Green Bay. This is Saturday, by the way. Philadelphia, Washington, and then Green Bay's at Chicago. Packers 1.5-point favorites, Nolan, at the Bears.
It's going to be a good one. Actually, some good matchups all around. Thursday Night Football is great. Saturday night's great. We're cooking here. Sunday night's great. The Ravens.
Yeah. Time sucks, but still an interesting game. And let's not forget, too, that Friday night starts the college football playoffs with Alabama, Oklahoma. And then Saturday, you got a couple more games. Saturday's chock full of pigskin. No doubt about that. And your college basketball, it's a hoops feast. Maryland taking on Virginia. I mean, if you can't find something to watch as a sports fan this weekend, you should just not watch sports.
Well, I can find it, but I can't. I don't know if I can keep up. I'll try my best.
Right. You can make it.
It's kind of my job, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, that's why.
Now that I think about it,
3 TVs, baby. It's life changing, Nolan. TVs are cheap. Go get yourself one. Speaking of New England and Baltimore, Ravens 3-point favorites in that one. Sunday night, Bills at Browns. Buffalo -10. Chargers at Cowboys. Dallas -1.5. They can't quit the Cowboys, too, these odds makers. Kansas City's at Tennessee. Chiefs -3.5. Cincinnati's at Miami, 1.5. We're talking about teams that have been eliminated. Jets at Saints. New Orleans, 4.5. Minnesota Giants, both eliminated. Minnesota 3. Tampa, Carolina. Sunday, Buccaneers 3-point favorites over the Panthers, who are 4-2 at home.
Somebody please take the division. Please watch this end in a tie.
Yeah, I want Carolina to do it, but I don't know if they're up to the challenge, to be honest with you.
I mean, I flipped after the Buccaneers' last loss. I was like, I'm all in on the Panthers, and then they go lose to New Orleans. Nobody wants this. It's right there. I mean, this division has sucked for like 3-4 years straight. And every year, I mean, outside, there was maybe 1 year in there where the Bucs won 10 games. But other than that, 9 wins feels like a world beater there.
Yeah, post Brady, good luck with all that. And Tampa's won. I mean, Baker's had a good little run here. Jacksonville's at Denver. This is going to be a good big one. Denver -3, trying to maintain the top spot in the division. A couple of also-rans. Atlanta, 2.5 at Arizona. Pittsburgh's at Detroit. Lions -7. Total points, 51.5. That's 425 Ford Field controlled environment there.
And I'm with Tony in Rosedale, who called earlier in the show. Didn't even cross my mind here, but Ravens will know the outcome of that game heading into their matchup against the Patriots. And we're all hoping, obviously, that Detroit wins that game. But there you go. It could be right in front of you. Steelers loss. Let's go out. Let's roll. Take advantage.
All right. Well, I think New England's going to have a lot to say about whether or not they want to roll or not.
Well, it doesn't mean I'm picking the Ravens. I'm just saying, ideally, this is a nice setup here for the Ravens.
Now, Houston, we just talked about them. They're 14.5-point favorites against the Raiders coming up on a Sunday afternoon. And then Monday Night Football, Nolan, you brought this one up, 49ers at the Colts. Phillip Rivers looks like he will get the start there. But Indianapolis, after the brilliant start to the season, as Danny Dimes was in the MVP conversation, right now they're kind of on life support in regards to their playoff hopes. And as we talked about earlier when we did the Dirty Dozen, San Francisco's quietly won 10 games this year. Just doing it.
Yeah, I think the Colts lose out. Outside of a fun little moment here or there, maybe a crazy play of Phillip Rivers, it's not there. And Jonathan Taylor, who really was supposed to carry that offense with Rivers coming in, just let him manage, hopefully not turn the ball over. Well, they gave Taylor the carries. He did nothing with it. Now, does that say more about Seattle's defense? Does it say maybe the Colts offensive line is wearing down, Taylor himself wearing down? I think I'll still buy into Taylor himself. But, Niners defense, no slouch. And the rest of the way here for the Colts, Jaguars the week after, and we know that Texans defense to round it out. They're incredible. So this feels like they're going to finish the year with 8 straight losses, or seven straight losses.
And all we were just talking about, Danny Dimes, MVP candidate, Jonathan Taylor at the very least was going to be an offensive player of the year guy, and he's struggled the last few weeks. He was early in the season. He was putting up monster games, but that has quieted down in a big way.
Yeah, he could still get it. I mean, I'm trying to think of another person that swooped in to take it. Well, maybe Jackson Smith and Jigba, a receiver. But, Jonathan Taylor's sitting on 1,400 yards, 16 touchdowns, though.
Yeah.
That'll be hard to overlook.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Quick draw. You ready to get to that fun house of yours?
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Start with the Ravens offense. Texter here says, I didn't see enough to say Lamar has figured it out. At least he was accurate in his limited pass attempts, but still not using his legs much at all. The dominance of the run game, overall defensive effort, that's what won them the game on Sunday.
He seems to have a little more juice running the football than he did a couple of weeks back. But, let's not put them in the category of the Ravens offense we've seen in 23-24. They're still rated statistically poor in a lot of categories here offensively. The good news is Derrick Henry's starting to get it together, too. Just give him the ball.
Another one assessing the Ravens-Bengals game. Texter here says, I think that game and the outcome was more about the Bengals not wanting to be there than it was about the Ravens dominating. Burrow in particular should be answering the most questions. We can celebrate the Ravens defense, but Burrow, the rest of that team, clearly did not want to be out there on Sunday.
You think maybe after blowing that lead against Buffalo, even though they weren't mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, it was deflating and the effort level wasn't what it should have been. I mean, Burrow before the game talking about he wasn't having fun. And if you can't have fun, what's the point of doing it? And we basically saw that Sunday afternoon.
Well, they're not shutting him down.
Nope.
I saw that news come out, so he's going to keep
play the rest
playing.
of the season, yeah.
And hard to argue against it. I mean, you understand on the surface, protect him from injury, a guy who's been very injured in his career, but paying him all that money, and from his standpoint, he's like, I got to get out there. I'm still knocking some rust off. I've missed more games than I played here in recent history.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's not going to have a lot of fun in the last 3 weeks either.
Let's see. One last text here. This one says, can the Ravens beat the Steelers in a rematch? Of course. But I think we should be giving them more credit for the way they've looked these past 2 weeks. Everyone wanted to bury Rodgers and their offense after the embarrassing loss to the Bills, but they've been dialed in ever since.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers has played really well based on his early season performance last couple of weeks. They're winning games they're supposed to win. They won a big one here in Baltimore. Last night, Miami was playing for their postseason lives, and they failed that one. If they could stun the Lions, then I think we have to concede that Pittsburgh's probably going to be division champions here in 2025. That's going to do it for us. Vinny's back tomorrow. Inside Access coming up here in a matter of minutes. For Nolan McGraw, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network, here to help you beat the books. We're going to the association, getting in the weeds. We're taking over 35.5 points, rebounds, and assists for Spurs big guy Victor Wembanyama. He made his return to the association earlier this weekend. Prior to the injury, he was hitting this number on a regular basis. He's taking on the Knicks in Madison Square Garden tonight. Big-time venue. Expect a big-time performance from Wemby. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Christmas time has arrived here in Harford County, and with it comes all the things we love most. Family traditions, twinkling lights, and the simple joy of being together. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. This season has a way of bringing us back to what matters: the drives to school concerts, candlelight services, and those cozy visits with family and friends. For generations, Ford has been part of those journeys. Dependable, familiar, and ready for whatever December puts on the road. Or the skies. Who's to say Santa's sleigh is not a Ford? I bet there's a blue oval on that red chassis somewhere. And he's got to be driving an F-Series pickup in the North Pole, right? Anyway, during this Christmas season, our whole Plaza Ford team is here to help check off your wish list. Because if the present you've had your eye on happens to come with keys, we've got festive deals to help put it in your driveway. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Falston Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Tired, wired, uninspired? LifeMed Institute's IV therapy is like a lightning bolt of vitality straight to your veins. Electrolytes, vitamins, and minerals flooding your system faster than you can say energy drink who? Whether you're crushed from the holiday shopping, demolished from decorating marathons, or you just need to bounce back from festive party activities, why sip when you can drip? Revive, restore, rock on. Plus, give the gift that keeps on giving, a LifeMed Institute gift card. Give them the gift to look and feel their absolute best. Call 410-575-1200 today. LifeMed Institute, where wellness meets wonderful. Be sure to tell them Jeremy Conn sent you.
Rumor has it there's a new side dish this fall season that's sweeter than your mom's sweet potato souffle. You can now earn Upside cash back at Giant. That's right. You can get up to $15 cash back on every Giant run at more than 100 stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. Whether you're shopping for the entire holiday menu or just picking up some last-minute items and find some peace and quiet while you're at it, you'll get Upside cash back on every Giant run. It's a pretty big deal.
Download the free Upside app and start earning today. Use promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus at Giant. Use promo code CHARM12.
Giant is now on Upside. That's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When someone treats you like family, you remember it. That's why so many clients send their loved ones to Rice Law. Because we don't just handle cases, we take them personally. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything. With trusted guidance and personal attention, so you can focus on what matters most. Your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Draymond Jones did not record one of the Ravens' 3 sacks in Sunday's win, but he was maybe even more disruptive than anyone else on the defense with 5 quarterback hits. Since arriving in Baltimore at the trade deadline, he's only been credited with 1.5 sacks, yet his presence has made a strong impact on those around him on the D-line. John Harbaugh talked about the value Jones has brought in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, our defensive personality has always been what it is, so he fits it really well. It's kind of why we wanted him. He's a good football player. You know, he plays really hard. He's got good balance, when he's rushing, stay on his feet, give you the best chance to wrap up a quarterback like Burrow, who's tough to get down.
And last night in Pittsburgh, the Steelers faced no resistance in a 28-15 win over the Dolphins to keep themselves on top of the AFC North. Aaron Rodgers remained hot by completing 23 of his 27 attempts for 224 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Up next for them is a road game against the Lions this coming Sunday. This Fan Flash is brought to you by Dubo Law. When you've been hurt in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly sunny this afternoon with temps reaching the mid-30s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Terps, O's, and your home for the most Ravens coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I believe all of us on offense had the rhythm. It felt like us, and we just had to keep pushing the envelope. Just keep getting first downs, stay out of get back on track. Because it's hard to convert in the NFL. Trying to get back on track. So we stayed out of those situations, but got positive yards and stayed ahead of the sticks.
Yeah, it was critical. I think we got a big sack, got him backed up, got him stopped, got the ball back on the touchback, and then went down the field in about 45 seconds or so. And Lamar made huge plays. Zay Flowers comes up with a massive catch. Lamar makes a great throw. And then Lamar's poised in the pocket. One thing about Lamar, he will take some sacks sometimes, But I also think it's a function of Lamar has a pretty good feel for the fact that he can also make some plays. And so he held the ball in there a couple times, a little longer than maybe he's going to make you comfortable, and yet found receivers. And one time got out and scrambled also. So it still comes back to Lamar. He's.
So you heard Lamar Jackson talking about the rhythm they had in Cincinnati, and you heard Harbs talk about Lamar making plays. And we mentioned this more than a couple times yesterday. Lamar Jackson has never lost a football game weeks 15 through 18 as a NFL quarterback. The only time the Ravens have lost are years where he's been hurt late in the season. It was a limited sample, but we saw him do things that we've seen peak Lamar do in this game in Cincinnati. So with that in mind, is it possible Lamar's about to put that cape on as we head down the stretch here?
I think it's fair to ask and wonder and maybe project that the best is yet to come for Lamar. Are we going to get 2024 Lamar and 2024 Ravens offense? I don't think so. I don't think it's fair to even aspire to that at this point. But can we get a more robust version of the Lamar experience?
I don't think you pronounced it right.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my way and not our friend's way. Yeah.
I check that, Bones.
Robust.
There it is.
Look, could he start to look like he did at times in the Buffalo game? I think it's possible. I think that was a springboard performance and one that he was able to flash, look more spry, look more agile, look more explosive, but then not have to overdo it. Everything was low volume because they barely ran any plays and they won comfortably. And so he didn't have to overexert himself in the cold where you worry about soft tissue and things like that, especially for a guy who's been on the injury report with 5 different things. I think there's a lot of positives to take from that experience. And
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a run of form from Lamar that puts this team on his back and leads them to a long playoff run. I'm not sure about that, but I think we could see him hitting more high notes more consistently than we have. And if the defense can play against good quarterbacks from here on out, they're not going to play as well as they did against Burrow, but if they can play well against good quarterbacks,
can they make plays
and get off the field on fourth down, then Lamar, I think, has a chance to keep this team in games against almost anybody. And I think given the way this season's gone, that's about as good as you could hope for.
I'm with you on all of that. The guy that we saw last year, you're not going to see him the rest of this season.
I don't think so.
It's not going to happen. But looking at this from a glass half full perspective, you just played the Bengals on Sunday. Go back to Thanksgiving. He looked night and day better than Thanksgiving night, where he was a serious detriment to this football team, and with an interception and losing 2 fumbles and missing layup throws to Zay Flowers on the sideline on a third down play and a swing pass to Keaton Mitchell that he one-hops. He looks so much better than that from 2 weeks ago. And I also think it brings up this point where now that you're starting to see him a little more confident with his legs and running ability, and you saw some more RPOs, this opens up the playbook some more for Todd Monken as well. And it allows defenses to not just hone in on the give to Derrick Henry, where I think now defenses, they have to respect Lamar Jackson keeping it and taking it at this point. So I think there's so many layers to this where it hindered Todd Monken and it really hindered this team, especially when they get in the red zone, and we know how much of a struggle it's been for them in the red zone all season long. I'm with you. I think we're going to continue to see a better Lamar Jackson from here on out.
I think I'm trying to find the tweet, but and I apologize who tweeted, but I think Lamar was the fastest he's been since week 1 in Buffalo.
I have it. It was Ryan Mink.
Yeah.
He hit 19.23 miles per hour on the 12-yard run during the 2-minute drill. That was his second fastest top speed since the hamstring injury.
Yeah, so like this...
That backs up the eye test.
Yeah, so it looked like he had a little bit of burst and a little bit of wiggle that we have not seen in a long, long time. And if he's willing to run a little bit, that does open things up. Like that, let's face it, and maybe at the end of the day, some of what made that offensive line better a year ago was the fact that Lamar Jackson is a threat to run the football.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if that opens up again, that creates holes for Derrick Henry. That creates some stress on the defense.
Well, let's go back to some of the low points of recent vintage. The should I run, shouldn't I run, let me scamper out of the pocket, let me try to throw a little jumping, Kareem skyhook type pass, right?
Nice.
That gets picked off on the heels of his decision-making being a big problem against the Bengals. And you compare that to, again, small sample size on Sunday versus the Bengals, but when he went. He was decisive. Yeah. I think a lot of this is in his head. It's like he feels like he's back, so he's not caught in betwixt and in between, run pass. He's just, when he goes. Now, he did get caught from behind once in the pocket. That stuff, I think, is still going to happen. But outside the pocket, it's almost like he felt like he was a supreme athlete again, and so he just went and did it. And that's where I think it can be contagious, and that's where I think it can snowball in a positive manner. And we'll never know how much of this is in his head and how much of it isn't, and exactly how he's feeling from play to play. And how much of this, frankly, is him just maybe coming to grips with the fact that, like, I'm stuck with Falele. I'm stuck with these 5. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I've just got to be me.
Well, I think a lot of it's mental. That's just sports across the board. And mental in the aspect you bring up the offensive line, where I think maybe there's not a ton of trust we've seen at times this season with the offensive line, and just trying to get through the multiple injuries that he's dealt with in recent weeks. But it's also realizing this, and I know we're about to get to the Steelers game on the other side, you're going to either have to run the table or go 2-1, and that one loss can't be against Pittsburgh in order to make the playoffs. So you're going to have to put everything you got.
Because I saw something this morning after Pittsburgh won last night. So if the Ravens win Sunday against New England, next week's game for them is irrelevant. But they still have to beat Pittsburgh week 18.
Yes.
Well, no matter what happens, even if they win, so they have to win 2 of the next 3, but the Green Bay game's irrelevant. If Pittsburgh loses to Detroit.
Yes. If Pittsburgh loses.
Pittsburgh has to lose to Detroit. Yeah. So, if Pittsburgh loses to Detroit, then Ravens, if Pittsburgh loses to Detroit, week 17 is irrelevant for both teams. They can sit guys because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, they control their destiny, kind of.
Again, they win out.
Yeah,
then they
do.
They do.
They
so if they win all 3 games, they win the division.
Yeah. Which they'd earn it.
Yes, these are 3 tough games.
They'd earn it.
But again, if Pittsburgh loses to Detroit, then they can lose to Green Bay, assuming they beat New England.
Right. Yes.
It's a lot. It's a big. It's a morsel, but yeah.
The bottom line is they haven't been as good against the AFC as we're accustomed to them being.
And
they haven't been as good at home.
No,
as we've been.
We'll get into that.
Anybody.
Yeah, Harvs would beg to differ,
except for Chicago.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, there was.
They were good against Cleveland, but that was pretty rundown.
And again, Chicago was Snoop.
Yeah.
That was peak Snoop.
Yeah.
Snoop is good in that commercial, by the way. Big show today. We're busy as well. 2:30, we'll talk Ravens and maybe a little O's with our friend Morgan Atzett from Fox 45 Sports. 4 o'clock, Pete Alonso's an Oriole. We'll talk about that with Jacob Calvin-Meyer, covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. And what's next? What does Jacob think's next? We'll ask him at 4 o'clock. And Chris Nocky, his thoughts. Terps, we don't believe in moral victories, but man, they showed some fight against Michigan. What did Chris think of that game, and what's he think about the future of Farrell Payne, and what could Virginia look like this weekend? Chris Nocky joins at 4:30.
Again, I think there was far more good than bad to take out of that outing, all things considered. But hopefully, Payne is not out for an extended period of time. We haven't talked to Morgan in a few weeks. I'm excited to do that. And I remember way back when Jacob Calvin-Meyer had a maybe fetish is too strong of a way to put it, but he had a sort of a premonition, or he had a thought that Eflin looked like an Oriole. Remember, he kept saying that when they got Eflin. I wonder if he's having any premonitions about starting pitchers.
Interesting. Well, he will join us at 4 o'clock. But coming up next, Northern Exposure. And Steelers were impressive. The Dolphins were not. We'll hear from Mike Tomlin.
Renegade survived.
Yes, it did. I think they were fired up for Renegade last night. We'll recap Monday Night Football. Northern Exposure next here on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show podcast. Full episodes. Listen by individual hours or head straight to the highlights on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. Search Big Bad Morning Show and never miss what you missed.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Ken to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time for Walk and Fuss candies for the holidays. Choose from a wide selection of chocolate-covered creams, nuts, chewy candies, and pretzels. Also popular are nonpareils, barks, and caramel apples. Shop at our 6 locations or online at candycounter.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds. This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Baltimore, be honest. Your car has been through some things this year. Potholes, crab cake runs, that one parking spot you thought you could squeeze into. So before you're dashing through Baltimore or escaping town to avoid your in-laws, give your ride some holiday cheer at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Their friendly techs will check your lights, wipers, tire pressure, battery, and more with every oil change. No appointment, no stress, and fast. Grab holiday savings now at BaltimoreOilChange.com. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Slay this season.
Northern exposure on Inside Access. Jason, Ken, and Tim look at the AFC North. 105.7 The Fan.
Man, we love Monday Night Football. Mission accomplished. Certainly we wanted to engineer victory, but we wanted to do it in a certain way. That was a hot football team, and they'd rode their run game over the last month or so. I think they'd averaged 192 a game over the last 5 weeks. And so we needed to stop the run, and certainly we need to run the ball in the effort to flip that component of it. And I think that made the engineering of victory more fluid.
That's Mike Tomlin after the Pittsburgh Steelers won 28-15 last night. A game that frankly wasn't that close. The Dolphins got 2 garbage time touchdowns.
Yeah.
Went for 2 both times, did not get the 2-point conversion either time.
Still pushed it over by a half point.
2 touchdown passes to Darren Waller. Tua Tagovailoa stunk last night.
He always stinks in the cold, and he always stinks against good teams.
There were some fascinating. Troy Aikman was the best part of last night's game to watch because he destroyed both the Dolphins and the officiating during that game last night. He's become maybe my favorite analyst to listen to because he just doesn't seem to give a damn.
Yeah.
But 2 things struck me about Tua early. First of all, he takes sacks that I don't think any quarterback with as much service time in the league takes. He seems to have no idea of the speed. Like he thinks he can outrun guys he can't outrun. And then early on, when it was still a game, he had a chance to run for a first down and went into a slide early and was short. And then they didn't go for it. They punted the ball. So there's a lot to unpack with the Dolphins who stink in the cold.
Well, I think he thought his defense, McDaniel thought his defense could keep him in the game. And they ended up giving up 4 touchdowns. The last of which the run by Jonnu Smith. Jeez, it was. That's when I knew my under was cooked. The Dolphins have the Dolphins have a lot of warts. We know that, but they had won 5 of 6, and they were allowing only 15.2 points per game in that span. And nothing Pittsburgh does is particularly sexy, but all of a sudden they've strung together 2 games now where they've scored some points. They've finished drives in the end zone, which is something they were not doing with any regularity. I think the more they lean into the tight ends, I think the more viable they can get. And it's a bunch of layups. It's matriculating the ball downfield through the air. But that's who the quarterback is. That's what he does. And the bottom line is he's not going to turn it over that much doing it that way.
No.
Look, Rodgers had another real solid game. He did. And they got off to a slow start offensively, but then boom, it was 4 straight touchdown drives at one point, and at that point the game was over. But I brought up a lot of how bad of an offseason they had, but one move that they made that has really been underrated for them, Kenneth Gainwell was a great pickup for them. Kenneth Gainwell has been really, really underrated.
He's been very popular at one of it.
As
5 or more receptions plus 178, hit by the 2-minute warning of the first half.
Wow.
He's been strong in pairing him with Warren. And what's interesting is Caleb Johnson, the kid they drafted out of the third round, he's pretty much had no role because Kenneth Gainwell's been
Well,
that
he
good.
also had 2 horrible fumbles early in the kickoff thing that was early in the season.
And I don't think he can pass pro.
Yeah.
Look, again, it's a keep it simple, stupid offense. They get the occasional 20-yarder to Metcalf, and then if he can run after that, that's a cherry on top. But this guy's he's not going to take a ton of sacks, and he's not going to turn it over.
Opposite of Tua.
Yeah.
Who'll do both.
And, they've got they're not a good football. They're a good football team, I guess. They're certainly not a great football team. But they won that game going away without Watt, right? And that's one of the things people said, they never win without Watt. Okay.
I also found it very interesting because Mike Tomlin is arguably the most conservative head coach in football when it comes to going for it. He went for it on 4th down 3 times in the first half. That's the first time in his career he's ever gone for it 3 times in the first half. And they have their own tush-push thing working with Hayward, and that's been effective. But Tomlin breaking tendency there.
They had 2 tight ends score rushing touchdowns last night.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's what it's old school. I don't trust Arthur Smith at all. I think they are a very flawed offense with a flawed play caller and a decrepit quarterback. But it's Mike Tomlin. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's December. And
here they are.
They always win more than they lose.
They don't lose home Monday night games.
No.
That's for 1991 was a long time ago.
I think
now the good news is there's no way that final game can get flexed to Monday night.
That's true.
Sunday night, though.
Sunday night's a good point.
Yeah.
But that's not Monday.
No, it is not.
But if they make the playoffs, though, the Steelers, remember the wild card game, there is a Monday night game. So they're going to be rooting like hell for that.
By the way, just to put in perspective, the last time they lost a Monday night game at home, Chuck Noll was the head coach.
Yeah, they lost to the Giants in Three Rivers in 91.
I think it was Phil Simms. Yeah, I think it was Phil Simms.
Jeez.
Let's hear more from Tomlin. He talks about that offense.
Yeah, it took us a while there to get going, but you got to give a lot of credit to the Dolphins. Over that same 5-game stretch, I think they'd averaged giving up 13.2 points a game. They've been really stingy in the red area. Only about 20% of those possessions were touchdowns, and so we didn't expect it to be easy, but certainly after we got it going, we had a little bit of fluidity there.
They scored touchdowns on 3 straight possessions for the first time this season, and
4 straight.
Yeah, 4 straight touchdowns.
I mean, this was 7-3 at the half.
Yeah. And Miami, to their credit, the deep, Jordan Brooks can play. That was Bobby D's guy, but way back in the day. He got called for a horrible taunting penalty, which prolonged a drive. They were smacking the Steelers. There was some hitting going on, and then it seemed like they wilted.
Yeah. Look, it was a 2.5-point, 3-point game. A lot of people thought the Steelers were going to be vulnerable here. A lot of people thought maybe the Steelers won their Super Bowl by beating the Ravens in Baltimore. And I think their game against the Lions is going to be interesting. If they can prevent deep shots like crazy to Jamison Williams, and they make it 8 yards to Amon-Ra St. Brown here, 6 there, in the slot. It could be interesting. I also think Jahmyr Gibbs might take the whole damn game over.
Yeah.
That's not a gimme for the Lions, man.
No,
and when I saw
Lions
that,
are in trouble.
when I saw that spread was 7, that's a decent number for that game.
Lions better go get some real coordinators next year. Next time, highly skilled people leave your organization, maybe don't just give the jobs to people on staff who nobody else was trying to hire for coordinator jobs. Maybe spend a little more time trying to get the best and the brightest.
Coming up next, man, I wanted to hear more from Tomlin, but we got Morgan Atzik coming up next. Fox 45 Sports, her thoughts on the Ravens win in Cincinnati. Her thoughts on Pete Alonso. Morgan joins us next here on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Watch their weekly picks live on YouTube. Weekdays 6 till 6. Get it on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
When the Ravens' opponent misses a field goal, you get a free 6-piece Chicken McNuggets with minimum $1 purchase on the McDonald's app the next day. The opponent misses another field goal, you automatically get upgraded to a free 10-piece thanks to McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app to get this offer and for other great deals.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight.
The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like Dark Mode 2. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This holiday season, comfort means more than a warm home. Get FH Fur's $49 36-point heating inspection and maintenance check and help us give back with FH Fur donating up to $10,000 to Toys for Tots.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $1.25 billion.
That's right, $1.25 billion.
Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Ace the holidays at Whole Foods Market. Build your holiday spread from easy appetizers to impressive mains and limited time desserts. All with strict ingredient standards. Shop Whole Foods Market, your holiday headquarters.
Jason LaConfora, Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Ben Hall. Inside Access. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Not much has made sense about the Ravens' 2025 season, and their 3-5 record at home is among the most puzzling outcomes we've seen so far. This coming Sunday will mark their final game at M&T Bank Stadium for the regular season, and once again, it'll be a primetime affair. John Harbaugh was asked if there's any extra frustration from the players over how they performed at home this year.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Point of frustration, though. Guys are locked in for the next game. Seasons go the way they go. You can look back all you want and say, well, this happened or that happened, or where do we stand right now? Where's that going to take you? You got to look forward. So no, there's no frustration. I mean, to me, that's made up.
In some injury news, the head coach confirmed that Teddy Buchanan will miss the remainder of the season with a torn ACL. He had started 13 of the team's 14 games as a fourth-round rookie and was the second leading tackler on the defense behind only Roquan Smith. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, mostly sunny this afternoon with temps reaching the mid-30s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Terps, O's, and your home for the most Ravens coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens get a big shutout win on the road, and the Orioles' big free agent signing. It's a perfect time to talk to Morgan Atzett, Fox 45 Sports, joins us now. And Morgan, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Let's start with the Ravens and just how surprised were you at not just the fact the Ravens won in Cincinnati, but how they won?
Very, right? I mean, because look what happened not too long ago on Thanksgiving.
Yep.
And what they allowed Joe Burrow to do, really just be rusty for a half and then be fine after returning from the turf toe surgery in a dominant fashion. And your offense had a handful of turnovers that led to that loss. And with the weather, I mean, it's a factor for everybody. Everybody's got to play into it. But I expected to see a little more fight out of Cincinnati, and whatever they may or may not have had was completely drained from them from the defense. And the offense did what it needed to do and efficient with like 19 minutes left of time of possession, which was pretty remarkable, but that just speaks to what the defense was able to do. So the shutout win, surprising. Not that they won, but a shutout win, very impressive. No one's ever done that to Joe Burrow in the NFL, so you got to give the Ravens credit.
Morgan, you said around 2 months ago when the Ravens were 1-5 that the Ravens would win the AFC North. With 3 games to go, do you still feel like they will?
Would you believe me if I said I was more confident when they were 1-5 than now?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, you got to win out, right?
Yeah.
And they have to do things they haven't done. You don't necessarily have to win out, but let's do the safest scenario. We all know what it is. You have to do something they haven't done all season long. The easiest, you would think, would be to win a primetime game at home. That has to happen. Hasn't happened yet this season. They have a team coming in the Patriots that are playing for just as much, not so much scared they're not going to get in, but they want to win the division and potentially get the 1 seed. They want to keep the Bills away as long as they possibly can, as we witnessed in their last meeting. And New England is perfect at home. Okay, so that one, I'll say that's number 3 as far as importance. Number 2, you have to win against a playoff caliber team with Lamar Jackson. That win that they have this season is against the Bears. Didn't have Lamar Jackson. Again, credit to the Ravens. They are a different team than that 1-5 start, and they've done what needs to be done. And then the final thing is win consecutive games against the Bengals aren't, but playoff caliber teams with good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I'll throw that in there. Where you are playing complementary football, where it's not one side leading this charge in the win like the Ravens defense is doing during that winning streak. It's your offense, it's your defense, it's your special team, and you're doing it in consecutive fashion as far as performance, and you're winning. And then something else we haven't seen, winning against really good teams consecutively, and they may have to do it 3 times. That's going to be a challenge. That's why my confidence is about 50-50. But when they were 1-5, I was 90%. But I didn't think they were going to lose that game at home to the Bengals, and I didn't think they were going to lose that game at home to the Steelers with the season on the line and everybody back. So I think it's a coin toss. I know they're 30% now to make the playoffs. Steelers 67, so it's 33 for the Ravens. I would still say it's 50-50. And you have to have faith in one of those teams, Pittsburgh or Baltimore, and neither one of them has shown that they're dominating, going to run away with it. But you
Right.
have to lean more right now towards Pittsburgh because they currently have the lead.
Let's drill down on the home field part of this because it struck us as very odd throughout the course of the year. I mean, this is a place where since they built this stadium, I think it's at worst a top 8 home field advantage and maybe more like a top 5, top 6. And it's been dud after dud after dud after dud. And we've just played the clip there of Harbs poo-pooing it. But, like, I don't know. It seems to us to be kind of a big deal. Like, is it a big deal to you? Like, the fact that this team has had some of its most embarrassing performances in recent years all strung together in one home season?
I mean, it's not a great look. It's certainly not a great look when it's primetime fashion, like what happened on Thanksgiving. I mean, I would say there's more eyeball. I don't know the numbers. There's got to be more eyeballs on that game. There's going to be on a Sunday night game just because of the holiday fashion, and it's a division rival, and the return of Burrow was something to get more eyes on it. It's not a good look. It's probably, I'd have to see everything, but I'm sure it's just a trend right now where this year is just a really weird year. There's some really bad football. And there's a handful of a couple really good teams, and nobody knows who's going to win this thing at the end of the day. No one even knows who's going to be going to the Super Bowl, and there's other years you can kind of pinpoint, like, something catastrophically bad would have to happen to that team to not see them in late January and February, and you can't do that this season. But you want the home field advantage, and I think some of it has to do with that 1-5 start in Lamar's injury. So, I mean, that's going to kind of skew the numbers, but the Ravens have a gigantic primetime home game on Sunday that is must win against a really good team, and it's potentially for the season. That's huge.
Talking to Morgan Apps, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Morgan, we rarely talk Orioles in the off season because they don't make big moves, but they did at the end of the week. Had a press conference on Friday. Pete Alonso introduced largest free agent contract ever given to an outside free agent, 5 years, $155 million. Just your reaction to Pete Alonso being an Oriole?
You say they do nothing, people. Anyone that wants to say they do nothing, that they're not going to do anything, they've been doing it. You have to give credit there. And it's a positive thing to see, first of all, the ownership spending it. We've heard there's no financial constraints, but we didn't really see it. And yes, reportedly the season prior, Corbin Burns, you're going to throw money at him. He says no, he wants to be closer to home. But then where's that money for somebody else, ace-like, to come in? So Kyle Schwarber, apparently staying in Philly, not coming here. Where's that money? Pete Alonso. So that is very promising to see on the front that they're spending. It's exciting. It makes that lineup better. It does look like the best lineup on paper right now, but we witnessed what that young core did this past season of not performing. That's not in the Polar Bears sphere. Like, he'll be fine. But it shows that they're willing to spend, and what I really thought was impressive, it shows that a big name that was in a big market wants to play here. That's huge because we haven't seen that yet.
Right.
What would you like to see him do next, Morgan?
Well, they need some starting pitching.
Yeah.
I would say two arms. It doesn't need to be a slam dunk ace right now, in my opinion. I know everybody wants that, but I would prefer two solid, like your fringe 2-3 guys. But if you're only going to get one, you got to make a splash and then see how far what you have can take you come July with the trade deadline. But they need starting pitching. They've been saying they need starting pitching. That will either be financially or that will be getting crafty with some trade chips, which they do have those now, especially with Alonso coming in. So I think those are the moves to see. And I think the fact that they haven't done that yet is okay. I don't think some of these frontline guys are in a real hurry to get down to spring training as we've seen in years past, or to be thinking about anything right now, especially with February approaching. So I think there's time to see that develop, and there's now belief that can happen with the moves that they made prior to Alonso and then the slam dunk of a huge move to get Alonso here. There's now a guy that you know whose jersey you want to buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who's going to be here. I mean, that's incredible. So it's a very positive sign to see for Birdland.
I guess that this Mountie and Kobe Mayo, they'll kind of sort that out.
Have to, right?
Yeah.
I could see, I mean, hopefully Mayo would have, more trade value with the youth and upside. I could see a place for Mountcastle if they can't move him. I know Alonso's an everyday guy, but Ryan Mountcastle is a really good defensive player at first base.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's value in if you can't package him or get something out of that he's here. I definitely think Kobe Mayo, we may have seen his last time with the Orioles.
Yep.
Morgan Adsett, always great. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. If we don't talk to you before, have a happy holidays.
Thank you, guys, and apologies. I stood you up last week.
No, we're so used to it around here. We had it coming to us.
I'll buy you free lunch for Ravens Wednesday next time you're there.
Nice. We'll put it on Jerry Coleman's tab.
Jerry Coleman's tab. You'll get the picture tweeted.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we stick with the Ravens and the defense. Just how good were they Sunday? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
It's Hump Day, and we're going to talk to World Series MVP Rick Dempsey. We'll get his thoughts on all the Orioles moves from Pete Alonso to what's next, and we'll talk Ravens-Patriots. It's a big game on Sunday.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute paid for by NHTSA. Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. The Steelers improved to 8-6 last night, and Coach Mike Tomlin is on his way to keeping alive one of the most impressive streaks in NFL history. He came into the league in 2007, and he's never had a losing season. Maybe the Steelers aren't Super Bowl contenders right now. We'll see. But one thing is for sure, they always play hard for their coach. I'm Andrew Perloff.
As players fight to avoid mistakes on the field, remember to make smart choices off the field this holiday season. If you decide to drink and drive, you could get a DUI or worse. That one decision to drive impaired could change your life and the life of others forever. If you're going to drink, the only way to be the MVP this holiday season is by planning a safe and sober ride home. Don't risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Lowe's December deal drops are here, just in time to give your home some love before holiday hosting. This week, get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members, save an additional $60 on the Maytag Top Load Laundry Pair, now just $9.96. Plus, save up to $20 on select Moen kitchen and bathroom faucets. Shop December deal drops all month long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/17. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details.
Daddy, I'm cold.
Nobody wants to hear those words when they can't fix it. Like, if your furnace goes down when you need it most. It's why I take service calls personally, because it is personal when your family's comfort's disrupted. It's why I recommend fall furnace tune-ups. Think of it this way. Your car has warning lights to let you know about problems before there's a breakdown. Empty on gas, low on oil, engine overheating. But your furnace doesn't have those warning lights. The only way to know about an impending problem before a breakdown is a fall tune-up. Think about it like getting a tune-up before a long road trip, just to be sure. The older your furnace, the more that's a good idea. And at Amazing, we don't just safety check it either. We do the cleaning, recalibration, and servicing most companies don't, ensuring you and your family stay warm all winter. So call the heating techs who have your back at
CALLAMAZING.com. Ready to be treated like a VIP at CFG Bank Arena? Open a CFG Bank checking account and the perks are yours. CFG Bank debit card holders enjoy exclusive VIP perks, fast-tracked entry, a complimentary beverage, access to the Fearless Club, and more. Not a CFG Bank card holder yet? Open an account today and get VIP access at every show. Visit cfg.bank/VIP to learn more. Perks subject to change and availability. Member FDIC.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 37. Tonight, clear, low around 27. Tomorrow, high near 45.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
As players fight to avoid mistakes on the field, remember to make smart choices off the field this holiday season. If you decide to drink and drive, you could get a DUI or worse. That one decision to drive impaired could change your life and the life of others forever. If you're going to drink, the only way to be the MVP this holiday season is by planning a safe and sober ride home. Don't risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Lowe's December deal drops are here, just in time to give your home some love before holiday hosting. This week, get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members, save an additional $60 on the Maytag top-load laundry pair, now just $9.96. Plus, save up to $20 on select Moen kitchen and bathroom faucets. Shop December deal drops all month long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/17. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Ravens pitched their first shutout since 2018 on Sunday, beating the Bengals 24-0. John Harbaugh, meeting with the media yesterday, talked about Draymond Jones and his impact on the defense.
I think he's a really good player, physical. You get him on the edge in the pass rush like that. That was a help to us too. T. Rob coming in had a big impact on that because he was able to go inside. So you had both those guys out there at the same time. Number of times, two heavy-handed pass rushers. That's the biggest impact. I mean, our defensive personality has always been what it is. So he fits it really well. It's kind of why we wanted him. That's why we were excited. One of the reasons we were excited to have him. But he's a good football player. He plays really hard and tough, and he's got good balance. And when he's rushing, stay on his feet, give you the best chance to wrap up a quarterback like Burrow, who's tough to get down. The fact that he didn't really have too many. He had one play where he got out and hit Chase on the crosser. It was a simulated pressure that we had. We probably should have kept him in there on that one, But when guys can stay on their feet, and like T. Rob, when he got the free runner, he didn't miss it. He made it. Those are the plays that really end up being the difference, I think, in getting quarterback pressures and sacks and things like that.
So Draymond Jones had 5 of their 10 quarterback hits in this game. They had 3 sacks, 10 quarterback hits, 15 pressures. This is the same team that let Aaron Rodgers eat a bagel back there and survey the scene just a week prior.
Yeah, I mean, this was a massive development. This was, frankly, an unforeseen scenario. I don't know anybody who thought that Joe Burrow would look like he did, that this defensive line would look like it did, that we'd be seeing, pitch plays, pick sixes reminiscent of Ed Reed in his prime. None of that was on a lot of people's bingo cards if you had paid any attention to how this season was going. How sustainable any of that is, we also don't know. But they played with an energy and a verve that's been lacking for the better part of a season. And they made way more big plays than the Bengals offense did. I mean, they suffocated the Bengals offense. They had one play over 16 yards, right? Like a sideline pass to Jamar Chase. That was it. Ravens defense had 5 or 6 big plays. That's not generally been the equation. No. Marlins starts showing up again. Marlins had a bad season, but Marlins looked pretty good in some Decembers in the past. And so, that's a big deal. Yeah, that looked like a playoff defense. It hasn't been a playoff defense against good quarterbacks all season long.
And to do that off of a couple of weeks ago after what Joe Burrow was able to do in the second half of that Thanksgiving game is all that more impressive. They weren't even close to getting him at points, and that's why they were so good on third down in the second half and started off with back-to-back touchdowns, where the pressure was constant. And going back to what Harbs was saying about Draymond Jones, that was his best game since he's come over here. I know he had the game against the Jets where he had a sack and a half, but 5 quarterback hits is extremely disruptive. And Joe Burrow, the second lowest passer rating of his career, and that's all fine and well. But now you got to build off that because they were riding high into the first Cincinnati game on that 5-game winning streak, and they were one of the best defenses during that stretch. They're going to need this high level of play down the stretch to give them a chance to get into the postseason. And, of course, it starts Sunday night against the Patriots. And if you're looking for a reason for optimism, Drake May's been sacked a lot this year. Patriots have given up the 7th most sacks in football. So you're hoping that this pass rush can carry over some of that momentum.
And also, I'm pretty sure their first-round left tackle, he's not playing in this game on Sunday night. It's crazy to think about it. And again, they got to stack it. But the returns of Ardarius Washington and Tavius Robinson gave this defense a real boost on Sunday.
Look, they had more life and more energy, more spunk. They seem to have more belief. I'm still blown away by a lot of what I saw on Sunday. Like totally. I still am having trouble processing it, to be honest with you. And a lot of it has to do with the Cincinnati quarterback. But look, he could have looked cavalier and nonchalant and disinterested and still put up a point. 14 points or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, he could have done all those things and still had 3 deep shots to Jamar Chase just because it's Jamar Chase against the Ravens.
Yes.
And a wounded version of the Ravens at that. Like, I have to think that Monday film session was unlike pretty much any they've had all season. And that as a collective, they've got to have more belief and more of a sense that, like, hey, we aren't as bad as our past film. Now, could all that go down the drain and Drake May runs for 85 and throws for 250? I mean, that's possible. But if they can put up something against, like if they can look the part against him, it could go a long way to making the postseason.
Yeah, and it's about having some pride after losing back-to-back division games. And now it's about having some pride in just defending home turf. You got to go out in front of a national audience where you're 0-2 in home night games this year. You got to go out and put your best foot forward.
Ravens and Patriots Sunday Night Football, which means Baltimore Game Day Uncensored. The pregame show starts at 5 live at the Horseshoe Casino. I think everyone wants to be in the Bone, right?
Yeah.
Be in the Bone, and then Bone, Vinny Serrato, Mike Preston, hours 2 and 3.
Mixing it all up.
Yeah, Bob's taking a holiday respite. So Bone will be running the show live from the Horseshoe Casino. Get down there.
Bone running point.
Yeah, he's the Chris Paul without the attitude. Because everybody likes Bone. It's allegedly nobody likes Chris Paul, but
I like him with the Clippers.
Yeah, that's a conversation for another day. Coming up next, though, time to get some baseball. Twib notes. And Orioles have made 4 moves. So with that in mind, how would you stack the AL East right now? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Christmas time has arrived here in Harford County, and with it comes all the things we love most. Family traditions, twinkling lights, and the simple joy of being together. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. This season has a way of bringing us back to what matters: the drives to school concerts, candlelight services, and those cozy visits with family and friends. For generations, Ford has been part of those journeys. Dependable, familiar, and ready for whatever December puts on the road. Or the skies. Who's to say Santa's sleigh is not a Ford? I bet there's a blue oval on that red chassis somewhere. And he's got to be driving an F-Series pickup in the North Pole, right? Anyway, during this Christmas season, our whole Plaza 4 team is here to help check off your wish list. Because if the present you've had your eye on happens to come with keys, we've got festive deals to help put it in your driveway. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Falston Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat line in all one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Rob to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA and official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 and over, present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This year, give them a gift that helps them make the shelf, not a gift that ends up collecting dust on one. During Lowe's December deal drops, get 2 free Select DeWalt tools when you buy a Select DeWalt 5 amp hour battery kit. Plus, all rewards members get free standard shipping. Shop December deal drops today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/17. While supplies last. Free shipping excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Our Darius Washington tore his Achilles 7 months ago and made his return to the football field Sunday versus the Bengals. Washington played 15 snaps and recorded 2 tackles, but Coach John Harbaugh didn't understate his return.
How meaningful and how cool it was that he was out there playing, and he's playing really well and flying around, making tackles, doing what AD does. I just always have loved the way he plays, so it's a big boost for us. It gives us another playmaker on defense, another high-energy guy that fly around and do what he does.
The Ravens' playoff path is simple. If they win out, they win the division. Baltimore can drop one of its next 2 games and beat the Steelers in Week 18 and still win the AFC North, assuming Pittsburgh drops one of its next 2 games against the Lions or Browns. The Knicks are set to face the Spurs in the NBA Cup Championship. San Antonio beat the Thunder 111-109 in the semifinals, while New York knocked off the Magic 132-120 to advance to the championship. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-30s with an overnight low of 23. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 46. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Charm City Builders. Selling your house? With Charm City Builders, you don't have to lift a finger. No cleaning or repairs. They'll make you a fair cash offer on the spot. Veteran-owned, local, and honest. visit CharmCityBuilders.com. I'm Tim Barbalais, O's, Terps, and the most Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalais. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Have been busy this offseason. Just to recap, they signed Leotis Taveras. They traded for Taylor Ward. They signed closer Ryan Helsley. And they've signed Pete Alonso. They also, at the Alonso press conference, made it clear they're not done. Alas, we live in the world of right now.
These other teams outside of Tampa are not done either.
No, they're not.
That's just any offseason in
Sure.
the big leagues.
Toronto's been very active as well. And they're not done either. We're waiting for the Yankees and Red Sox to make some moves. But how would you stack the AL East right now?
Well, look, I think the Orioles on paper have substantially lengthened their lineup. They have substantially addressed their woeful disparity hitting left-handed pitching, at least again on paper right now.
Yep.
They've also taken a lot of heat off their young core at the same time. So it's to me pretty much mission accomplished from that side of things. I don't buy Helsley as a top closer anymore, and I think they're two starters and reliever away. So there's work to be done, and I am more confident than ever that they will address those things in a way more meaningful
Charlie Morton
means than they ever have before. Now, as to where they stand versus everybody else, I mean, Toronto's going to pitch and Toronto's going to field. And if they bring Bichette back, Toronto is pretty legit to me. That's a big if. I don't really think I think the Red Sox are Buddy Shaughnessy's right. I think they aspire to ball on a budget.
Yeah.
I really don't know that they're going to make power moves the way that their infrastructure and their revenue streams would say they can. So it wouldn't surprise me if that Devers thing was real. That's their gospel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they really believe in. And I doubt they ever take on salary to offset what they dished off in that trade. But even this weird pitching trade they just made with the Nats, prospect for prospect, Craig Brislow seems to be very much in the I'm smarter than you.
Yeah, there's a lot of those GMs
phase
out there.
of his tenure. Maybe the guy here is finally coming out of it. We'll see.
Yeah.
But he lived there for a long time.
He lived in a special place.
And I think the Yankees are going to be shamed into doing something significant here.
Yeah.
Like, can they really let Bellinger go at this point?
But is that the move, though? Is that their significant move, bringing Bellinger back?
Well, I think something like that has to happen.
Yeah.
Could they sign Kyle Tucker?
Toronto signed Kyle Tucker.
Can the Yankees afford not to sign one of those two?
Yeah.
They're going to need a big splash.
You let Soto go across town, and your response was to rent Bellinger for a year, try that thing at first base where he was cooked.
They also still need pitching, too, because Cole's not going to be ready for opening day. I mean, you're probably talking, May or June when Cole comes back.
So where do you have the Orioles in this division?
I mean, it's so incomplete, but, their arrow is up more now versus where it was when the season ended than anybody else. Right now, they've substantially closed the gap on everybody else.
Yes.
With a lot to be TBD.
It's a very tough assignment because there's so much up in the air.
But
we're
we're smart guys.
I'm going to stack it Blue Jays, Yankees, Orioles, Red Sox race.
I would do the same thing.
How I'm doing it. But that can change because, yes, right now I'm still concerned about the starting pitching. Right now I'm still concerned about the bullpen. I feel pretty good about the lineup, but I do expect Mike Elias to be active in trying to augment both of those spots. And maybe they could jump the Yankees or the Jays.
I have it, so we're all simpatico, but I'm kind of cheating a little bit because it's, I've colored it as Jason just articulated. I think the Red Sox aren't doing anything, and I think the Orioles are going to do something.
Yes.
So that's why I give them the bump.
And I think that's
third.
going to force the Yankees to do a couple of substantial things.
Yes.
I think they're going to end up with Bellinger or Tucker, and I think they're going to trade for Alcantara or something like that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, they're apparently in on Michael King, too.
Yes.
Yeah,
there's
I don't know
a lot
that he wants to go back there, though.
Yeah, it's
Kind of
supposedly
feel like
it's,
he's using them a little bit.
So this is a fascinating thing, and we weren't planning to talk about this, but according to our friend Mark Feinsand, he said it's down to the Yankees, Red Sox, and Orioles for Michael King. and like, so we just talked about the fact that Red Sox, and he also said that the Orioles are going to have to outspend. Well, that's how it works in free agency. Like, usually the highest bidder wins. They're like, duh. But alas, the Red Sox don't seem to want to spend. And does he really want to go back to New York?
Yeah, I would think Baltimore would be more to his liking for a multitude of reasons. But I just think a reunion with him there would be tempting fate. I would think they would be trying to trade for someone, which they obviously are, or doing something like Framber. Because remember, the Astros have their number. And he's had their number, and he's pitched well in that park. So I wonder if something like that. And they don't care about they care more than the old man cared. But like, they gave Cole a lot of years. Like the 2 years at the end that you're worried about. Look what they just did for the lefty last year.
Yeah, Fried. Yeah.
So.
And remember, Garrett Cole won't be there to start
handicap
the season, but he will be there at some point. But you don't know what that's going to look like because he's coming off Tommy John surgery.
Do we think Bichette goes back to Toronto?
I think
it would have happened by now.
I think it's either him or Kyle Tucker going to Toronto.
I would say yes, just based on the fact that Toronto's spending money. I feel like at this point you're kind of going all in to run it back. I think he's going to go back.
I do want to ask you guys, friend of the show, Jim Bowden, had a tweet yesterday, and again, he's guessing, but they're educated guessing because he talks to a lot of people. He said he thinks the Orioles are signing Framber Valdez with Ranger Suarez. What did you think when you saw that?
Time me up.
I mean, look, these guys had the ability to go get Ohtani. They could do anything. Like, this guy's got legitimate deep pockets. He's hanging out in Davos, Switzerland. He's not hanging out in Saratoga like the other guy. Like, the dude who used to own the team. That's just a fact.
Saratoga.
It's true.
Yeah.
So, yeah, of course they could. Will they? I still think it's more mid-tier. I think it's more Michael King and a trade.
Well, I think something that you're bringing up is how Elias is going to view a contract for a pitcher. Is he willing to go 6 years beyond that, which you would probably need to do for Framber?
And again, I'm on record. I don't hate not going 6 years on these guys because they won't buy that. When this becomes a problem, they won't buy themselves out of the problem. So that's what scares me. And if it becomes a problem in year 3 instead of year 5, we've really got a problem.
We do need to touch on Tampa. We're like, what are they now? And the fact that they didn't bring Fairbanks back, which that didn't make sense in real time, giving him the qualifying offer. What are they right now?
Oh, I think they're in disarray. I mean, even by their own usual plight, they're trying to get the dome patched back up in time to play. The long-term stadium plan still seems to be, last I read about it, which has probably been 6 weeks, seemed very much up in the air. I mean, they almost feel like a day-by-day operation.
Did you bring in Brandon Hyde in?
Yeah, I think they're going to be bringing up the rear in this division. I think they needed Taj Bradley to become an ace, and they needed that Pepio trade to be like what that, what the Archer trade was, right?
And
Where they got
Boz
Glass
was a
now and
letdown,
everybody
too.
back. They needed to hit a home run with one of these trades. None of them are looking that way. Bradley's not even there anymore. He's in Minnesota.
No. And Boz was a letdown for them, too, where it's just...
Well, and remember, they traded Joe Ryan for what, 1 year, Nelly Cruz?
Yeah.
We've been saying them kind of like the Steelers where they're cockroaches, but it just felt like things really caught up for them this past year.
Yeah, eventually you ball on up because the way they do business.
Yeah, you gotta.
They've had a perfect storm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, dude, they just played a whole season where if they got 6,000 people in there, it was a good night. I mean,
that's true.
Hey, the Trop's going to be ready for opening day.
Right, but I mean, at what cost? And
yeah,
at what cost to what they're going to put back into their baseball product? I'd say pretty substantial.
Coming up next, we stick with baseball, and the Orioles have been busy. We think they're going to sign a pitcher in the near future, but what about utility player? Is that a sneaky need for this Orioles baseball team? We discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
It's Hump Day, and we're going to talk to World Series MVP Rick Dempsey. We'll get his thoughts on all the Orioles moves from Pete Alonso to what's next, and we'll talk Ravens-Patriots. It's a big game on Sunday.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $1.25 billion. That's right, $1.25 billion. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Inside access to the Orioles. Brooks.
Another phenomenal play at third.
Cal.
Fires
fires across. He got him. What a play by Cal.
It's the Hot Corner with Jason, Ken, and Tim. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles have had a busy offseason. We documented it last segment. They've already made 4 moves. We see more coming. But what about a utility player for this team? And not an everyday player, but a guy on the bench that can play multiple positions, do multiple things. How important a need is that for this baseball team?
Well, I think it's significant. They obviously thought a lot of Rizzo Ramon in that sort of role, and they even did play him at shortstop occasionally.
He's still out there, right?
He's out there.
The Razor's larking.
I think at this point, again, like
Gold Glove.
If you got a $30 million first baseman, then it shouldn't be above you to have a utility guy making $5 to $8 million, what they would have gotten out of a Frazier to play second base every day for 3/4 of the year before you flip him at the deadline. And there are a couple names out there that sort of interest me. I don't think this is a Beltway Ben favorite. I don't think they'd pay for Rengifo, but I think a switch hitter on the bench who could play pretty much, could play some short, could play some second, could DH to spell people, especially with some of the splits he has off certain pitchers. He's got some power. Now look, Spotrac's projecting $10 million. He made $9 million last year. I mean, is it too rich for their blood? I don't know. Should it be? I don't know. And IKF's kind of interesting to me, too.
Yeah.
He can still run some. You could plug him in all over the place, infield, outfield.
With the division.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know that, like, the Jeremiah Jackson thing, that was a great story and all, but,
I was going to get to that.
I don't know that that's going to be good enough.
Well, that's kind of my question is...
Doesn't your utility guy be able to play the infield and the outfield?
But here's what I'm interested in. You bring up the $5 to $8 million, that shouldn't be, crazy talk for them. How do they view this moving forward? Because in years past, that was the Razor, that was Jorge Mateo, guys that are making really
2 to 3.
Exactly, not that much money in arbitration. Jackson, of course, he's not even close to arbitration eligible. How do they view that position in terms of dollars spent? Are you going to be balling on a budget? Do they roll with the Jackson, or do they have a legit guy?
I think you need to have somebody else who can play major league at the play shortstop at the major league level.
I think so too.
They put Westberg there for a couple times. It didn't look.
No.
Jackson, he's still got a ways to go at second base. So I mean that. Look, hey, Jorge Mateo's still out there. I mean, I think that ship probably sailed.
Yeah,
but if they get a 1 year, $1 million, I don't know. But he at least can play shortstop. But I think having a guy who has something in his toolkit that sets him apart beyond playing multiple positions. And again, I think multiple positions should include short for this team's purposes. Either, to me, you want to have a superpower like Rengifo, a switch hitter, or you want to have like plus speed.
Well, you bring up a good point. In fact, they need someone that can spell gunner, because that's something that we talked about for years now, how give him a day off, have him DH every now and then, because he was just pretty much every single day at shortstop. So I think having that ability, they got to bring in a guy that can play short.
I am curious, and we'll never know the answer to this, but what do they actually think of Jeremiah Jackson? Like, he was a fun story at the end of last year, but we're beyond fun. So
you should be trying to upgrade on him, and then if he forces his way into his roster, great.
And Ken, that kind of gets to your point that you bring up all the time, like, you can't operate best case scenario where that was a fun story. He popped off for a bit and then kind of faded a little bit down the stretch, but you can't operate best case scenario that he's going to hit the ground running.
No, I don't trust him at third base, and you would never think about putting him at short or second. So I don't really know that that's your ideal utility guy. And you also went and got this Ward thing, who's just a corner outfielder.
Yes, I think Jeremiah Jackson's going to be at Norfolk. Like, that's my gut.
Yeah, which is good depth and where he belongs. And if he had to come up here for a couple weeks, you'd feel pretty good that he could give you quality at bat. So, and let him play the outfield every day in Norfolk, because he never played the outfield until they put him there for the first time in Wrigley Field on a windy day.
That was fun.
But yeah, I think they need Now look, could it also be, it ends up being like a Velasquez type, and he's at AAA, and then if something happens, you want to call him up and he's your shortstop. They've liked to do it that way too. But I don't know. You're going to need an infield utility guy on this team somewhere. And again, I'd prefer that he could play some short, and I'd prefer he's either a switch hitter or he can run.
IKF's a fascinating guy because he can play short, he can play outfield, and he can handle a bat a little bit. And he's not going to cost you a lot of money.
They project him to be Spotrac's projecting Jorge Mateo to be 3.1. They're projecting the Razor 5.9. They're projecting IKF 5.3.
You're getting IKF less than the Razor.
I think I'd rather have IKF.
I mean, again,
than the
their
Razor.
projections are often wrong.
Yeah, but it's just
apples to apples. That's what they have.
Yeah. No, I mean it's definitely an interesting thought because obviously we're all so focused on pitching, where this is a sneaky need for sure.
Oh, I think it's a straight up need. I don't think it's sneaky at all. I think. Look, we've gotten so caught up in all the platoons and how screwy the lineup has been and how screwy the overall defense has been that we've never even looked at how bad these benches have been.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're back to allegedly, he said AL East or bust, which is kind of like World Series or bust, because then he came back and said, well, if you're winning the AL East, you're a World Series contender.
Yeah.
So if that's the standard, then the bench better not be just a hodgepodge of let's try this, let's try that, let's see if he can do this, let's see if he can do that. Nah, man, you should be buying some known commodity, which is someone who can play shortstop at the major league level and play at least two other positions and be able to work a walk or get on base a little bit. And then, maybe have some pop or maybe have some speed or whatever.
Didn't the last two AL East champions go to the World Series? And I'm thinking Toronto and the Yankees. Yeah. So it's the Orioles that in 2023 didn't win a game, but 24 and 25, you win the AL East, you go to the World Series.
I mean, yeah. So, and people will get hurt, and your depth will be compromised, and organization-wide. Despite the 2019 draft and drafted nothing but shortstops, there ain't a whole lot up the middle right now, organization-wide.
And
so that cavalry ain't coming.
You bring up the injuries and how remarkably healthy they were in 23 and for pretty much all of 24. If they learned anything from this past season, you're going to need some deep depth, some quality depth, because they used 70 different players last year. And like a franchise record.
And I repeat, you cannot play with best case scenario. You have to account for things. Real teams do that. And again, nobody's the Dodgers, but every other team accounts for things. You got to do that. Coming up next, little bounce back, fall back. Bone asks us questions. We answer next here on The Fan.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Raised with the hammer.
And O's.
Bolton Cowser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you. And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey there, Jason Lockenfor here. Now's the perfect time to finish up those home upgrades you've been planning for 2025 at Town Appliance. It's their year-end shopping event. Town Appliance carries over 70 trusted brands, including top names like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. My guys, Mayor and Mayor, they make the entire process simple and easy and stress-free. They also deliver nationwide. Visit their modern showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Give them a call, text them, or start browsing right now at townappliance.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Looking for the perfect gift this holiday season? Give the gift of beauty and wellness with a Lifeman Institute gift card. From rejuvenating IV therapy and hormone balancing to cutting-edge aesthetics and shockwave therapy, Lifeman Institute can help you choose the path to you feeling amazing in 2026. It's more than a gift card. It's confidence, vitality, and self-care wrapped in a bow. Visit lifemaninstitute.com to purchase a gift cards or call 410-575-1200 today. That's 410-575-1200.
Hey, Baltimore. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your Baltimore area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Celebrate the season with end-of-year savings at Bob Bell Kia. Drive off today in one of 5 fabulous models under $30K. We'll beat CarMax by up to $2,000. No payments until 2026. Go to BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
Unscripted, unfiltered, and on camera. The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. It's proof that they actually show up for work. Yeah. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Draymond Jones had his most disruptive game as a Raven Sunday versus the Bengals. Jones had 6 pressures and 5 quarterback hits. Coach John Harbaugh was proud of his veteran pass rusher's performance.
I think he's a really good player, physical. You get him on the edge in the pass rush like that. That was a help to us too. T-Rob coming in I think had a big impact on that because he was able to go inside. So you had both those guys out there at the same time. A number of times, 2 heavy-handed pass rushers.
The Ravens' playoff path is simple. If they win out, they win the division. Baltimore can drop one of its next 2 games and beat the Steelers in Week 18 and still win the AFC North, assuming Pittsburgh drops one of its next 2 games against the Lions or Browns. The Knicks are set to face the Spurs in the NBA Cup Championship. San Antonio beat the Thunder 111-109 in the semifinals, while New York knocked off the Magic 132-120 to advance to the championship. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-30s with an overnight low of 23. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 46. I'm Tim Barbalace, O's, Terps, and the most Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Bounce Back, Fall Back is sponsored by Mattress Warehouse. Behind every champion is a great night's sleep. Find your perfect mattress backed by science with Bed Match only at Mattress Warehouse. Learn more and find the location nearest you at mattresswarehouse.com.
Inside Access. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
righty. Let's look back to the weekend action. Joe Burrow passes for over 266.5 yards, and all of these numbers courtesy of Book
of Bones on it.
Yes. He did not.
No.
225.
He didn't even pretend. He didn't even think about it.
He did not.
No.
He didn't even conjure it up in his
He
head.
abstained.
He abstained.
Yeah. At least Tua faked it at the end last night.
Both you guys bounced back. Jason, you said it would be 3-something.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson throws for over 227.5. He had all of 12 pass attempts for 150 yards, so that was a major fallback. Both you guys bounced back. Ravens tight ends combined for over 120 yards. That didn't happen.
No.
2 catches for 18 yards, all by Mark Andrews. Both you guys bounced back. Jamar Chase has over 87.5 receiving yards. That did hit. 10 catches for 132. Both you guys bounced back there. Derrick Henry rushes for over 86.5. He got a hundy. Both you guys bounced back. Drake May passes for over 230.5 yards against the Bills. 155. Jason, you fell back.
I bounced
189.
back, I think.
Ken, you bounced back. Puka Nacua goes for over 102.5 yards receiving. He blew by that. 181. Both you guys bounced back. Jason, you thought 150. Phillip Rivers throws for over 151.5 yards against the Seahawks. He did not. 120. Jason, you fell back. 127. That was close to something special. But not quite. Can you bounce back? Jason with the win.
It's been a
4-3. 4-3.
I don't feel very good about it, but I'll take it.
Why not? This was low scoring?
That
was a tough week.
It wasn't very impressive.
It was a tough week.
We got close on that 127.
Yeah,
That was
you could have
good.
said like 121 or something. Then I'd be thumping my chest.
It's not Jimmy Butler,
No,
exactly.
I mean, we'll never get. Jimmy Butler was the peak of bounce back.
Jim, was it Jimmy
What was
Butler?
the one I hit the other day? You were very impressed.
Who could
with?
ever guess an NBA point
Only
total?
me.
Yeah. Yes.
Only me.
Clearly, only Ken.
Yes, we've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, I nailed Mac McClung.
Yeah.
I nailed G-League.
No, you abstained.
You're off mic, Jason.
Remember,
No, but I also nailed the one.
You were crying
You gave out the
about
wrong
getting
one. I abstained after you gave out the wrong game.
Yeah.
You were crying about G
Steel
League. I
trap
put
up here.
G League in.
Yeah,
You're
then
like,
you did it
nah, I'm
wrong.
not doing
You did
it.
it
I
wrong.
did it wrong. Now, let's get to some NBA Cup championship.
Cup runneth
tonight.
over.
Yes. We got Spurs and Knicks.
Yes.
Karl Anthony Towns, everybody. Jason, we'll
Yes.
start with you. Over 35.5 points, rebounds, and assists tonight against the Spurs.
Woo. He's been playing well. Knicks are the second best team in the NBA, really, over the last 6 weeks. Only OKC's been better. There's going to be double-digit rebounds, and I could see him scoring 22 to 25 points. The assist part, you said 34?
35.5.
35.5.
Book of Bone.
5.5.
Yeah.
I'm going to say he gets, you know what, 12, carry the 1. I'm going to say he gets 41, man.
That's a easy bounce back. 41.
Breezes
10.
by.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Knicks are good. I'm going to fall back, Bon. I'm going to fall back.
Let's get to Wemby. Victor Wembanyama. Over 34.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Ken.
I like Wemby, Bon. He's good. No blocks in here, though.
No
Not for
blocks.
the-
No blocks. Points, rebounds.
I'm going to bounce back, Bon.
All right. Jason.
He missed a lot of time, Bob.
He's fresh.
Came back on a pitch count. They beat OKC. It's one of a shocking upset. But I still think he's probably on a bit of a pitch count here. So I don't know about the minutes. I think there'll be tough minutes against a Knicks team that's, over the last 10 games, top 4 in the NBA in net rating. Elite rebounding team as well. And they might kind of avoid him. A point that Beltway Ben brought up. And then won a bet today, breaking this game down. You know, they can shoot the 3 pretty well, and they might mitigate his defensive impact that way and maybe take away from some of the numbers on boards and such. So I'm going to say he goes under.
Get his comeuppance.
Fall back. Knicks cover the 2.5, Jason.
I like him on the money line, Bone. I like him on the money line. I don't know about laying points here. Maron, book of the Bone.
All right.
Book of Bone's
Doesn't
tough.
play around. does not play around.
I'll say the Knickerbockers by 3. A
That is a
Jalen
bounce back.
Brunson game-winning baseline 3.
Game-winning.
What's that going to be worth to you?
Baseline.
If I get that,
dude, if he hits
the
that,
Jimmy Butler thing never comes up on the history of the show
yes,
again. It's buried.
100%. 100%.
Can't they share the mantle?
No,
We'll
no,
build
there's no sharing.
We'll build you a statue.
One's a
and-
marathon and one's a 20-yard dash.
I don't think so. I'm going to take the Spurs in this one, so I'll fall back.
Take the Spurs, fall back. Let's get to Thursday night football. Big time game. You're going to hear it on 105.7
Yes, you will.
FM.
Bruno and Valente before that?
No,
That's Fridays.
No, it's Fridays.
I mean, Boomer?
Yeah, what'd you call it, Bruno?
Bruno.
I want to hear Bruno and Valente.
Bruno Valente would be fun. If it's that guy, the Borat character?
Yeah.
Bruno. he was fun.
Matthew Stafford throws for over 233.5 passing yards, Ken.
Rams and
Seahawks.
The Seahawks defense really
Spicy
good.
meatballs.
Yeah. What's the number again, Bob?
233.5.
That's tight.
And I don't think Devontae Adams is going to play,
No.
even though Sean McVay
Didn't want to roll him out.
Did not declare him out yet.
My eyes declared him out.
Yeah, that didn't look good. That did not look good. I'm going to fall back, Bum.
Fall back. Okay, Jason.
There will be a Matt Stafford play in overtime of tomorrow's Wannabet. It's a play I've already made.
What time's Wannabet come on tomorrow?
Wannabet will be noon tomorrow.
Noon? Okay.
www.wannabetwithus.com.
Nooner. Little afternoon delight for you.
Seattle pretty good pass defense. Bone, I'm going to say he throws for 227.
That's a fallback. 227. Sam Darnold in the last matchup of these teams. 4 picks.
Yeah. He threw for 279, though.
It's not good, though. 4 picks is bad.
Yeah.
It's not like he does that all the time.
He will have no more than 1 turnover, Jason. I'm saying fumbles, picks, no more than 1 turnover.
Okay.
I'll say he throws a pick. I mean, fumble, I'll say he doesn't fumble.
Okay, so that's a bounce back then.
Just 1 turnover.
Just one or 0.
Remind me, where's this game, Bone?
This game is in Seattle.
Okay.
Because that game was
Yeah, that's right. But that doesn't seem to matter with Sam Darnold these days. I'm going to say he throws 2 picks, Bump.
Oh, 2 picks. That's a fallback. 2 picks. We're going back to Puka Nacua. Over 94.5 receiving yards, Ken.
Bounce back, Bone. I don't know that Puka can be stopped these days.
Yeah, that's pretty hard.
No. It's a really good zone defense. No Devontae Adams to worry about. I think the tight ends are going to have a little bit of joy here. But, man, it is Puka. I got to say he gets his hundy.
He's fun.
Gets his hundy. Jackson Smith and Jigba over 89.5 yards receiving. Jason.
I'm going to say 76.
It's a fallback, 76. Ken?
The quarterback obviously factors greatly in this. Like, Jackson Smith the Jigba gets open a lot, but Sam Darnold, I just saw a thing one of the Seattle beat guys was talking about. He was the best tight window passer for most of the year. The last 4 weeks, he's been one of the worst. I'll bounce back, Bone.
Bounce back. And lastly,
this one could be a blowout.
Book of the Bone
Either way.
has the Rams favored by 1, but we are just going to say Rams money line here. Ken, the Rams win. They sweep Seattle.
Man, it's tough to sweep a team. It's in their house. Man. I'm going to bounce back. They sweep them.
I don't think I'll be on a side or a total. I certainly am not yet, but I would lean Rams.
So that's a bounce back.
Take the Rams.
All right.
Did I say
I'm just
Seattle?
checking.
Did I say Seattle? Did I stutter?
I'm just checking.
You leaning.
I'm going to put down lean Rams.
By the way,
in my notes.
Congratulations to friend of the show, Sean McVay. His wife gave birth to a baby boy today.
Nice.
So, Sean McVay is a dad. Coming up next.
Again.
He's the second kid.
kids,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, the second kid. guy who all the gamblers call Daddy is Beltway Ben, because he's bringing winners. He's bringing winners, taking over the world. Just want to bet with Beltway Ben next year on the Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
It's Hump Day, and we're going to talk to World Series MVP Rick Dempsey. We'll get his thoughts on all the Orioles moves from Pete Alonso to what's next, and we'll talk Ravens-Patriots. It's a big game on Sunday.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman from my law firm and my friends at the law office of Michael A. Friedman. The holidays are here, but that also means weather, and we've already had our first snowfall. It's been freezing, ice on the roads, which means, unfortunately, you could end up getting into an auto accident. So if you get yourself or your loved one gets yourself in an auto accident, do you want to go with a firm that I can guarantee you pick that firm, you're not getting the name on the door because that person might be too busy making television ads? Or would you like to go with a firm where I can tell you right now, law office of Michael A. Friedman, it's going to be Michael, it's going to be Steven, or it's going to be Rachel who represents you at trial. So you can do your due diligence right now. You can Google them. You can see that they're great attorneys. You can go to maflaw.com, read the accolades they've received, the awards they've won. So do yourself a favor. If you or a loved one get yourself in an auto accident, do what I would do. Go with the law office of Michael A. Friedman. They have convenient offices in both Owings Mills and Glen Burnie. For a free consultation, evaluation of your case, give them a call right now, 410-363-6848. Again, that phone number, 410-363-6848. Or go to maflaw.com. You can email them from the website. I guarantee you when you do, either Michael, Steven, or Rachel will get back to you. And when they do, please tell them Ken Wyman sent you.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Steelers are annoying. Are they good again now? Aaron Rodgers looked sharp last night, and the defense smothered the Dolphins without T.J. Watt. It almost makes you think they could be a nuisance in the postseason. But either way, staying in the middle like this isn't good for their long-term health. The organization needs a bad year for a reset that might really get it going. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. That's 800-676-1090.
Rates are available and may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
This holiday season, comfort means more than a warm home. Get FH Fur's $49 36-point heating inspection and maintenance check and help us give back with FH Fur donating up to $10,000 to Toys for Tots.
877-GO-FUR. FHFur.com.
The action continues all month long at Laurel Park. Join us on December 20th for the Christmastide Stakes, featuring 4 competitive races and $400,000 in prize money. Close out the year on Saturday, December 27th, with another exciting day of stakes racing. Then ring in 2026 with opening day on Friday, January 9th at America's home for horse racing. First race starts at noon. Get all the details at laurelpark.com. Laurel Park. Watch, play, win.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Tonight, clear low around 27. Tomorrow, high near 45.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. That's 800-676-1090.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Wanna Bet, the daily gambling game show that takes betting seriously, but not much else. Get our favorite plays on the totals, sides, props, exotics, and futures to jump on now. So let's get it started with Jason.
Number one song this holiday season. Let's bring on our own Beltway
They should add it to the
panel.
mix over there on LIF.
Yeah,
we know,
I think they have.
You guys know some people. Why don't we get that in there?
Daddy's home.
The little Frosty
Yeah.
the Snowman and that little wanna bet.
Big Daddy himself, Beltway Ben Hall.
Daddy's home.
So we got a lot. Ben, we got a lot of sports this week. This is a massive sports week. We have college football playoffs coming up. We have the NBA Cup. We have a weekend of NFL football. Where are you looking at right now?
We got Southern against Cal Baptist tonight.
Yeah.
We got that as well. We absolutely do. I'll go all over the place. We'll start in college basketball. We're going to take Louisville's team total under 78.5 at -110. Playing in Knoxville tonight, and that's going to be a really, really tough thing on Kelsey. I like Kelsey a lot at Louisville. He's a great coach, done a lot well there, and that offense has been awesome all season long. The difference is tonight they're going to Knoxville, where Rick Barnes has consistently smothered teams, mucked it up in some of these games, and made those ugly. And to beat Louisville, your only chance of doing just that is slowing things down, making it ugly, and keeping it, somewhat close in that fashion. For them to do that, Louisville's going to have to go under 78.5 points. Now, Louisville's played 2 games away from home, and both of those games were right around the number, 76 and 80. Tennessee is a different type of defense. Rick Barnes' defenses have consistently performed at a high level. I think they'll do it again here. So I like Louisville to go under their team total tonight in which should be a very good matchup. You can watch former Terp Jacoby Gillespie in that one. I have a passing yards that I like in this bowl game, team passing yards. We're going to go with Troy, 225 plus passing yards at -136. This is a first or second bowl game because, of course, the Vegas Bowl has to compete with the Army-Navy game right after. They could have just given it their own day, but it's a conversation for another day. They're matching up with Jackson State, and Jackson State against the pass has struggled. Kennesaw State, 246 in the Conference USA Championship, 362 earlier in the season. UTEP, 244. Middle Tennessee State, 235. Delaware, 422. 5 of their last 7 games, they've allowed opponents over this. And bowl games are fun. Like, offensive coordinators will throw the football. They'll draw things up. They'll make things a little bit more exciting. And I think we see that here. Now, quarterback Goose Crowder, great name, is questionable here for this matchup. And when he's played, the passing offense has been that much better. But Kilcrease has started more games than he has because Goose Crowder's dealt with some injuries. So I do like their passing yards. Now, one big play for the NBA Cup game for me tonight, Victor Wembanyama over 14.5 field goals attempted at -140. Gave this out on WannaBet at -140. Wemby is... I'm a huge fan of the guy. I said it to Jason on WannaBet earlier. Like, I think that if he stays healthy, he could ultimately be the GOAT. And that's a high thing to say, a very strong thing to say. But truly, when you look at his impact on the court when he is out there, he could, if he wins the way some of these other guys have and stays healthy, I think that we could be talking about him as one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Long way to go. He's dealt with some injuries, and that's another thing here. Played 21 minutes last game. Shout out to the coaching staff of San Antonio, though. Not many guys approach games the way they did. Benching him in the first quarter, which shocked a lot of people. To put him in the second when they did, got a lot of impact there, and then let him play in a bunch of different spots in the second half, and that was the difference in the game. When he was on the court, they were that much better. So they've done a good job. But one thing with Wemby, again, I view him highly, huge fan of his, root for him all the time. In some of these spots, he gets shot happy. This is a guy that wants to, put on and show it and have his fingerprint among these games. And San Antonio's not going to tell him to stop it. This is a guy that leads them when he's on the court, and he's their top scorer. He's their top defender. He does all these things well. He will get shot happy. So field goal attempts, we don't have to worry about him knocking some shots down in just his second game back when he's still a little raw. I do think that means, though, he'll get more shot looks. They'll be giving him the basketball more. And could he get 2 to 3 or more minutes in this game? I think so. So we're going to play Wemby over 14.5 field goals attempted at -140.
By the way, Ben, before I ask you where people can find you, I'm just curious because you're a big NBA guy. What do you think about the talk? Like San Antonio's got all these good young players. Do you keep the core together, or do you take that big swing? And because it seems like Giannis is getting dealt. Like if you're the Spurs, do you make the big swing for Giannis, or you keep that group together?
I keep it together. I think you look at what OKC has done and find an Alex Caruso type of guy that can be that, piece, the difference. I mean, like they don't have SGA, but they have a Wemby. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference there. They have a guy that they can go to. Castle, the growth that we've seen him take, he's been incredible. And if you're going to add somebody like Giannis again, we're talking about Giannis here, but Castle could grow into one of those very, very reliable players, and you're going to have to get rid of him, where you have him for a few more years on this contract, and you're not going to have to pay him Giannis money. This is also something, I don't know that they're going to be that risky, because that's something to get you fired if you go and add Giannis and it blows up in your face and looks ugly when you know the consistency you have right now. You already added a De'Aaron Fox last year in a trade. He seems to be happy there. He's fit in pretty well. You haven't, like when he was in Sacramento towards the end, it was pretty ugly things he was saying in some spots. He hasn't done it. So I think you keep what you have and maybe try to find that Alex Caruso type of guy.
We were talking about this prior to the show in the break room. Towson at Kansas, 16.5 point spread. Could they cover?
Yeah, I think they could. Will I be betting it? Absolutely not. Playing it out in field, I mean, there's not many spots you want to play on the road. Now it'll be exciting for those guys. Peterson's out. Weird situation going on there. I think he might be done for the rest of the year, to be quite honest with you. It could be like the Kyrie and Duke situation where you just want the guy to be healthy, go to the NBA, and do what he ultimately wants to do. But for Towson, it would be pretty cool to see them give Kansas issues. I mean, you already did it with one Big 12 school, Houston, who they had on the ropes late. Could they do it against Kansas without Peterson? Probably, but I get scared kind of betting some of these big underdogs because it's tough to root for when you know Kansas has some of the top dogs.
By the way, Ben, where can people find you?
At BH Journalist and at Wanna Bet with us. Everything we do, we're live every day. The night before, if we need to. If you got jury duty, you got anything going on, you got a doctor's appointment, something's wrong, you still got Wanna Bet.
Hey, you guys, we've had Thanksgiving. Christmas is coming up. New Year's is coming. There's no days off. These guys grind.
We know people will be traveling for the holidays, so we will get you a lot of Christmas plays.
Yep. Come on.
3-4 days beforehand.
We cater like that. Wanna Bet's awesome.
Taking over the world.
We're 9 days away.
He's totally unbiased.
We're 9 days away from Christmas. There's people, me, that are going to be getting their gifts last minute. You need a little extra money. Like Ben said a month ago, dude, you're getting your Christmas money. I don't know that I would
approach it that way, but...
Well, I also, and this could take
responsibly.
I want to be quick with this because it could take up a whole segment. I suggested on Wanna Bet, if you have somebody in your family that likes sports betting, just a little parlay, you put it in their stocking.
Oh, nice.
You make it fun on Christmas to watch NBA and NFL.
There you go.
I like
Incentivize it a little more.
Coming up next, the Orioles, they have a polar bear in their stocking for Christmas. What else is going to be coming up for Oriole fans? We'll ask Jacob Calvin-Meyer, covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. He joins us next.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
A hard hit changes everything, but you have Dubo Law on your side. When you've been hurt in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. That's 410-ASK-DUBO for your free consultation.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Jim Jennings Transmissions and Glen Burnie Transmissions have joined together to make sure that no matter where you are in the Baltimore area, you can choose the best when it comes to your car's transmission. Whether it's a new, used, rebuilt, or remanufactured transmission for hundreds less than the dealer, look no further. Call Jim Jennings Transmissions at 410-686-6700 or jjt-online.com. Jim Jennings Transmissions and Glen Burnie Transmissions, the best team in Baltimore.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ring in 2026 at Charm City Countdown. Maryland's biggest all-inclusive New Year's Eve gala brings a night at Studio 54 to the BWI Hilton. Multiple live bands, DJs, dance floors, and 17 party zones. Gourmet food, 5-hour open bar, party favors for all, champagne toast, and huge balloon drop at midnight. Hotel rooms on site. Tickets start at $79, and you can leave your wallet at home. Proceeds benefit caring communities. Get tickets at CharmCityCountdown.com. Keep listening to win your tickets.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Teddy Buchanan's strong rookie season has come to an end after he suffered a torn ACL during Sunday's game against the Bengals. Coach John Harbaugh recently talked about the ramifications of the injury.
Nobody's into it more than he is. You know, he's just great, and he's going to be back next year. Should be back hopefully for training camp. It's unfortunate, disappointing, be part of his story, you know, going forward, obviously. But Trent Simpson will take that role. Trent had a really good game, played well, has been practicing great.
The Ravens' playoff path is simple. If they win out, they win the division. Baltimore can drop one of its next 2 games and beat the Steelers in Week 18 and still win the AFC North, assuming Pittsburgh drops one of its next 2 games against the Lions or Browns. The Knicks are set to face the Spurs in the NBA Cup Championship. San Antonio beat the Thunder 111-109 in the semifinals, while New York knocked off the Magic 132-120 to advance to the championship. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-30s with an overnight low of 23. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 46. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. I'm Tim Barbalas. O's, Terps, and the most Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalas.
Sponsored by Anderson Buick GMC of Hunt Valley and Abingdon. It's smiles for miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com.
Inside Access would like to welcome to the show 2025 Hall of Fame inductee, Jacob Calvin Meyer. Jacob, the fan thanks you.
Need a pretty big tree to fit a polar bear under it, but the Orioles accomplished that as they signed into a 5-year, $155 million deal at the press conference on Friday. Jacob Calvin Meyer covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. He joins us now. And Jacob, thank you as always for your time. Hope you're enjoying the holiday season. So your reaction to the Alonso signing?
Yeah, I think it was probably the same as everybody's reaction. The first one was surprise, despite the fact that there have been very credible reports all season that the Orioles were going to take a big swing to get an impact bat. With the way that this organization has been run for the entire Mike Elias tenure and frankly for the past few decades, I think everybody was skeptical that was actually going to happen. And you know, credit where it's due that it did happen. Listen, to get free agents, you have to outbid teams, right? So the press conference was great, right? And there were a lot of significant things that were said, and I think inarguably, if you look at where the organization is now compared with where they were 3 years ago, they are on a much better trajectory to potentially win a World Series than they ever would have been 3 years ago, and that's in large part because of David Rubenstein. But despite all of the very nice things that were said about the pitch that Albernaz gave to Alonso and all the nice things that were said by Pete about Baltimore and what this organization is, he's coming here because they gave him $155 million, which no other team was willing to. Yeah. And there are credible reasons that those teams weren't willing to. But there's an even more credible reason that the Orioles were willing to, because they really did need a player like Pete Alonso, and the lineup looks a lot better with him in it.
Well, let's get to that lineup. You bring in Taylor Ward, you bring in Pete Alonso. A lot of people are really high on the potential of this lineup. How good do you expect this lineup to be?
Yeah, I think the best thing about the acquisitions of both Ward and Alonso is that they raise both your floor and your ceiling. The floor of this lineup is really good. Simply because, listen, anything can happen, right? But Ward and Alonso are guys that play every day, and you can reliably count on them to, I don't know, worst case scenario, have like a 750 plus OPS, and much more likely to be much higher than that in Alonso's case. And so the floor is a lot higher. And then if you imagine, well, what if Gunnar gets back to what he was in 24? What if Adley gets back to what he was in 23, or at least a better version of that? What if Jackson takes the next step? What if Westberg stays healthy? And what if Samuel Basayo is also a 30 homer guy, which is like well within his range of outcomes if he's playing consistently and is healthy. And so you look at this, in best case scenario, you have a lineup that can certainly go toe to toe with really any in the American League. But at the same time, if they properly address the pitching staff, they have a lineup that even if it doesn't reach its potential, or even if the lineup has a down year, if the pitching staff is what it should be, this is still probably a playoff team. Or, even if it's a down year for the offense, I still think that the floor is high enough with the additions that they've made.
We were just chatting a little while ago about the sort of utility role here. And, your bench is going to matter if we're talking about a team that they want to build for October. And the organizational depth at shortstop, really up the middle right now, is kind of non-existent. Do they need to spend a little dough on a utility guy, preferably one who could spell Gunnar at short at least once a week?
Yeah, help me out here. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Are there guys out there on the market that fill that type of role?
We were talking about IKF. We were talking about maybe Rengifo, and then obviously you've still got the Mateos and Ramones out there.
Yeah, IKF. That's a player that I feel like every team looks at him and can make a case for why he should be on their team. And so I'll say this: the concern with Gunnar for me is less about having a guy behind him. I don't think it's that important if Gunnar is going to be healthy, to just have a guy behind him, because even if it's for a day a week, or if he gets hurt for a couple days, I'm fine with Jackson moving over there for a couple days. The scary scenario, and you pointed out, is what if Gunnar has a serious injury?
Yeah,
and then what do you do? Because then you're leaving yourself extremely vulnerable. And at the current moment, they don't really have anybody to put in that spot. So at the same time, if it's an IKF, that's not somebody you're comfortable having be your everyday shortstop if Gunnar goes down either. And so I don't know if there's a guy on the market that would that would make sense for this team to fill that role while also being somebody that you're comfortable with playing every day at shortstop. So, and this isn't just an Orioles thing, but they probably just have to cross their fingers and that Gunnar doesn't get hurt. And if a player of Gunnar Henderson's caliber on really any team gets hurt and is out for the postseason, that team's just not going to win the World Series anyway. So it's important for them to address their depth, both really up the middle with a third catcher, another center fielder, somebody that can play shortstop. But I don't know if it's a requirement for this roster at the moment. Talking with Jacob Calvin Meyer, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Okay, so what's next, do you think? If you've been pretty good with your gut on things. I remember we were talking earlier, Zach Eflin, you called before it happened. What do you think is next on the Orioles shopping list? Yeah, I'll call my shot again. I've done this already this offseason, but Freddie Peralta is going to be my. Again, this is just complete speculation.
Jason's guy.
Freddie Peralta is going to be my guess, because the Orioles and the Brewers view players very similarly. So it makes lining up for a trade a lot more simple. They've already done this with a pitcher, similar to Burns' caliber, who also had 1 year left, of arbitration. And so if the Brewers are completely intent on trading Freddie Peralta, the Orioles are going to be one of the teams that are certainly in those conversations. And if the two front offices already have experience making a deal like this get done, then that's one that makes a lot of sense to me. And if you trade for Freddie Peralta and you sign a starting pitcher, this rotation looks really good. And there's no reason at this point that they can't both trade for a pitcher and sign one. And so you're looking at this team right now, and things certainly look a lot better right now than they did 12 months ago.
Yeah, we've been saying the same thing. We expect them to sign one of these guys and trade for one of these guys. And Ken brought up Jim Bowden of the Athletics, saying he expects a Ranger Suarez or Framber Valdez to end up being signed by the Orioles. Of those two, who would you like to see come to Baltimore?
Michael King.
Okay.
Oh, you like door number three? Huh?
That's fine too.
Frankly, it's any of them. Part of this game is variance and luck, and there's some things you can't. Right? They offered Corbin Burns a contract that would have put him at the highest AAV of any starting pitcher in baseball history, and he tore his ACL. You can tell I'm really
football mode. Yeah.
He tore his UCL and had Tommy John surgery, a month into the season, and so you're going to be able to look back in a few years and go, oh, whoever got Framber really got a steal, but the guy but the team that signed Suarez, really got hurt. I don't know. I think for me, they might let I think we saw this with the position player side, which was that they were in on a lot of guys. Schwarber, reportedly Tucker, and then they obviously landed on Alonso. I think, this is just my intuition, I don't see them going 6 or 7 years for a starting pitcher.
Nope.
And I don't think all three of those guys are getting 6 or 7 years.
Yep.
In fact, there's a chance that Fromber gets 6 or 7, that Suarez gets 4 or 5, and that King gets 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
So they might just let the market come to them in regards to the starting pitchers and say, listen, we already have proof of concept. They are willing to give a higher AAV deal for a shorter thing. So like maybe they're looking at Fromber and saying, hey, we'll give you 4 for 160 or whatever the number is, and or they're looking at King and looking at a 3-year deal with a higher AAV and maybe an opt-out after year 1 or something like that. But listen, the thing I'm thinking of is obviously if you sign 2 starting pitchers, that fully allows you to bump Tyler Wells to the bullpen and improve your bullpen. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they only get 1 starting pitcher. That I think most fans would consider that a slight disappointment because I think the rotation is just so much stronger if you add 2 guys, and because there are several pitchers in the rotation that have had injury concerns that I don't think you can bank on some of these guys. So getting 2 arms is something that I do really think they need to do.
2 arms is better than 1.
Yeah, it is. I've heard that.
Have you started to look at the prism of the AL East, or is it just too soon because there's too many moving parts and too much still to be done?
Well, I've certainly been keeping track of what the Blue Jays are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And the Yankees seem to be underwhelming thus far. Yeah. But like that can change because like it certainly seems like the Red Sox are going to do a couple things, and everybody expects the Yankees to at least make a couple moves. And so when you look at the division, and that's the thing, it's like you can talk really positively about the Orioles offseason, and it has unquestionably been positive. But this is still going to be a hell of a division where, like, is it possible that this is that the division is even better than what it was in 2023?
Sure.
And you look at it and go, man, 4th place is going to win 88 games or something like that.
Maybe.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. And again, that's why you got to keep your foot on the gas pedal here. And it can't just be Alonso and 1 starting pitcher and then the work is done.
Agreed.
Jacob Calvin Meyer covers the O's for the Baltimore
We owe you a
Sun.
milkshake.
Yeah,
when are
we
you going
do.
to come in studio?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, listen, after the Ravens inevitably, lose a game in January or something and blow it, or we'll have to have it sometime in January maybe. I'd love to come in.
All right.
Awesome.
We will set that up.
Happy holidays, Jacob, and we will talk soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Coming up next, T-Bone time. I don't know how you follow that. It's TMI with TAM. And
good luck, Bone.
So I've done some TMIs in the past, whether it's big wins on sports bets or lottery winners. But I saw this story yesterday, and I know how I'd react, but I'll save it for after the break. This guy in Silver Spring bought a lottery ticket for a relative of his, just as like a kind gesture, and it was $100,000 winner.
Ooh.
Like, has that ever happened? Like, someone, like, you, I know my grandparents, they do it for me, like, for birthday gift or whatever, they throw in a lottery ticket. Yeah. And I do often wonder, like, if this ever won big, like, what would I do? Has that ever happened to you? You give it out or a raffle ticket type thing? 410-583-1057. What would you do if you were in that situation? 410-583-1057. That's next on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
It's hump day, and we're going to talk to World Series MVP Rick Dempsey. We'll get his thoughts on all the Orioles moves from Pete Alonso to what's next, and we'll talk Ravens Patriots. It's a big game on Sunday.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Jason Lockenfora here. Time is running out on the year of 2025, but you still have time to get in on the Town Appliance year-end shopping event. Yes, this is your chance for savings up to 45% off select appliances. My guys, Mayor and Mayor, right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Let them take care of you like they took care of us. Town Appliance offers over 40 years of experience, free nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee means they'll match any price from any authorized dealer. The showroom, it can't be beat. It's beautiful. It's spotless. It's chic. It's modern. It's like walking into a high-end or mid-range or, depending on your budget, whatever, kitchen or laundry room or, frankly, whatever room in your house you need an appliance in, because if you need it, they have it, big or small, indoor or outdoor. We were in there a few months back and sat down with Mayor and Mayor. In no time at all, we had a new washing machine that fit our specs, a new range, and a new microwave. They can do it for you as well. Delivery, install, all of it is easy breezy, and the entire inventory is available at townappliance.com. If you're in store, again, ask for my friends Mayor and Mayor. They will provide stress-free service. Don't wait. Stop by that chic and modern showroom right now. Call them, text them, or start your saving experience at townappliance.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Vinny Serrato here. I know what it takes to win under pressure, so if you're hurt in an accident, call the team that knows how to win. Science and Kirk. Hurt in an accident? Remember, if you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic brought to you by Heil Plumbing, Maryland's go-to since 1977.
Mysterious basement leak, unexplained water in the yard, or a high water bill? I'm Eddie Heil, owner of Heil Plumbing and Sewer. We'll locate the break, give you clear pricing, and replace your water line fast. Schedule your visit at heilplumbing.com. That's HEIL plumbing.com.
Let Green Valley make your holiday gathering the hit of the season. From party-ready catering and fresh seafood to the perfect cut from our in-store butchers, we've got it all, plus scratch-baked desserts from Lauer's Bakery. Available at all locations. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. The college football playoff starts Friday night in Norman with Alabama, a 1-point road favorite at Oklahoma. Total is 40.5. These two schools played back in Tuscaloosa on November 15th. Oklahoma pulling off the upset on the road thanks to 3 Bama turnovers. And some think that Bama will just not turn the ball over and win this game. I see a Bama offense that has a lot of trouble running the ball, a good Oklahoma defense, and a good Oklahoma special teams, and I think Oklahoma's going to beat them again. So coming up on Friday night, let's play Oklahoma +1 against Alabama. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
See some red, save some green on the full line of new Chevrolets and used cars and trucks right now at Jerry's. It's the end of 2025 and Jerry Chevrolet saved the best deals to close the year out, including 0% financing, savings up to $13,000, and no payments until March. Plus, holiday deals on used cars, trucks, and EVs too. Shop Jerry Chevrolet's great selection right now online or visit them at the corner of Joppa Road and Perry Parkway.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm Kevin Harlan. You're listening to the station with the best Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7.
The Fan. From the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Center. 95 northbound past White Marsh Boulevard. There's an accident. It's being moved off to the shoulder there. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound. There's delays from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Around the Beltway, the inner loop's heavy off and on between 95 and I-70. Slows again between Clark Heights Avenue and the JFX. And then again it slows from before Charles Street to Dulaney Valley Road. Outer loop slows approaching York Road, and it's heavy off and on to the Harrisburg Expressway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Hot takes from the guy behind the glass.
in a glass case of emotion.
TMI with TIM.
TMI, my friend.
Inside Access. 105.7 The Fan.
It's T-Bone time, TMI with TIM, and the floor is yours.
Don't disappoint me.
The great Dave Chappelle once did a skit on the Chappelle Show. When keeping it real goes wrong. When doing a good act, I don't want to say goes wrong, but
you just
maybe
did.
kind of. Saw this yesterday. A Silver Spring man told the Maryland lottery officials that he recently received a call from a relative that he'd been helping him out. And they went to a gas station. He bought him a $10 scratch off just as a kind gesture, thanking the person for helping him out. And lo and behold, it was a $100,000 winner. So, posing the question to the people, 410-583-1057. You ever gifted a lottery ticket or a raffle ticket and it ended up being a massive winner like that? 410-583-1057. I have said on this show numerous times that I would do disgusting things for $10,000.
Yeah.
$100,000. If I did that, I'd like to think of myself as being a good person. But this is clearly a bad trade for me, a red flag for me. I'd be beside myself, dude. I would be like, oh, God. Like, happy for you, but...
Like watching the end of that Florida national championship game in the fetal position?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Remember that moment?
Well, it ended up working out.
That was great.
But, dude,
could have worked out ironclad.
Yes.
It still worked out for me.
Yeah, it did.
$100,000.
Just because it worked doesn't mean it was the right move.
Like, I would kind of say, like, you got to give me a little bit, right?
Taste? Give me a
First
taste?
of all, let's be
you
real.
gotta give me a little.
Let's be real. Let's think this through.
Let's do it.
How many people have you bought lottery tickets for?
Oh, never. I feel like it's an older person thing, but my grandparents, they do it like for the grandkids, like
Right.
for sending a birthday
So
card.
if you won
here's a
$100,000, would you give your
$5
grandfather $5
I
grand?
would have to give them something.
You got to give him a taste, right?
I guess my point is,
happened.
who would you give it to that you don't
Yeah.
think would at least give you a little kickback?
Yeah.
Like, you're not buying it for
strangers.
Like, you're not showing up at the bar, like, handing them out, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Maybe, I
like
don't
here's
know.
my business card back in the day. Like, you're not, I mean, like, whoever you're doing this for is someone you probably have a relationship with that, like, they would inherently, oh my God, Bone, this thing hit for $50K. Here's at least $5,000 or something.
But it's not. It's
But,
not
I mean,
the $50K.
if you would
It's
have to
not the
go and
50K,
ask them,
though.
I'll say this: if you had to go to them and be like, "Hey, so I heard that pop for $100K.
Yeah.
You've been ghosting me ever since. You stopped calling me.
Where's
You
my
stopped
taste?
Texting me like you're showing up at their door like they're bookie back in the day.
Yeah.
Where's my? What's my cut?
Yeah.
I got news for you. I don't think you're getting a cut.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the kind of
I
thing.
know, but I
think
would
that's the kind of thing. As soon as they scratch it off, the first call is, dude, you're never going to believe
Yeah.
this. That scratch off you gave me for $100K. There's a check coming to you for $10K as soon as it cashes, as soon as I get the money in my account.
Yeah.
But even then, again, this is where maybe red flag.
Although
for me.
his friend who's barred from the show would
Yes.
probably give you
No,
nothing. Your
he'd give you
friends,
nothing.
honestly, your
Stop,
friends would probably give you
stop.
nothing.
They would give me something.
Now I know.
But then-
Actually, I know why you're worried.
But then I would still think like
I agree with Jason.
Yeah, 10's better than none, but it's not.
Well,
100.
what's that for
and then
Poe?
and then
Well,
that's
what are they
good.
supposed to give you?
No. I guess my point is like, damn, I should have just kept
Kept
that
it?
myself. I know.
I think the moral of this story is don't give away.
I'm a bad
don't
person?
give. No,
I
don't,
think, yeah.
don't give scratch offs away.
410-583-1057.
Can I just say,
What?
if I gave some, and I don't do this, but if I gave someone a scratch off for a present, and they won $100 grand, and they broke me off 5 or 10, I'd be feeling very good about that, and I think karma's on my side on all that.
that's
Like,
true.
I'm not going to feel guilty
If
about
you
the 90 I
expect
don't
more than
have.
5 or 10, I
No,
think you're
I'm
out
not
of your gourd.
expecting
I
more.
kind of
I'm
feel
not
like
expecting.
5 is, and I'm a big tipper, but like I feel like 5 is legit.
Yeah, 5 or 10 is cool.
You spent $10 on this thing, and you got what return on investment?
Probably got
that
5.
ROI is pretty good.
500,000 return on investment.
That's pretty good. 410-583-1057. Jim is in Hamden. What's up, Jim?
Just living the dream. How about you?
Hey,
something like that.
Yeah. So I was a lad growing up in beautiful downtown Rosedale, and the kid on Sagamore Road, same road as me, like 2 blocks down, 2 years younger, gave his dad for Father's Day 2 lotto tickets, and his grandpa won. and his grandfather won, I think it was like $1.5 million or $2 million.
Oh, my God. Nice.
And
Did break him off a little?
became the favorite grandson. Yeah, well, I don't know what he broke him off. I'm sure he paid for his college and whatnot, but as little kids, this guy had every G.I. Joe
sure
that existed. And then, like, when I was going to college, he was turning 16, he had 2 cars.
Ooh.
He had a brand new Scirocco and a brand new Jeep Cherokee at 17 years old.
That's trouble.
Oh, my God.
What's he doing? What's he up
Did
to
you
now?
stay in
I
contact?
bet this didn't end well.
I have no idea what he's doing now. He's probably living on the moon. Who knows?
There's been some documentaries done. People who win the
Thanks for the
lottery,
call,
it
Jay.
ends
It
up
doesn't work.
It ends up not going very well.
Yeah.
But that's crazy. Like $1.5 million giving it to
How sick would you be if you got somebody a ticket and they won $1.5 million, Bone? You'd be feeling so sick.
He can't, Bone. Don't you ever buy a lottery ticket for anybody.
Clearly.
Don't do it.
Clearly.
You're not built for it.
No, I'm not.
He buys the ticket.
I'm not built for a lot.
Guy wins $1 million. He gives him 10 grand and Bone's pissed about it. That's exactly how it goes.
I mean, that grandfather, though, he's obviously older. Like,
Yeah.
you might as well just split that among all the grandkids.
Bone,
That would be the thing to do there.
Yeah. Or, hey,
By the
man.
way, Ben's
Hey,
shaking
man.
his head no. Why are you
No?
shaking your head no?
I love it. But, hey, dude, I better be all up in your will. That will better be a lot.
Bone's
A big
thinking
chunk
about
going my
accidents.
way. I'm not saying accident. Well, never mind. No, I don't want to go there.
The other grandkids shouldn't get anything.
What do you
That's
mean? There
right.
you go, Ben. Hell yeah,
You got him
Ben.
the ticket.
Hell yeah.
The hell they do?
Yeah.
Did we split it? If me and my cousin split it or something, maybe. But if not, no, hey, it all comes to me.
Oh,
You guys want to go out to eat one night?
It's
I got
found
dinner
money for
next
the whole
week. How about that?
family. I mean, I would say if I'm that grandparent and I'm old enough to be a grandparent, like I would add it to the will and split it among all the heirs. Like maybe buy that kid a car or something or whatever. But I mean, like I'm not going crazy to give him a whole lot more than everybody else.
I hope things change for me as I get older, but right now it's, hey, dinner
he's
next
young,
week's on me.
dude. Yeah.
Hey. Get some pizza. Get the whole family some pizza next week.
Wow, pizza.
Here's some Domino's.
Yeah. Coming up next.
Go crazy. Get mozzarella sticks and breadsticks. I got you.
Wings, too.
Terps hung in with Michigan better than just about anyone else, at least for the first half. And then injuries and ejections happened. We'll talk to Chris Nockey about, does he believe in moral victories? We'll ask him next here on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Now you can gawk while we talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Brought to you by the Maryland Solar Access Program.
Electric school buses keep the air cleaner, our kids healthier, and are cheaper to operate. That's why the Maryland Energy Administration helps school districts invest in new electric buses and charging systems. Learn more at energy.maryland.gov.
It's the most wonderful sale of the year at Bob Bell Nissan of Essex, where prices and rates are at an all-time low. Buy today, no payments until 2026. No credit application refused. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. The college football playoff starts Friday night in Norman with Alabama, a 1-point road favorite at Oklahoma. Total is 40.5. These two schools played back in Tuscaloosa on November 15th. Oklahoma pulling off the upset on the road thanks to 3 Bama turnovers. And some think that Bama will just not turn the ball over and win this game. I see a Bama offense that has a lot of trouble running the ball, a good Oklahoma defense, and a good Oklahoma special teams, and I think Oklahoma's going to beat them again. So coming up on Friday night, let's play Oklahoma +1 against Alabama. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21+ only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Electric school buses keep the air cleaner and are cheaper to operate. The Maryland Energy Administration helps school districts invest in them. Learn more at energy.maryland.gov.
From the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Center. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 95 northbound past White Marsh Boulevard. There's an accident. It's being moved off to the shoulder there. Inner loop of the Beltway heavy off and on between 95 and I-70. Slows again between Park Heights Avenue and the JFX. Heavy again from before Charles Street to Delaney Valley Road. Outer loop slows approaching York Road and off and on to the Harrisburg Expressway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Darius Washington tore his Achilles 7 months ago and made his return to the football field Sunday versus the Bengals. Washington played 15 snaps and recorded 2 tackles, but Coach John Harbaugh didn't understate his return.
How meaningful and how cool it was that he was out there playing. He was playing really well and flying around, making tackles, doing what AD does. I just always have loved the way he plays, so it's a big boost for us. It gives us another playmaker on defense, another high-energy guy that fly around and do what he does.
The Ravens' playoff path is simple. If they win out, they win the division. Baltimore can drop one of its next 2 games and beat the Steelers in Week 18 and still win the AFC North, assuming Pittsburgh drops one of its next 2 games against the Lions or Browns. The Knicks are set to face the Spurs in the NBA Cup Championship. San Antonio beat the Thunder 111-109 in the semifinals, while New York knocked off the Magic 132-120 to advance to the championship. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-30s with an overnight low of 23. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 46. I'm Tim Barbalese, O's, Terps, and the most Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Maryland lost Saturday night to Michigan 101-83. They are off until this Saturday when they take on Virginia. All the games can be heard right here on 105.7 The Fan. And let's bring on one of the broadcast crew as we do. Chris Nockey does the games with Johnny Holiday and Walt Williams, and he joins us now. And Chris, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. This was a lot of fun for a half. And then Farrell Payne gets hurt and Solomon Washington gets ejected. And it just, to me at least, it at that point, it sort of started to become unfair because the lack of depth really showed. But do you believe in moral victories, I guess is my long-winded way of asking what you saw Saturday night?
I don't believe in moral victories, but I believe in strides. So I thought for anybody who watched that game, particularly, relative to the games before it, I thought that there were some serious strides. I do not know the extent of Farrell's injury, and obviously that's a huge part of the equation. But I don't think there's any question about the performance itself. And I thought the game was actually, not to quibble, but it was more than a half. Even 10 minutes into the second half, that game was right there to be had. Again, the inevitable happened, I think, given Michigan's size and depth. They've got, it's kind of a Noah's Ark thing. They got two of everything. And it's tough to deal with that when you lose critical guys like you mentioned.
Chris, one area in which I thought they took a big stride, especially in the first half, was out-rebounding Michigan. We've seen this team struggle with rebounding against some lesser competition, and for them to do that, especially in the first half when Payne was healthy and obviously getting George Turkson Jr. back from injury helped, but how impressed were you with their rebounding?
So that's a Buzz thing, right? And Buzz might have, I don't know if you guys saw what Dusty May said after the game about Maryland's rebounding, but he said, and this is pretty much a direct quote, he said it was feudal and barbaric. It was very much Braveheart rebounding. And that's got to be music to Buzz's ears, right? Because that's kind of the way he goes about his business, is teaching, we're going to be tougher. We're going to do everything with violence and force. And I agree. That was that, and also, of course, the shooting. Now, the shooting's going to come and go. This is not a team full of marksmen, but to see them play with that kind of energy and vigor and, the whole thing, I just thought it was, like I said, a huge stride forward.
We talked a little bit about sort of where the season was and we're approaching conference play and, what had been sorted out and hadn't been sorted out last time we had you on. And he obviously, Buzz, leaned into a more veteran starting five and improved dividends. Now, some of this might be a moot point depending how much, how long Payne is out for, but I kind of think he had to like what he saw there. And he didn't wait too long to get Adams back on the court, but I felt like, and maybe it's fleeting because, again, if they lost their main guy for any period of time, we're in trouble. But I don't know. It felt like he found something to me there.
Yeah, I think we had this conversation the last time I was on. The game before that. He really just rode the vets and Adams down the stretch of that game. And I thought it was real, just a foreshadowing of what was to come. And ultimately, you guys have been around sports for a long time. You go into a game, and a game, of course, is a microcosm of the season, but you go into these things with a plan, and then S goes sideways, right? I mean, things go, not the way you want them to go, and you have to adjust and figure that out. You have to figure it out on the run. And, I think they're still doing that. I think they've made strides. I think that they've done some good work in sort of figuring out what this team is going to look like or supposed to look like. But it's still a work in progress. I think this is really invaluable time right here. They've got basically 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks when you factor in the time from the Michigan game up to the conference games coming up. And this is why these guys make the money they do. They figure it out on the fly and put it in, install it, and see what it looks like.
Talking with Chris Nock, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Can we take a second and talk about the Diggy Coit experience? We've seen it now a couple times when he's got it going, man. It's like that game, what the old double dribble game. He's on fire. Like everything just seems to go in.
It's funny. I ran into, when we were in Vegas, I ran into Bill Self. And Bill, I hate to drop names like this, but Bill, I've known him for a long time. And he, of course, that's where Diggy played last year. And he kind of chuckled. He said, "You got my man Diggy." And I said, "Yeah, we sure do." And he said, he said he's 5'8" of shooting fun. But he said, but then all of a sudden everybody realizes he's 5'8". But he gets it going. We've seen it a couple of games. And the other thing is, I think that when he does have it going, he plays with sort of an infectious buzz and joy to him that I think carries over to the other guys. I think and specifically Miles Rice. Miles Rice was missing in action for a couple of weeks until that Michigan game. And I thought that the two of those guys, now Miles didn't pitch a perfect game or anything close to it, but he was so much better than he has been. And as a result, you know what? You're going to see a lot more Miles Rice here moving forward. So I think it paid dividends in a couple different ways, Diggy's performance.
Chris, that's exactly where I was going. I know last week when we had you on, we were talking about, okay, who's that next scorer outside of Pharrell Payne, outside of Diggy Coit? Miles Rice, it's been an up and down year for him. Darius Adams during conference play, remember he got into foul trouble against Iowa and not a strong shooting night at all against Michigan. What would you like to see in terms of those two guys consistency-wise moving forward?
Out of Darius, I would like to see him not dwell on every mistake or missed shot. You know, if you ever talk to a great cornerback in football, the secret sometimes is forgetting the last play because it doesn't control what you do on the next play. And I think Darius, sometimes his body language, I think, if he's turnover or he misses an open jump shot, he kind of gets down on himself. It's a long game. They're literally hundreds of possessions. For Miles, he just has to be more assertive and more consistent. There were games where we see him play, and maybe this is a function of having a bunch of new guys where he doesn't really, not sure of his role, completely sure of his role. That may be a part of it as well, so I'll give him some grace on that. But damn, man, he's been around college basketball for a while here. At some point in time, you figure that out on the fly.
How much of the rest of the conference have you been able to check out? I have a little theory that this year's Big Ten is last year's SEC, but maybe I'm reading too much into non-conference basketball. It's
crazy. Some of the things that we've seen already. I would never have guessed Nebraska would be undefeated right now. Nebraska goes in and wins at Illinois. And I can tell you the times that Maryland has won at Illinois, and we've been fortunate. We've had a lot of luck there, a lot of success there. I always felt like it was winning 2 games. And Nebraska's not used to wins like that. And so it might have felt like 3 for the mayor, for Fred Hoiberg and company. So they're good. I got to tell you guys, Michigan might be the best team I've seen in person in the last 10 years. They're that good. And the metrics, all bear that out. They're I know that's kind of semantics. Who's number 1? Who's number 2? Look at the metrics. It's not even close to who's number, or to Michigan. And the other thing is simply the eye test. The metrics are the metrics. Analytics are the analytics. I watched Maryland lose by 39 to Gonzaga, and then Gonzaga lose by 40 to Michigan, 24 hours later. So I saw that in person, and that's hard to, it's hard to avert your eyes from something like that. That'll burn into your retinas, those kinds of results.
Maryland off until Saturday when they're at Virginia. It's a 6 o'clock tip, which means pregame coverage starts at 5 right here on The Fan. Chris Nockey will be part of the call. Chris, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. Talk soon.
Yep. Coming up next, League at Large, and we'll wrap up Week 15 of the National Football League, beginning with last night's Monday Night Football game. Pittsburgh good, Miami really bad. And look at a couple of the other matchups that finished up in Week 15. It's League at Large next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
It's Hump Day, and we're going to talk to World Series MVP Rick Dempsey. We'll get his thoughts on all the Orioles moves from Pete Alonso to what's next, and we'll talk Ravens-Patriots. It's a big game on Sunday.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by NHTSA. Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. College athletes should be allowed to move as freely as coaches, but sometimes it gets a little too crazy. QB TJ Finley is reportedly going back in the portal, assuming he's granted a 7th year of eligibility. Finley's been at LSU, Auburn, Texas State, Western Kentucky, Tulane, and Georgia State. Maybe that's too much freedom. I'm Andrew Bogish.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services for safe delivery. Don't miss 50% off custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Visit staples.com/print for details. Staples, that was easy.
FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. And the best part, you get paid instantly when you win. No waiting around, no hassle, just straight to your account. Head to FanDuel.com/Vinny to sign up today. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. Now, you must be 21 and over and present in Maryland. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Target's last-minute deals are here, right on time to get you holiday ready in no time. Snap beauty gift sets for every style, the hottest toys, can't miss entertainment, crowd-pleasing candy, and much more. All under $20. Whether you're hosting or welcoming surprise guests, you'll be ready for all of it for less. Grab them now before they're gone. Last-minute deals under $20. Happening now, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Whether you're gifting, decorating, or treating yourself, Lowe's December deal drops are here to help you save more all month long. Get up to 50% off select holiday decor. Plus, get up to 45% off select tools and accessories. Shop new December deal drops every week this month and get so much more out of your holidays. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Traffic brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. From the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Center. 95 southbound before Southwestern Boulevard, there's an accident. It's now on the right shoulder. All lanes are open. 95 northbound past White Marsh Boulevard, accident there is on the shoulder. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound still heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway heavy off and on between 95 and I-70. Slows again between Park Heights Avenue and the JFX. And then again through Towson from before Charles Street to Delaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Whether you're dashing through Baltimore or heading out of town, make sure your car's in the game. Friendly techs at Valvoline Instant Oil Change will check your lights, wipers, tire pressure, battery, and more with every oil change. Grab holiday savings now at BaltimoreOilChange.com.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Here they come. They rush 5. There's the snap. Line drive down the middle. Backpedaling catch made at the 15. Metcalf breaks a tackle at the 10. The 5. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Metcalf throwing bodies aside like the rag dolls to break tackles and get a 28-yard touchdown reception from Aaron Rodgers on 3rd and 12.
Kevin Harlan on a game you could have heard right here on 105.7 The Fan with the call, Aaron Rodgers to DK Metcalf. It's a great catch and run, by the way. When Rodgers threw it, I thought it was going to get picked off, but it got through. And then DK Metcalf, great description from Kevin Harlan. To get to the end zone, he ran into the end zone and didn't get close to getting tackled. It was quite a run.
Look, I think the Steelers kind of know who they are offensively now. And both backs are going to get involved. All the tight ends are going to get involved. There might be a pop or two to Metcalf. The quarterback's going to get rid of the ball quickly. He's pretty good about not taking sacks, and he's not going to throw picks. And we saw a couple games where he tried to some more 50-50 balls. And you think back to the Bengals game. I just don't think that's in the equation anymore. Defensively, they got humiliated by the Bills. Look, do I think Miami could have ran on them more here if there was more opportunities for volume, if they didn't all of a sudden just get blown out in the third quarter and render Achane, a guy who was only going to touch the ball, 5 targets and 10, 11 carries. I think the game could have played out differently, but it didn't. And they have made some course corrections since that Bills game. They have flaws, they have faults, but they've got a really good kicker. They've got good special teams. And again, I think that everyone there, Arthur Smith, Aaron Rodgers, the offensive lineman, I think they realize that Gainwell's going to get like 7 targets at least. The other back, Warren's going to catch, he's going to get 3 to 5 targets. All the tight ends are going to get between 3 and 7 targets. Metcalf's going to get a couple shots. And that's it. The coach is not going to be super aggressive. The defense creates turnovers. The defense does get sacks. Mm-hmm. It has has an underbelly. It can be exposed. But
Tua ain't the guy to expose it. Not in the cold, at least.
No, and they didn't lean into, look, they Achane had some nice runs early, but it was very few and far between. Like, they win football games.
Oh, and it's a team that, without a doubt, is playing with a lot of confidence right now. After their season
come a long way
it
in
was
10 days.
Spiraling out of control, for them to get a win in Baltimore and a win last night against Miami. That Lions game, the Lions aren't looking at it as a gimme for sure. But the Tua of it all, Jason, what the heck happens there? I know they're stuck with him next year, the fully guaranteed money. I think it's a $56 million cap hit, but Mike McDaniel, he came out and said that they might have a change at quarterback the rest of the way.
Zach Wilson time?
He said that wasn't acceptable last night, and it sure as heck wasn't.
Yeah. I still think at the end of the day, this owner might just ride it out with these two because he's stuck with Tua. And so who's more enthusiastic about coaching Tua than this guy?
Yeah.
Nobody. It'd be the only way the guy keeps his job is I still think we can rebuild him, boss. Like, and you're going to have to eat so much of the contract to trade him, and you're going to have to sit there and restructure. And then, look, there's the specter of all the concussions. And is he part of the reason that he redid the deal with them the first time is like, well, can we even really trade him? And we might as well just. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. And there were a bunch of quarterback deals that were done in real time with red flags all over. This one, Kyler Murray, and those, unfortunately, those chickens have come home to roost, but you're not going to get value for those guys. But this could become like a Kyler Murray situation where we don't want to get, last thing we want to do is get him hurt now in these meaningless games. Let's at least try to bring him healthy into the offseason. See if we can get rid of him. And if we can't get rid of him, then we're probably keeping the coach too.
Lamar Jackson showed some signs of being Lamar Jackson Sunday in Cincinnati. Small sample, but are we nearing Lamar Jackson liftoff as we head down the stretch of the NFL season? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Now, there's more ways to follow The Fan on air at 105.7 on the free Odyssey app and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Carolina Panthers are a 3-point underdog on Sunday to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a massive game with first place in the NFC South on the line. Carolina is 4-1 this year at home when they are an underdog. The Bucs are really struggling, losing 6 of their last 8 games. I think this is good value with the Panthers at +3. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Listen up. If you want a holiday win this year, head to Lion's Den. This place has the gear to keep the home team happy all season long. Score the perfect gift to make this Christmas one to remember. The Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
This holiday season, FH Fur is spreading comfort and kindness. Schedule your $49 36-point heating inspection and maintenance check and make sure your system is safe, efficient, and ready for winter. And while you're keeping your family cozy, you'll help others too. FH Fur is donating the proceeds up to $10,000 to Toys for Tots. Because warmth isn't just felt in your home, it's something we share. Stay warm. Share joy. That's FH Fur.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of?
Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $1.25 billion.
That's right, $1.25 billion.
Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer and please play responsibly.
Tune into 105.7 The Fan before every Baltimore football game for the Tailgate Show, presented by the law offices of Michael A. Friedman, followed by the Verizon pregame show.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Draymond Jones had his most disruptive game as a Raven Sunday versus the Bengals. Jones had 6 pressures and 5 quarterback hits. Coach John Harbaugh was proud of his veteran pass rusher's performance.
I think he's a really good player, physical. You get him on the edge in the pass rush like that. That was a help to us too. T-Rob coming in I think had a big impact on that because he was able to go inside. So you had both those guys out there at the same time. A number of times, 2 heavy-handed pass rushers.
The Ravens' playoff path is simple. If they win out, they win the division. Baltimore can drop one of its next 2 games and beat the Steelers in Week 18 and still win the AFC North, assuming Pittsburgh drops one of its next 2 games against the Lions or Browns. The Knicks are set to face the Spurs in the NBA Cup Championship. San Antonio beat the Thunder 111-109 in the semifinals, while New York knocked off the Magic 132-120 to advance to the championship. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-30s with an overnight low of 23. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 46. I'm Tim Barbalese, O's, Terps, and the most Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
105.7 The Fan. Torrential rainfall expected. Inside access to the castle with Jason LaConfora, Ken Weinman, and Tim Barbalese.
Sponsored by Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson. It's a family thing. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
I believe all of us on offense had the rhythm. It felt like us.
And we just had to keep pushing the envelope, just keep getting first downs, stay out of get back on track, because it's hard to convert in the NFL, trying to get back on track. So we stayed out of those situations, but got positive yards and stayed ahead of the sticks.
So that was Lamar Jackson after the game talking about the offense's rhythm, and it was a small sample because this was an odd football game. He only threw 12 passes, completing 8 of them, had 2 touchdowns. It looked at times like the Lamar Jackson we're used to seeing, though, on Sunday. And quite frankly, he should have 3 touchdowns. In a Lamar Jackson kind of play, he extended it, moved out of the pocket, and had Zay Flowers in the end zone, and Zay couldn't come up with it. He did throw the pick, but that was Zay Flowers' fault, though he probably should have had another one, but Mark Andrews kind of saved him. The ball bounces off the defender's face mask. He looks like he was faster than we've seen in a while running the football. Is it possible we could see something close to the Lamar Jackson we're used to down the stretch here?
Well, I think we could see a better version, a more consistently better version, a more consistently spry, agile, athletic, dynamic version than what we've seen for most of this year. He looked more healthy. He looked unencumbered. You can just think back to flashpoints of this season going awry. A lot of what we saw in Arrowhead on the sidelines and on the field. The alleged interaction with Faalele that Tracy Wolfson reported on at length and Lamar basically denied. The weird, awkward sort of staccato. Am I going to run? Am I not going to run? Do I trust my legs? Oh, let me jump in the air and throw a lob pass to a Steelers defender. Like, you look at that where he seems to be caught in betwixt and between and unsure of himself physically versus, again, small sample size, only dropped back 12 times, didn't have to run a ton. But the sort of assertiveness with which he appeared to me to trust his body athletically versus the Bengals compared to weeks past seems to me he's healthier, he's more well-rested, and that he isn't caught in between. And we all know there's no time to save anything. There's no conservation. They are literally fighting and clawing to make the playoffs. So, yeah, I think all that can bring something else out on him, and we can see a far better version than what we've seen. Is 2024 coming back? I don't know about that. I don't know about that for them as a team and him as an individual. But I think it's certainly possible to dream on a scenario where he is doing acts of physical superiority. He's doing things that the average NFL player can't do with more regularity than we've seen to this point.
Yeah, I'm excited for Sunday because you would think we're going to see a little bit more normalcy in terms of game flow compared to what we saw in Cincinnati on Sunday because only 40 plays, 12 pass attempts. It was just such a weird game that we're judging this all on a small sample size. And we said that we saw some glimpses in the Steelers game at times in the middle of that game. But to me, it was the 2-minute drill in Cincinnati, where that looked like vintage Lamar Jackson, making some big-time throws to Zay. You had the 12-yard run, and then the touchdown pass to Zay. And then also, Ryan Mink, who works for Ravens.com, he tweeted this out today that Lamar hit 19.23 miles per hour on that 12-yard run. That's his second fastest top speed since the hamstring injury. And I'm with you, Jason. I don't think we're seeing that 2024 guy, but I think we're going to continue to see week by week maybe a little bit more burst, maybe a little bit more like the Lamar Jackson we've been accustomed to watching.
The other reason for optimism, at least for me, is it was only a few weeks ago where he didn't change the protection pre-snap and got crushed on a sack.
Yeah.
Here he is Sunday checking at the line, sees the coverage, and checks to that screen pass to Ali, which was very similar to the one the Steelers ran, where there's nobody over there, and it turns into a touchdown. The mental part of the game, Jason, I'm completely with you. I think he's been in his own head for a while, and it seemed like on Sunday that wasn't the case.
Yeah, and I think he's reached a point where it's like, I have to just cut loose. And if they catch me, they catch me. If the offensive line isn't up for it, they're not up for it. But I'm going to go down with my wheels as a part of the equation. And so however far they'll take him, and I still think he'll take him farther than the average bear.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably a part of him that reached that effort portion of the season.
Well, what's going to be interesting Sunday, heading into kickoff, the Ravens are really going to know where they stand because the Steelers play the Lions at 4:25. That game's going to be over before Ravens-Patriots kick off at 8:20. If the Steelers win that game, then more than likely you're going to have to win out. We know how Mike Tomlin is against rookie quarterbacks, and it's in Cleveland, whatever. But that's a game that the Steelers are going to be favored in and should win that football game. So if Pittsburgh wins heading into that kickoff, then it's really going to reach that point for Lamar Jackson.
The other thing is if Lamar is more willing to run and teams have to defend that's going to open things up for Derrick Henry, which 2024, it's not happening. I saw a tweet earlier today and I didn't believe it. So I had to look up Derrick Henry. Do you know how many running backs currently have more rushing yards than Derrick Henry this year?
4 or 5.
4.
Yeah, I was saying that yesterday.
I was shocked.
Yeah,
he's 5th in the NFL in rushing this year. And like nobody's catching Taylor and Cook, but there's a big logjam. He could fall down to 8 or he could go all the way up to 3, depending on how he finishes the year.
He's going to run for over 1,300 yards. And in an age 31 season, and he also has double-digit touchdowns already. So in an age 31 season, it's not the tidal wave that it was last year, but still a really solid year considering the age, considering the amount of carries he's had.
I think, though, you're right, Jason. I think he just said F it at some point. And he's just like, you know what? If we're going to do
and
this.
And the fact that he reached that point and he only had dropped back 12 times, and they're not like they were calling a ton of design runs. But it certainly sounded like in the production meeting, the concept of design runs came up and that they were led to believe that seeming was certainly on the table.
And I'm also excited to have Aditi back on tomorrow because Aditi mentioned when she was interviewing Lamar that Lamar told them this is the best I've felt since the hamstring injury.
And then didn't he say to her afterwards, I wasn't lying to you?
Yeah.
And unlike when he said he was 100% going to the Dolphins game, I think this was closer to transparency.
And Aditi can actually tell us how warm those sideline jackets are because Lamar let her share it as it was freezing on that football field. She joins us tomorrow. Coming up next, the Ravens pitched their first shutout since 2018. How good was that defense on Sunday? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
It's Hump Day, and we're going to talk to World Series MVP Rick Dempsey. We'll get his thoughts on all the Orioles moves from Pete Alonso to what's next, and we'll talk Ravens-Patriots. It's a big game on Sunday.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Dubo Law. A hard hit changes everything, but you have Dubo Law on your side. When you've been hurt in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. That's 410-ASK-DUBO for your free consultation.
Game day is better at Horseshoe Baltimore. On football game days, stop by and swipe at the kiosk. And if Baltimore wins, you score an additional offer. Keep the celebration going with epic post-game performances and non-stop gaming action at Horseshoe Baltimore. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bring some holiday cheer with the network that knows what you really want. Take your phone to your local Total Wireless store, and we'll give you one line for just $25 a month. Celebrate more for spending less. The holidays just got a lot better. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. For new single-line customers who activate on a BYO device on the Total 5G Unlimited plan. Requires auto-pay enrollment to receive the full discount, which applies the month after enrollment. Available online and in Total Wireless retail stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. Check compatibility at TotalWireless.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Rumor has it there's a new side dish this fall season that's sweeter than your mom's sweet potato souffle. You can now earn Upside cash back at Giant. That's right. You can get up to $15 cash back on every Giant run at more than 100 stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. Whether you're shopping for the entire holiday menu or just picking up some last-minute items and find some peace and quiet while you're at it, you'll get Upside cash back on every Giant run. It's a pretty big deal.
Download the free Upside app and start earning today. Use promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus at Giant. Use promo code CHARM12. Giant is now on Upside. That's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location and participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm attorney Michael Friedman, and on behalf of myself, Stephen, and Rachel, we want to say a huge thank you to Ken Wyman, who's been a brilliant spokesperson for our firm. You know, when he says he knows us, it's because he does. We've had dinners together. He's visited our office numerous times. He's met our staff. He's read our awards. He's chatted about law and our practice, and with a little sports thrown in. And he's known Stephen for years. Now, as Ken says, we are nice people. But when it comes to representing our clients, we're like mad dogs let off a leash. We go after the defendants and insurance companies until we pound them into submission, like the Goose did. And if you don't get that reference, you're listening to the wrong station. So if you or a loved one has been injured by the negligence of another, call us at 410-363-6848 or email us directly from our award-winning website, maflaw.com, for a free consultation. The law offices of Michael Friedman, representing the community for over 40 years. And oh yeah, when you call or email, let us know that Ken sent you.
See some red, save some green on the full line of new Chevrolets and used cars and trucks right now at Jerry's. It's the end of 2025 and Jerry Chevrolet saved the best deals to close the year out, including 0% financing, savings up to $13,000 and no payments until March. Plus, holiday deals on used cars, trucks, and EVs too. Shop Jerry Chevrolet's great selection right now online or visit them at the corner of Joppa Road and Perry Parkway.
Traffic sponsored by Charm City Builders, charmcitybuilders.com. From the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Center. Interloop of the Beltway before Liberty Road. There's a disabled vehicle on the right side. Interloop heavy off and on between 95 and I-70. Slows again between Park Heights Avenue and the JFX. Then it's heavy again from before Charles Street to Dulaney Valley Road. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound delays from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound still heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Selling your house? With Charm City Builders, you don't have to lift a finger. No cleaning, no repairs, and you can leave behind what you don't want. They'll make you a fair cash offer on the spot. Simple, fast, hassle-free, veteran-owned, local and honest. Visit charmcitybuilders.com.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Guys, I'm old enough to remember watching the Ravens play 2 divisional home games where they didn't even fake getting to the quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, who's allergic to getting hit, was sitting back in the pocket seemingly with all day.
He crocheted a sweater.
Yeah, and through they don't push the ball downfield. They had 4 20-plus yard plays. He did. And he had a breakfast sandwich.
It's for his imaginary wife.
Well, yeah,
for Christmas.
Alleged. But in the game Sunday, they had 3 sacks, 10 quarterback hits. Draymond Jones had 5 of them, and 15 pressures. This was something that I don't think any of us saw coming.
No, it was a physically dominant performance against an offensive line that had shut them down for the most part 2 weeks prior. And obviously, that performance against the Steelers was maybe that was rock bottom. I still don't know that I'll ever quite be able to do the mental calculus of how we got that version of Joe Burrow, but they took advantage of that version of Joe Burrow, and they took a pouty, sourpuss Joe Burrow, who I don't think ever wanted to be there that day, and they turned him against himself and turned him against his team. And to play the Bengals and get after him and hit him 10 times and him only really try to push the ball downfield once. And, yeah, I mean, Jamar Chase got his, but they were in bite-sized pieces.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't bleeding them out like he normally does. You'll sign up for all of that. And now you're in this stretch run. So you go into it. You're in it. You lose to Pittsburgh, you've got to win everything. And to have responded with that sort of effort where Kyle Van Noy has his best game of the year and Draymond Jones is a factor, and you get Ardarius and Robinson back, and they're immediately a factor. You can now have even a little more depth to your rotations up front. You've got now all the safeties that you could want to get on the field at once at your disposal. Yeah, I think it was a big deal. It might prove to be the high point for them. I don't know. But it's the first time they faced a playoff caliber quarterback this season and shut him down.
I just really like that this group played with an edge.
Yes.
And they played with physicality, and Draymond Jones talking smack to Joe Burrow and other Bengals players, and Alohi Gilman playing with some physicality, and them coming up with big plays. And Tavius Robinson returning, he had that sack on the game-opening drive where it looked like Cincinnati's kind of working its way all down the field. They're already in field goal range, 15-yard sack, and it forces a punt there. And to have that signature moment at the end with a Kyle Van Noy interception, handing it off to Alohi Gilman. But I keep saying it now. You got to stack it, to use a Harbsism. You gotta bring it Sunday night against Drake May, who's an MVP candidate, and that team just had a 10-game winning streak snapped at home to a division rival, so they're going to come in fired up to start a new winning streaks on Sunday Night Football. So this defense is going to have to do it again, and this pass rush especially is going to have to do it again against a very vulnerable New England offensive line. They've given up the 7th highest pressure rate in football. So this can't just be a one-off.
No.
They got to be able to get after May on Sunday.
But this is going to be a different type of quarterback than we've seen in a while. I mean, really, right? Because the Fields got benched before that game.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
this
Tyrod can move a little bit, but not like May.
No, this you haven't seen this since Mahomes.
Oh, yeah.
Who had his way against him, really kind of whatever he wanted to do.
And then Josh Allen before that in the opener.
Yeah. And this kid, I think, will run quite a bit. And they also can get kind of interesting with pony packages and getting multiple running backs on the field at once. And I do think this is going to be a different test for their defense in terms of, I think Mike Vrabel's going to give them some volume in the run game. Like, I think he's going to test Jones. I think he's going to test whoever else they want to run up there, Urban, whomever. I'll be interested to see the actives and inactives and sort of how they stack the deck this week. I think it's going to be run stuffers and edge setters and grinders.
Well, and that was a talking point a few weeks back. I think heading into the Jets game, we were saying, this defense is kind of vulnerable. We really haven't seen a team commit to. Pittsburgh can't really run the football all that well. The Bengals really can't run the football all that well. You're right. They're going to see a lot of volume, and it's going to be a physical game.
They've got Mr. Inside, Mr. Outside.
Trevion Henderson's
and
a
quarterback.
He's a home run hitter. Yeah.
That's the Bills.
Yeah, he's done. He's had 4 monster touchdown runs this year.
He's pretty good in the screen game too.
The thing that I guess I'm heartened about, this was the first time, defense has been Baltimore's calling card forever, and this defense, even the last couple of years, even when it's good, it's bend but don't break. I guess the Cleveland game here was the only time they actually look like bullies. They look like bullies on Sunday. Like
they absolutely bossed that game.
I hope they can bring that same energy, because this is now a sprint, not a marathon.
Yeah. Well, and as we're going to talk about at length tomorrow, this should be a cauldron. Like this is you come to Baltimore in a primetime spot with their season on the line. And your season, not quite on the line, but it's an important game for both.
Harbs doesn't want to hear that.
You're a young team trying to prove their mark, right? And you just faced
fake news.
You faced two good teams all year, and you beat Buffalo once, and you just blew a 3-score lead to them.
It's stunning. They have the possibility, if they lose Sunday night, they will have the same amount of home primetime losses in this season than the prior seasons till when John Harbaugh started in 2008. They were 22-3 heading into this year at home in prime. That is money in the bank.
Yeah, it used to be. Yeah, you came
Automatic.
in here at your own peril to play the Ravens in a night game, and alas, they've gotten destroyed in night games so far this season. Coming up next. Get a little more lighthearted here as we got our first snowfall this winter. So in light of that, 6-pack time, the 6 best things about snow. We give them to you. Yoo-hoo, next here on The Fan.
Now, there's more ways to follow The Fan on air at 105.7 on the free Odyssey app and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Ken to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
Traffic is sponsored by the lawyers at Rice Law. Best advice? Call Rice.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com. Discover curated holiday cheeses 30% off with Prime from December 13th through the 24th at Whole Foods Market. Creamy, nutty, and perfectly aged. Pair with crackers, figs, and a drizzle of honey. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. Most people don't come to us just because their feet or back hurts. They come because pain has started to shrink their world. They've stopped being active, stopped doing the things that used to bring them joy. And they wonder, is this just how it'll be now? Then they find their way to the Good Feet store. We listen to their specific needs and goals, then fit them with arch supports that match their feet and lifestyle. And then step by step, life begins to open up again. Not just easing pain, but living fuller. Not just moving easier, but reclaiming their lives. They're more hopeful, like they've been given a second chance. Because when pain no longer leads the way, possibility returns. I'm Jonathan Cotton reminding you, rediscover just how good life can be again. See how we can help you with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by the store nearest you.
Rumor has it there's a new side dish this fall season that's sweeter than your mom's sweet potato souffle. You can now earn Upside cash back at Giant. That's right. You can get up to $15 cash back on every Giant run at more than 100 stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. Whether you're shopping for the entire holiday menu or just picking up some last-minute items and find some peace and quiet while you're at it, you'll get Upside cash back on every Giant run. It's a pretty big deal.
Download the free Upside app and start earning today. Use promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM12 to get a $10 bonus at Giant. Use promo code CHARM12. Giant is now on Upside. That's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Make your reservation for holiday lunch at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Available beginning December 2nd from Monday through Friday. Enjoy limited time favorites like steak and frites, or create your own entree salad, or enjoy classic favorites like the petite filet, stuffed chicken, the R burger, crab cake sandwich, and steak sandwich. Or have a drink and something sweet like our signature carrot cake and chocolate sin cake. Make your reservation for holiday lunch today. Only at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Annapolis, Baltimore, Odenton, and Pikesville.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $1.25 billion. That's right, $1.25 billion. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
From the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Center. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy off and on between 95 and I-70. Slows again between Park Heights Avenue and the JFX. Heavy again from before Charles Street to Dulaney Valley Road through Townsend. Harrisburg Expressway 83 heavy southbound from Padonia Road to the Beltway. Inner loop of the Beltway before Liberty Road at disabled vehicles on the right side. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Teddy Buchanan's strong rookie season has come to an end after he suffered a torn ACL during Sunday's game against the Bengals. Coach John Harbaugh recently talked about the ramifications of the injury.
Nobody's into it more than he is. You know, he's just great, and he's going to be back next year. Should be back hopefully for training camp. It's unfortunate, disappointing. Be part of his story, you know, going forward, obviously. But Trent Simpson will take that role. Trent had a really good game, played well, has been practicing great.
The Ravens' playoff path is simple. If they win out, they win the division. Baltimore can drop one of its next two games and beat the Steelers in Week 18 and still win the AFC North, assuming Pittsburgh drops one of its next two games against the Lions or Browns. The Knicks are set to face the Spurs in the NBA Cup Championship. San Antonio beat the Thunder 111-109 in the semifinals, while New York knocked off the Magic 132-120 to advance to the championship. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-30s with an overnight low of 23. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 46. I'm Tim Barbalese, O's, Terps, and the most Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Time for the Inside Access Six-Pack. Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Six-pack time. Six-pack's brought to you by the Good Feet Store. Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet Store. Go to goodfeet.com for more details. Six-pack snowfall this week. It's the 6 best things about snow in Beltway Bend. Let's get started.
Number 6.
There's something to the way it looks from the inside when you're looking out, that cozy feeling in the house. Yeah. You're watching the snow fall. You might be under a blanket. I think there's some, I guess, romantic quality to the snow falling and you watching it fall.
You're simpatico?
I feel it's a little low. My 6, and this might have to do with events of the day. When it's coming down and it's snow, it's not yet ice. And that's one of the best things about snow. It hasn't frozen on the ice yet. That you can fall on when you're walking your dog.
Thanks for cutting them off. That was weak.
Bust yourself all up.
Yeah.
5 is hitting people with snowballs. That's classic. It never goes out of style.
That's a little higher for me.
Especially when they don't see it coming or they think you're way too old to be throwing snowballs at them anymore. A good snowball sneak attack that's good living. That's hearty living right there, Bone.
Hardy.
Like a bowl of chili.
5 is you get to break out
every Sunday.
You got to break out all that cool winter gear, like the snow jackets, the gloves, the hats, all that stuff. You're not wearing that stuff in the summertime, Bone.
No,
but when it snows, you start pulling out that gear.
Number 4.
4 is the snowball fights and the making snowman. Everything you can do with snow. There's nothing like hitting your first time you hit your friend in the back of the snowball. Really brings the best out of a friendship right there.
Snow football.
Yeah.
Getting to watch. Who doesn't love a snow football game?
Yeah.
I don't play in them anymore.
No.
I'm way too old for that stuff. But back in the day, Patterson Park, it snows. Let's go.
I love you including snow football, but I got to dock you points for your 6. I thought that was weak out of the gate, saying it's not ice.
I'm dealing with
snow is not ice.
I'm playing in pain.
It's a good point, Bob.
Then it freezes over and becomes ice, and then it's terrible.
Yeah, that Ben didn't like it either.
Oh, yeah, he cut him off.
Yeah,
he did. He cut my mic.
We're doing the 6 pack on the 6 best things about snow and Beltway. Ben, let's continue.
Number 3.
3 is it's aesthetically pleasing. It's beautiful. It is romantic. Now, again, day 1, when it's all muddy and mucky, by day 3, that's a different story. When it lingers around and keeps freezing and refreezing and refreezing.
Turns colors.
Not so much.
I really hate ice.
Yeah.
I do. But, yeah, it's beautiful.
3 for me are the snow sports, the football. Even like I'm not a skier, but I know people love to ski or snowboarding or sledding, all the things that active things you can do that involve snow. And by the way, as an aside, watching football like on television, it is super
best.
cool. Watching teams play in the snow, I don't want to sit out in it, but it's awesome to watch.
Yeah.
Number 2.
It's hot drink season. Hot cocoa. I'm not a coffee person, and I only drink hot tea when I'm sick. I usually only get sick in the wintertime, but it is hot drink season.
Kids love it. Dogs love it. This my dogs love it.
Dude,
watching kids
Zoe
and dogs
loves-
frolic
Zoe
in the
loves
snow
it, yeah.
is a beautiful
That's
thing.
good.
Kids going down a hill, and it brings you back to your youth. And adults don't like it so much, but adults suck. But kids and dogs rule, and they love the snow, and so it's great.
Number 1.
I better win this one now. Number 1 is the whole intrigue, mystery. Is it going to be a snow day? Is it not? With school, I've got one who's still in school. I got a wife who's a teacher. So that whole thing. Are you going to be 2 hours late? What's it going to be? Are we going to get to sleep in? Who doesn't love snow day?
It doesn't really affect us anymore.
It affects a lot of people.
Oh, no, but I'm the one judging.
It affects a lot of people.
I got to be honest. Who am I kidding? I hate snow. I hate everything about snow. I almost got killed in a car accident because of snow in 2013 after
Was
the
it
Ravens
snow or
Vikings.
ice?
It was both. The guy
Probably more ice than snow.
in 4-wheel drive thought he could drive normally on the roads with ice and ran me into
Sounds like it was an adult.
ran me into a ditch.
Sounds like it was a
20
adult.
yards. 20
Adults
yards
suck.
20 yards later, it would have been a ravine.
Was he a kid?
It was a person.
Was he a dog?
No, it was
He
not
was an adult.
The dog
He
was
was
not
an
driving.
adult.
He has
Probably
no
an adult
thumbs.
male. Worst kind.
Dogs don't drive. I like nothing
You
about
know him,
snow.
Mike.
I just want to get to spring. I'm not a fan.
That's a big
I
W
sincerely
for
like
the
snow.
ginger
How can he
gorilla.
win? He doesn't even like it.
I liked his list better.
He doesn't even like snow. His number 1 is I don't like snow.
That's fine. I don't like
He
snow.
appreciated my honesty.
I don't like snow.
You don't like snow?
Snow as a kid is awesome, but snow as an adult, it's inconvenient. It sucks. And when I'm driving my little Mazda 3 that's only 2-wheel drive,
it's not good to drive.
Yeah, it's now thankfully, but again, we don't get snow days, so we had to go to Barrel House Live, and it was awesome on Sunday with the free breakfast sandwiches and everything going on there. But I was worried.
Chicken pesto sandwich was excellent.
Dude, the chicken pesto sandwich was awesome.
Yeah,
I'm not a pesto guy.
I
I
was
like pretty much
good.
anything on chicken, but not pesto.
Really?
Yeah, it had like a provolone cheese.
Pretty
a
much
tomato
anything
sauce.
else. No, I got no problems with garlic.
I feel like
Pesto is kind of
sandwich was good.
Pesto just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, you're wrong.
You should
But
try
that's
it.
fine.
It was good.
There's so many other
I will say
Hop into the
dogs
bed.
and snow is fun. and
Well,
you redeem yourself for
thanks
that.
for the consolation prize.
Brucey does the zoomies after he takes care of his business in the snow. It's good.
Loves snow, just jumping around.
At least today I didn't bust my
But
rear.
hot drinks are big too.
I like a little hot
You don't
Coke
need
every
snow
once
for
in a while.
that. It's just gonna be cold.
Yeah, but
It's like
better.
oh,
Makes
you know
it
the
better.
other thing I don't like? I have a weird irrational hatred of fire. So I have no
Oh, I
use for
love fire.
fireplaces. Like
No,
I'm
I
not
like
doing that. I don't want it in my house.
Oh no, it's
fire's
nice.
I like being
no,
around
I
a
don't want
fire.
it.
Fires are cool.
No.
That might.
I'm not a fire guy, but in a fireplace, I'm fine with.
So
I'm not
like
one
a
who wants to sit.
bonfire. No, you don't like sitting
don't
around
like
a fire.
That. Don't
No,
like that. No.
it's great.
I'm standing
I'll take your word
outside
for
the
it.
fire. And
Do you have a fireplace?
Yeah.
do you use it?
Yeah.
You do, really?
Yes.
I have a fireplace in my house. It will never be used.
Yeah, my parents have one. Gosh, I only remember them ever using it a couple times. It's all right.
I appreciate the fireplace.
It's like
We put it to
aesthetically
use.
pleasing.
Ben, do you like snow? Are you a snow? Because he's young.
He likes snow. I can tell.
No, used to. But as Tim mentioned, as we've gotten
You've
older,
outgrown
Yeah, dude, like when you're a kid and you mentioned the snow days, hell yeah.
Well, I still experience
I'm
that.
skiing, not skiing.
tubing.
Tubing, yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking.
Tubing's always fun.
Tubing down like a giant hill. It's awesome. It's great.
Don't do it anymore.
Yeah, I have
too
not
old.
tubed in several years. at
Here's
this
the
point.
reality. Snow slows down your world takeover.
Absolutely
true.
does. That's a
Yeah,
very
I
good
don't
point.
know.
that
Yeah,
it does.
yeah.
Actually, last year, or I think 2 years ago, leaving here, Chuck got me up here doing who even knows what.
Shout out Chuck Bucks.
I'm
Dude, I've
driving
gotten
down that hill.
snowed in here
I'm
twice.
driving down that hill. Brakes lock up,
Dude,
fly right out into the
Clarkview.
intersection.
Clarkview.
And it was a green light for them. Nobody was coming. Thank God.
It is a B.
After
getting
that,
up that.
after that, I was
Done with snow.
done with snow.
Nah, I'm not a fan.
Dude,
Not
I
a
remember.
fan.
I remember coming to work, and I was still at Towson at the time, and I'm right in front of TUPD, and talking about ice here, Jason.
Yeah.
the whole.
It's the worst.
I still have a video. I was driving my Dodge Neon, and my car. No one was on the road because it's like 4 or 5 in the morning, and my car like flipped on the other side. Not like flipped, but like
Spun?
Spun. Yeah, spun to the other side of the road. Thankfully, no one was on the road, but yeah, not fun. Not fun.
We will come back, get the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, and get you ready for Infinity Sports Radio at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
It's hump day, and we're going to talk to World Series MVP Rick Dempsey. We'll get his thoughts on all the Orioles moves from Pete Alonso to what's next, and we'll talk Ravens-Patriots. It's a big game on Sunday.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's amazing that up until this past Sunday that Phillip Rivers hasn't played an NFL game since the 2020 season and was able to walk off coaching on a high school sideline, lace it up, and with the Colts head to Seattle to almost beat one of the best teams in the league in the Seahawks. The Colts have 3 games left this season against the 49ers, Jaguars, and Texans, and while the Colts aren't expected to win any of those games, just simply having Rivers back in the fold gives you a reason to tune in. I'm Zach Gelb.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does.